What if Naruto was denied Hokage position became Shade Part 1. It had been 10 years since the death of Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha, betrayed and murdered by the other members of the Konoha 11, his sensei Kakashi and even Jiraiya, his own godfather, on Tsunada's order. Konoha lost a lot friends after that got out. It was reviled by Danzo of all people during his execution. 8 years ago, 2 months after Naruto's death, Jiraiya had found evidence of Danzo working with Orochimaru during the Oto Suna invasion. His execution was to be witnessed by Konoha and Suna alike. Danzo's wooden arm with the Sharingans as well as his right Sharingan eye after being discovered upon his standoff at the hands of the Uchiha and Sannin did. It really become apparent just how crazy Danzo's fanaticism had made him. The Uchiha and Senju wanted to lynch Danzo right then and there for his perversion of the family's bloodlines, but Shikamaru stopped them, saying the best way to get even was for Konohagakure as a whole to want him dead, and they still needed to know what else Danzo knows. Maybe Orochimaru would be next to be taken down. Tsunade begrudgingly agreed. The idea came after by the Konoha council, mainly the civilian side, to invite Suna. The idea was that witnessing Danzo's death might make their alliance even stronger, knowing Konohagakure does not suffer a traitors to their friends even in their own ranks. This would backfire in Tsunade and clan heads' opinion, but were outvoted. Konoha council chambers day before execution. Tsunade was sitting in her chair in the center of the council. Gaara was to her right in equal sitting. Jiraiya was to her left, standing arm crossed, though hiding it quite well, the guilt of what he had done to Naruto. The depression still clear in his eyes, even if the glare he pointed at Danzo helped hide it. The advisors to the Hokage Homura and Kaharu were there as well, not looking too happy at seeing Danzo. When the evidence of Danzo's deeds were brought to light, the two quickly abandoned him out of such hatred and shame of him and for themselves that they gave Tsunade their retirement forms, saying that they couldn't believe they helped such a madman for such a long time, and recommended Shikaku Nara to be their replacement. Tsunade agreed this would be their last day as the Hokage's advisors. Counselors of Konoha and honored guests of Sunagakure. Today we see Danzo Shimura pay for his crimes against 2 of the 5 great shinobi villages. For Suna, Danzo's crimes are aiding and abetting with a known traitor in the murder of Rasa, the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure and father to the 5th Kazekage. And for Konoha, adding known traitor Orochimaru in assassinating the 3 Ed Hokage Hiruzen Saradori. Adding Oto in Oto Suna invasions of Konoha. Kidnapping bloodline users for root. Not disbanding root program even when ordered to by the 3rd Hokage. Danzo, how do you plead? Tsunade said. Danzo looked at Suan, then Jiraiya and finally Gaara, and began to laugh. Danzo hadn't laughed since before the first shinobi war almost 60 years ago, so it came out more like a raspy cackle. It scared many counselors in the room, but as quickly as it came it stopped. Hokage-sama, all I've ever done was look out for Konoha. I am the root that keeps the great tree standing at all cost. You, Jiraiya, Kakashi and the Konoha 11 have done that as well the day you killed Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade and Jiraiya's eyes widened. Danzo was supposed to have a seal on his tuft to keep him from spilling SS rank secrets. Jiraiya did this personally. The council and Suna officials shocked. The clan heads didn't even know about the assassination. It was an SS-racked mission from the Hokage herself and can't be divulged to any one family included. It made them realize why their kids were a whole lot quieter. The official story was that Naruto was on a long-term mission. He was later found dead. They even had a core made to look like Naruto that Jiraiya had discovered later, but before that it was also going away to flush out the Akatsuki that were looking for the Kyuubi outside the village undefeated while they had the chance. Silence from the spectators, then a rush of cheers from the civilian council of Konohagakure and anger from the Sunagakure shinobi. Gaara was shocked, angry, sad at hearing not only Danzo's words, but the cheers of the council that it make him unbelievably mad. Ki festered for him. If he wasn't the man he was now, a Kazekage with friends, family, comrades, with a village depending on him, blood would have been spilled, but in loud of that. Gaara shouted. What? The ki flowed through the chamber, sand appeared everywhere, but as it was stated, Gaara is now of a higher standing and in control of his emotions. For the most part, the sand fell back to his gourd, ki if only barely vanished. Tsunade Senju, after Danzo is sent to hell where he belongs. We will have a very long discussion about this outrage and why Suna and Konoha should still be allies. Tsunade would have spoken, but Danzo beat her to it. Are you really going to take that from a rival Kage? Senju? Alliance or not, every village is still a potential enemy. Even every shinobi in this village, if not trained correctly, is a threat to its power. Silence, Danzo. Tsunade screamed. You don't get to make clams like that. Not after everything you've done. You are nothing but a bitter, vindictive old man who will never be the Hokage of Konoha. Danzo narrowed his one good eye at Tsunade. Maybe Senju, but I've been running the village's protection as the Dark Hokage for years. Since the supposed god of shinobi became a glorified pencil pusher doing what must be done. Everything from military activity to assassination to unauthorized recon without Hiruzen looking over my shoulder. I am what the Hokage, what you should be, eliminating threats both foreign and domestic, serving the village by making it the most feared and powerful. If I was Hokage, Genin would be trained from day one. Doing at the very least C-ranked missions and do away with those stupid D-ranked ones that turn shinobi into more of a novelty than the warriors they should be, but instead they paint fences and chase cats around, hardly what I call work for soldiers that were trained from their first day in the academy on the best ways to kill, learning about the art of the shinobi only to be caretakers and farm hands and animal control. It disgusted me to no end. Danzo said the last part through his teeth. Tsunade anger showed. What would you have done then besides start a war with the world to prove your strength? Danzo's face and voice lacked anything resembling emotion. I would have put an end to the farce of shinobi with humanity and used Tobirama-sensei's teachings. He had better understanding than Hashirama-sama ever did that victory comes with a price, sacrifices must be made. I learned that lesson well in the first war, one lost a lot of friends and clansmen. He looked to his right side. I learned that day that as Hokage you must put aside all emotions, all attachments, to do what needs to be done and sacrifice what you need to sacrifice in order to active victory, even going so far as to let Orochimaru amputate my arm and remove my eye and replace it with what you called an abomination of science and God. I called it progress. I did it all for the sake of the village I love and would do anything to protect, even at the cost of my very body and soul. That is what all Konoha shinobi should be. Don't you dare use Konoha to justify your actions, Danzo. What you have done to yourself is of your own volition, including that monstrosity you let Orochimaru put on you. And as for the war, that was different. Lord Tued did what he did because we were in the middle of a war. You and Sarutobi Sensei were the only ninja on hand and he trusted your abilities more than anyone else's. Remember, Danzo, he sacrificed himself to save you, your team, and Sarutobi Sensei's team, said Jiraiya in anger. I know he did, boy. I was there in the trenches before you could walk. I know war, its faults and its uses. Tobirama-sensei made a mistake as a leader. He should have sent Sarutobi out and saved himself so he could come back and destroy Kumo full force later and show the power of the great Konohagakure, but instead he sacrificed himself, and not but a month later talks of peace with the very person that killed our Hokage, your uncle. Danzo looked at Tsunade with distant. Why didn't you volunteer to hold them off back then, Danzo? Said Kaharu, the advisor to the Hokage, former female member of the legendary team Tobirama. What? Said Danzo angrily. You forget I was there all those years ago with you, Hiruzen and Tobirama sensei, and the same goes with Homura here. I remember it very clearly. Tobirama asked for a volunteer to hold off the Kumo kill squad after us giving the rest of us time to escape. I remember that look in your eyes, Danzo. It was fear. You were going to volunteer but didn't fear that you have preached for so long that a shinobi shouldn't have held you back. Hiruzen was just as scared as the rest of us but didn't hesitate for a moment when it came to his comrade's safety. It took me many years to realize it was Tobirama's final test. We were Konoha's elite, the smartest, strongest and most loyal. Any one of us could have been Hokage that day if we volunteered, but we, unlike Hiruzen, couldn't find the courage to do so. Kaharu said, looking at Danzo dead in his eye, clearly not liking his courage being in question. As Hokage you must defend not only your village, but all who live in it. Know that to be Hokage means being the head of a larger family. This is the will of fire Hashirama-sama dreamed of, and all Hokages past and present must abide by it. Tobirama-sensei was going to sacrifice himself regardless of who volunteered. He just wanted to know that he was leaving Konoha in good hands. I myself may have respected your realism when it came to the security of Konoha, Danzo, and I believe you would lay down your life for it even now, because in your own way you were always loyal to Konoha and would continue protecting it to the end. Said Homura, catching many by surprise. Their eyes grow cold, however, as Homura spoke once again. However, you have done too much damage to the reputation of Konoha, and your traitorous acts costed us a Hokage, a brilliant shinobi, and a very close friend. The atrocities you have committed under this village's name will not go unpunished, he said, loud and clear, anger in his voice. Danzo was angry. He looked at the old advisors. Don't forget Kaharu and you, Homura, you too have helped lay most of the groundwork for a good number of those so-called atrocities. You too backed me more than Hiruzen. On a great many things root existed because of your backing me. You knew Hiruzen wouldn't do the things I would going unchecked was because of your backing. The funding you gave me for all these years and convincing these good-for-nothing counselors to outvote many of the Hokage's propositions has allowed me to come this far. You and Homura have been nothing but tools going Against your so-called friend for over 3 decades. You knew Hiruzen was getting old and lost much of his flame as a shinobi. He could have killed me when me and Hanzo teamed up. He could have killed Orochimaru when he attacked, but Hiruzen was weak and wouldn't kill his one-time student. And as for my not volunteering all those years ago, that one act of hesitation on my part turned me into what I am today. I have spent years making up for it, so much so you joined me instead of you, best friend. The two aging advisors lowered their heads in shame at that. Danzo was right. It's a pity, Tsunade. When you took my advice on Naruto, I was almost starting to see you as a real leader and Jiraiya as a real shinobi. Shame. Not even the protection of the very village your family created, fought and dead for is not good enough for you. That got Gaara's attention. What do you mean advice? What did you tell Senju? Tsunade ignored Gaara, not using her title to stop Danzo. Anbu. She yelled. The Anbu speeded towards Danzo, but where? Stopped by sand. Kazahage Dono, Tsunade shouted to try and stop Gaara, but the look in his eyes froze. Not just her but all in the room. Konoha and Suna alike, though not directly at her, she could still see it. Gaara with his sand flowing all around the room, chin resting on his crossed hands, elbows firmly on the table, calm yet cold, eyes frozen in a chilling sense of malice. Danzo, it is taking a lot of my willpower not to revert to my past self, the one that struck fear into the very fabric of my own people, the self that almost justified the bigotry Jinchuriki have faced. It was this past self of mine that almost distorted this village, if not for the efforts of one man, a man that saved me from the darkness, that helped me overcome and be what I am today. And this is the man you claim to have a hand in the death of. So tell me, Danzo Shimura of Konohagakure, what did you say to Tsunade? His voice and deeds from the past echoed in the minds of all in the room and set shivers up their spines, yet Danzo was calm and collected. Danzo gave Gaara his same indifferent expression he always had and spoke. I told Tsunade the truth. Naruto was growing to be the danger he was always going to be to the village without proper guidance, but how I said it to her and what she found out when I was captured are different, Danzo said vaguely. What do you mean by that? The Kazekage said, eyes locked onto Danzo's very soul. I told Senju of the degradation of Naruto's seal. After some long and costly research, I discovered that even though Naruto can take the Kyuubi's chakra whenever he liked, he didn't, because prolonged exposure to that level would destroy his body and would allow the Kyuubi to take over, and the seal itself was used on the fly. As they say, it had way too many drawbacks, but there was a failsafe the fourth Hokage put in the seal. If Naruto was killed by unnatural means, the Kyuubi world die with him, or at the very least it would rip the monster apart to the point where it would take centuries to reform, if at all it was true. But as I said, Naruto rarely used the Kyuubi on lease, pushed normally into a uncontrollable rage. You've seen it, Jiraiya, same with Hatake Uchiha and Haruno. Scary, isn't it? Now imagine what 16 years of bottled up anger from almost 2 decades of beatings, hatred and ignorance from your own people every day of your life. You know that very well, don't you, Gaara? Quote. What Danzo said made sense to many civilian counselors and the clan heads. Danzo looked at the people and smiled. It's funny, if Naruto was given to me to begin with, none of this would have happened. He would have been the weapon he was born to become, but because of Hensen's weakness and the village's bigotry, Naruto became a clear threat. I never wanted people to find out about his tenet for this very reason. Root, however, would have been his home with like-minded people who respected power and the chain of command. Naruto could have showed his true potential. I wouldn't have cared just about his tenet. He would have been trained by the best in all forms of combat, not just his power from the Kyuubi. Naruto could have been a Jonin captain by now and very well have succeeded me when my time to leave this world came. His potential could have been limitless like his parents. Tsunade's eyes widen. He wouldn't, she thought. And who would they be? Gaara said before Danzo could say. A fist flew past his sand and into Danzo's face, shooting him to a wall. It should have knocked him out. That fist belonged to Jiraiya. I've heard enough from you, Danzo. Jiraiya shouted angrily. You have disrespected our Hokage's Konohagakure, its allies, and know you want to leak more S-ranked secrets. Not anymore. Tonight I'm going to seal that mouth of yours shut. Go a proper this time, then tomorrow you're going to die in front of the village you disgraced with your actions. An angry Jiraiya yelled. Danzo, with blood leaking down his mouth, chuckled. What's the point of it being classified anymore, Jiraiya? Are you afraid that it will show just how much of failure you truly are as a sensei and as a shinobi? He said, smiling, then whisper so only Jiraiya could hear. Or even as a godfather, that stunned Jiraiya, making him wince in guilt. Take him away. Tsunade ordered. Ambu appeared, grabbed Danzo and disappeared silently, quickly followed by a very angry Jiraiya. Danzo pissed him off so much Tsunade wasn't even a factor right now. The council and Suna officials looked at each other, suspicious of one another. Gaara broke that silence by standing and saying, "We're going to back to the hotel. We will see Danzo's execution, then leave this accursed village. Hokage, I expect a meeting first thing after the execution. No excuses." Gaara and company left the chambers. Tsunade's head hanging low, voice in but a whisper, everyone dismissed. Everyone filed out of the room. Jiraiya, who was normally there for her but already left to deal with Danzo, leaving her alone. When the door closed behind them, she waited a minute, then began to cry. Torture and interrogation. HQ 20 minutes later. Danzo was strapped to a chair, blood pouring down his face, chest and legs. Anko and Ibiki watching in the back ground, getting a first-hand look at what happens when you anger a Sannin. Neither have ever seen this side of Jiraiya before. The normality, goofy, easygoing, perverted Sannin was ripping Danzo to shreds. They never liked Danzo, but the rarest thing happened. The head tortures felt, if only slightly, sorry for Danzo, even if they were taking notes of Jiraiya's technique. And even with the violence infected on him, Danzo held in the pain, grinding his teeth. The former root commander was never going to give Jiraiya the satisfaction of hearing him scream in pain when it was done. Danzo grind, if only slightly. "I thought you would finally be the shinobi you're known for, but at the end of the day, no matter how many titles you and Senju have, Jiraiya, you two are not worthy of be called ninja. A perverted clown and a bitter drunk. You two are such a disappointment to this village. If I would have trained the three of you, we'd still have Orochimaru. You would have taken your job more seriously, and Tsunade wouldn't have the emotional crutch about her boyfriend and brother who knows Jiraiya." He said with a smirk, "You might have even had a chance with her." Jiraiya's fist hit Danzo in the face, breaking his nose, knocking him out. "Shut the fuck up." Jiraiya yanked Danzo's tuft from his mouth using a piece of paper with a seal on it, placed it on Danzo's tuft. The seal would render Danzo unable to speak and burn. All the while Danzo was alive, he looked at his two counterparts Anko and Ibiki with authority in his voice. He said, "Take the piece of shit to his cell. I want him on round the clock. Watch anyone fucks this up will be next to see me mad. Understood?" The two nodded and got out of Jiraiya's way. While made his was out, Jiraiya needed a drink and he wouldn't stop till the execution tomorrow. 2 hours later, in Danzo's cell, Danzo woke up with a massive headache. The pain Jiraiya inflicted on him taking its toll, the burning of the seal making his mouth feel like it was on fire, but Danzo wouldn't feel that pain for long. However, if Jiraiya would have bothered to look, he would have noticed a second seal under Danzo's tuft, a nullification seal that was made special for what had happened to him previously when he activated it. Cancelled out Jiraiya's seal. He also had a suicide seal on his upper right wisdom tooth. Every root member had one, including him, even if he never thought he'd ever use it. Danzo could have smiled at Jiraiya's stupidity, but didn't, even if he wanted to, with all his hard work undone, with his sacrifices in vain, abandonment by the council and his closest allies, the Hokage's advisors, Homura and Kaharu. Danzo had nothing to smile about. For decades he had been in Hiruzen Sarutobi's shadow, doing everything he couldn't and wouldn't do as Hokage, putting his honor to the side for his bigger picture of making Konoha his home, his village, the most powerful force in the world, and he could not let anything stand in the way of that. Not a rival village trying to conquer or destroy Konoha, or the weak-willed and minded fools in it trying to pacify his village either. Danzo had done everything to stop these things his whole life, and what does he get? Executed tomorrow for treason. Him, Danzo Shimura, Konohagakure's most fearlessly loyal shinobi, then find destroy his village, ruin his legacy, everything he had fought for. He, the last surviving Shimura, will use this to let them all know what they have done to the son of their greatest hero, the fourth Hokage. Day of Danzo's execution. Danzo was walked down a path made between a crowds waiting to see the traitor die. He long stopped his false limping and walked perfectly fine, his one good arm tied behind his back to a rope around his waist, his one eye looking forward to the pole he'd be tied to. Tsunade to the right of it, Jiraiya to its left. Danzo's trademark pure neutral look was on his face. A civilian and shinobi alike shouted, "Traitor," and "Disease of Konoha." At him it didn't surprise him to see Homura and Kaharu closely watching the two aging advisors and former teammates of Hiruzen. After hearing the Danzo once worked with Hanzo the Salamander in an assassination attempt against Hiruzen, the two wanted Danzo dead. They may have not have always agreed with the Hokage, but that didn't mean they didn't respect care or wanted their oldest and dearest friend dead. And when more information reached them about Danzo's other dealings come to light, it disgust them to know. And even in their advanced years they fought with the troops during the Oto-Suna invasion. Their code, practice what you preach, and they did. Horuma and Kaharu took a chunk out of Orochimaru's invasion's force, saving fleeing citizens and injured shinobi. One does not be put on a team with the god of shinobi, and be trained by a Hokage and end up weak. They were here for two reasons: see the death of Danzo and make absolutely sure it worked. They knew better than anyone that Danzo was the trickiest bastard you would ever meet, and they knew most surviving root members were still loyal to him and would try to save his life if given the chance, and were going to be a part of the execution squad charged with Danzo's death. Danzo walked atop the platform with his guards and was tied to the pole. From there he could see the crowds and the Konoha 11 with access to the front row there. Hand in Naruto's death took its toll worst, so when Tsunade told them it was a mistake, a cloud of guilt washed over them. They avoided the Suna guests like the plague on Tsunade's orders for fear Gaara will flip and kill them. Shikamaru looked a little more depressed. Apparently Gaara's sister Tamari didn't want to speak to him, and even then Gaara would forbid his sister from being with anyone of Konoha regardless. Danzo found them pathetic. This is what his village had protecting it. He didn't think it would last another year with these good-for-nothing children at the helm. Once you cut the root off the tree it will fall. A pity, he thought to himself, a sadden for his beloved Konoha. Tsunade raised her hand in the air, silencing the crowd with chakra-enhanced vocals. She spoke, "People of Konoha and of Suna, we are here today to witness the death of a traitor, Danzo Shimura. You have been judged by the council and Hokage of Konohagakure and by the honored Kazekage of Sunagakure and have been found guilty on all accounts and will be executed by means of the Great Element Release Execution." The Great Element's execution was created by Hiruzen Sarutobi during the Great Shinobi War, separating into 5 clones of himself. They would then use Hiruzen's strongest jutsu of their particular given element in sequence into the single most destructive attack that can be done by a single shinobi in recorded jutsu history, and cemented Hiruzen Sarutobi's titles as the Professor for his mastery of the elements, and more famously, the God of Shinobi for being able to pull off such a move to begin with. When it comes to traitors of Danzo's skill as a shinobi, it was a don't take any chances jutsu, even if it is known as the overkill jutsu, and Tsunade thought it would be a nice middle finger to Danzo killing him with the third's legendary jutsu, but seeing as no one shinobi can pull of the attack, it would be a 5 shinobi attack with Asuma for the wind, Sasuke for fire, Himura for earth, Kaharu for water, finished of Kakashi's Chidori for the most likely unneeded killing blow. Hiruzen's former teammates and son jumped at the opportunity for revenge for their father and friend Sasuke because of the evidence he found of the Uchiha massacre, for Danzo's former arm and eye, and about Itachi's role, while not absolving his brother any if at all. It brought to light on a great many things about his family which angered and saddened him greatly. Danzo's death is for his brother and family. Kakashi was going to do it to regain any honor he still had left. Naruto's death affected him worst of all, with another comrade dead by his hand and lying to Iruka about the truth. Kakashi felt like he was the biggest failure of Team 7, Minato and Konoha. He had failed his own teachings and hoped Naruto's spurt could forgive him. Finally the time has come. Tsunade raised her hand to signal the execution on Till. And here I thought the condemned were allowed some last words. Hokage-sama, Danzo said with smirk. Tsunade's eye widened. How? Jiraiya said in surprise and anger, only for a smiling Danzo to open his mouth and lifting his tongue to show the nullification seal under it all become annoyingly clear to Jiraiya how Danzo got past his silence seal twice no less. Tsunade mentally cursed Danzo. He got her with her own grandfather's law. She was wishing her grandpa didn't write so many merciful laws when he built Konoha. The whole point of the seal was to keep that from happening. People of Konohagakure. Danzo shouted for all to hear as silence fell on the crowd. My name is Danzo Shimura, Root Commander, the Dark Hokage Shinobi of Konohagakure. I am all these things, but the one thing I am not is a traitor. I have served Konohagakure for decades doing what must be done, but today I am being punished for doing my duties as protector of the great tree. But even my beloved village can make monsters. First there is Me, the faithful commander of Root, then Orochimaru, man-made monsters, the both of us. The last but not by far the least, the Kyuubi brat Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze the Fourth's legacy and son. Danzo had to laugh at the expression from the crowd. You people have been tormenting and now killed the very child of your greatest heroes Minato Namikaze and Kuisha Uzumaki, ha ha ha. Danzo laughed insanely, all sense finally leaving him. And the best part is from stopping Gaara to making Tsunade Hokage to all the treaties and trading agreements he has gotten for us, he has done more for the village than any of you have or will ever do, and because of your bigotry you never knew what was so obviously staring at you right in the face the whole time. This village has lost a fine shinobi and what could have been an even greater weapon. If you think about it, you're all just as guilty as me. Danzo in a wide still cackling smile looked at them all. It was only a matter of time before your torture and tormenting would have taken its toll on him. He wasn't the Kyuubi, you morons. You have been taking your revenge on an innocent child this whole time. He saved this village when he was minutes old. I want you all to remember that for the rest of your miserable lives. Danzo's hideous cackle echoed through the crowd of guilty, sad and angry villagers and shinobi. Tsunade with rage and sadness yelled at the execution squad to fire. Their hesitation due to shock of this revolution was all Danzo needed. I may die here today but not by your order, Senju. Danzo activated his suicide seal and started convalescing, a smile on his face knowing that civilians and shinobi alike are going to look for something or someone to blame for the secret behind Naruto's life and now death. Tsunade won't be able to stop them. It was never his intention to die like this, but he'll savor the ever so small victory with his last breaths, or so he thought as he was dying. Sand covered his body, his dying eye widened when that last thing he heard was sand coffin. A dying but shocked Danzo exploded into bloody chunks that spilled on the horrified crowd. Many turned to see Gaara in his usual crossed-armed stance, same usual look on his face. He didn't know if Danzo died before being crushed, but he hoped Danzo didn't. Without a single word spoken, Gaara made his way to the gates. Tsunade quickly made her way to the cage but was stopped by his bodyguards and siblings, weapons drawn. Lord Cage, she yelled. Gaara continued walking but said, "Forget the meeting, Senju. I've had enough of Konoha to last me a lifetime. Please, Lord Cage," Tsunade said, begging in her voice. "We were tricked by Danzo. I never wanted any of this to happen, not to anyone and not to Naruto." The name itself out loud broke her heart. He was like a son to me, tears running down her cheeks. Temari couldn't help but scoff. "Some mother you are then. Naruto saved my brother's life and saved your village more time than I doubt any of you could count, and this is how you repay him." The words that came from Temari cut like a knife on her soul. Temari then turned to the Konoha 11, especially Shikamaru. "I cannot believe you all. Naruto, your friend, your comrade, someone who almost died for you more than once, who would have done it gladly to know you were safe. How? Could you do it? Did any of you even protest?" Neji spoke up on behalf of his friends and Cage. "We were following orders given to us by Hokage-sama. We didn't want to do any more than she liked ordering, but at the time he was a major danger, being controlled by the Kyuubi. Or so we thought. It took a week just for us to gather the nerve to do this mission." The depression was heard loud and clear in his voice. Gaara didn't want to hear any more. "We are leaving. I will discuss this with the Suna Council. Until then, Konohagakure is on very thin ice. Don't come anywhere near my territory or it's war, understood?" Tsunade nodded, not wanting to anger him any further. And another reason to thank Naruto. From what she heard, the old Gaara would have murdered everyone right then and there. It would be violent, bloody retribution for their willful murder of his most treasured friend and most likely second brother. She told her men that rushed to her aid to stand down and allowed Gaara to leave. With Danzo's death and the truth about Naruto's heritage, deeds and death, Konoha had a lot to think about. All Tsunade could do is prepare for the worst that is yet to come. The day Gaara left was the day Konoha will remember as one of the worst days in village's history. During the execution of the traitor Danzo Shimura, they failed to keep him from revealing the truth about Naruto's death and failing to notice wave merchants in the village to sell their merchandise. When they returned to wave, they went straight to the village leader, the bridge builder Tazuna, who was not pleased at all. The Konoha-Suna alliance was still active, mainly due to the Cage's brother Kankuro. After explaining to Gaara that as much as he himself hated to defend the village after what they did to his brother and leader's best friend, Gaara had to understand that one ninja, no matter how great of a man he was not a good enough reason to abandon Konoha. Kankuro's reasons were more for military backing in times of war. Suna didn't fully recover yet from the losses of the Suna-Oto invasion, and Konoha did sign a new treaty after that. So Gaara could consider Konoha and Suna, even Kankuro, was to oversee the new treaty to be signed on Gaara's behalf. Believe it or not, the makeup-wearing puppeteer can be a very good negotiator when he needs to be. This new treaty ensured Konoha would back Suna but also give the Cage all missions coming from Spring Country with no hassle from now on, and the resource they needed at a lower price. Konoha was backed into a corner with their old contacts and allies disappearing in rumors of a war with Iwagakure. After hearing Konoha didn't have a Jinchuriki anymore and had to agree Konoha was still the strongest village, but the Naruto incident, as it is called, cost the village a fortune with non-military countries that Naruto had a hand in, and lost respect from military villages for being so easily manipulated into killing one of their own, even though it was the son of the hated Yellow Flash and the Red Devil. It actually made it worse. Iwagakure would have tried to kill Naruto if they knew who he was. That much is true, but figured the son of the Yellow Flash would most likely be Konohagakure's version of royalty, so they were shocked to say the least, but saw an opportunity for a takeover of their most hated enemy now that they were short in legacy and, more importantly, a Jinchuriki. Kumogakure the Hokage did respect the fourth Hokage, even though he wouldn't admit it, and his blood brothers with a Jinchuriki like the Hokages before him as well, so hearing such treatment of the fourth son disappointed him greatly. This realization just how far Konoha has fallen. Kurigakure was too busy fighting a civil war to care much about it, but still news travels fast. The Land of Waves cut the trade agreement in half, only really hiring Konoha to do guard duty on their caravans when they were passing through Fire Country on the way to other nations. They were barely C-ranked missions when Wave used to pay for A-ranked. It was that or loss it altogether. A statue was built over the Great Naruto Bridge in memory of their fallen hero. Cell 7 was banished from stepping foot in Wave territory under threat of total contact termination. Spring's daimyo Koyuki Kazuhana gave all her country's missions Sunagakure. Following word of the Naruto incident, she didn't outright ban Konoha from Spring lands, but she did use her old contacts in the filmmaking industry to put an embargo on movies going to Konoha, costing the village a little bit of revenue because they're one of the only places in Fire Country that can accommodate a movie theater. The financial crisis got so bad for the first few years after the war that the council outvoted the Hokage when it came to dipping into the joint Uzumaki Namikaze bank account, seeing as there was no living relatives for the money to go to. It saved the village but depleted it altogether. Jiraiya was heartbroken, using his dead students and wife's funds and his now deceased godson's inheritance to save a village he was starting to despise. Even worse, some counselors were found dipping into those funds for their own gain. Jiraiya's anger was stuff of legends after that. The once known Konoha 11 were now known as the Kyuubi killers to many in the village, who, even knowing of Naruto's heritage, they were still happy now the beast was dead, and to many others like the Ichiraku family, the traitor 11, the knowledge of what they have done hunted many of the legendary ninja. Team Guy split up. Rock Lee, realizing his actions cost him a rival and, more importantly, a friend, thought his flames of youth had now been taken, and as punishment for himself left the team in the tutelage of his longtime sensei friend and father figure Might Guy, stating, "I will not have your flames of youth end with mine." Rock Lee still trains non-stop but does not have the same vigor as he did after his self-exile from his sensei and friends. Neji, as while left gaining back his faith in fate, he now spends most of his time at the side of his cousin Hinata, keeping her safe from the world that would harm her when he wasn't on an Ambu mission or spending time with Tenten. Tenten spends most of her time as a blacksmith. She still takes missions and has joined Anbu. She didn't really know Naruto personally outside the occasional mission, but to see what he did for Neji and Lee made her sad. Depriving the world of such a positive presence to those around him hurt her. She still trained with Guy but noticed the loss of his students hurt her. Normally over the top teacher to no end. Teammate depression and new goals. Hinata couldn't believe the news following Danzo's execution about Naruto. She loved him like no other and always saw a hero in the making and a future Hokage she would follow no matter what, but when informed by Tsunade about Naruto being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and ordered for the mission to assassinate him to prove her loyalty to clan and country, Hinata couldn't believe it was she being manipulated by the Kyuubi the whole time. Was Naruto being controlled by it? If so, when? She couldn't believe it, but she trusted the Hokage. It hurt her more than anything to help in his murder, even more to find out it was for no reason, just a paranoid delusion of Danzo. She cried in her room for weeks on end. Even her father left her alone but came out with a sense of purpose. She vowed to change her ways in Naruto's memory by any means necessary. Eventually she beat her father in combat and became the new Hyuga clan head. Kiba may not admit it easily, but he saw Naruto as many thing, a friend, a rival for Hinata's affection, and most importantly a member of his pack. It's the Inuzuka clan's way of making an outsider feel like family. He may have picked on Naruto from time to time, but that was Kita's way of showing brotherly affection for the blonde. After word got out, Kiba fell into a depression, only really holding it in until he and Hinata would meet privately. He wasn't trying anything, he just wanted to comfort his longtime teammate and friend. He vowed to ensure the safety of the pack by any means, going so far to make it a witnessed blood oath. Shino, much like Kiba, saw Naruto as a hive member. The Abarames, much like the insects they carry, believe that one must never betray the hive. To do so betrays one's very being. Shino's only comfort was that the Hokage, the queen, ordered his death, and like the good soldier he was, he followed those orders. Shino still had his emotions hidden like always, but to an Abarame he might as well be screaming his pain to the world. He also joined Ambu as a means of escape from his day-to-day. Team 10 overworking. Shikamaru did everything in his being to forget about the tragedy he took part in. The formerly lazy Nara has been putting all hands on deck. He has put everything he has into his training, his skills in strategy, and helping his father in being the new Hokage advisor. Shikamaru hasn't stopped for the last couple of years. People assumed it was so Shikamaru can be Konoha's ambassador to Suna, but he and Temari haven't talked since she left. Ino become a full member of T&I in good standing since the Naruto incident, taking her job very seriously. She ditched her ditzy persona and has spent her time working. Choji wanted to quit being a shinobi altogether and only really stays because of his clan name and for his best friend Shikamaru's sake. He has since been working as a cook at his family restaurant. When not on missions he dropped 50 pounds due to his lack of eating since the incident. Despite the Akamichi's will and works more on his political education. Team 7 undermanned, overcompensating. Sakura spent her days crying privately in her home by night and giving a warm smile to patients by day. She continued to work in Konohagakure Hospital, focused on only her work. She took Naruto's death very hard. She reflected on her treatment of her teammate as kids, then comrades, then murderer and victim. She couldn't help but realize she was nicest to him the days before his assassination at her hands. She hasn't spoken to anyone in quite some time, expirations being her parents, her mother for her kind words, and her father doing everything in his power to see his little girl smile again. Sakura as continues to train with Tsunade, but now just for medical reasons. The Konohagakure suicide rate went up from shinobi that mistreated Naruto, who severed with the late Uzumaki and Namikaze. Sasuke only really showed by chance while on a mission from Otogakure when he bumped to the Konoha team when they were about to kill Naruto. Regardless of his shock at the situation, he saw a chance to strike. He wanted Naruto dead for the power it would bring him, but Naruto, in a way, had got the last laugh. Naruto had a knife strapped behind his waist when Sasuke unexpectedly showed and stabbed Naruto with his sword. The blade Naruto had slashed upward, taking one of the Uchiha's legendary eyes before falling to his death off a cliff into the river below. The pain Sasuke felt was enough of a distraction for Jiraiya to knock him out. He was brought back to Konoha and placed in a cell for his crimes. He was there for 3 months. When he was brought before the council, Sasuke had to choose between swearing full allegiance to Konohagakure, have a seal placed on him preventing him from ever trying to escape the village again and help take down Orochimaru, or be executed for his crimes right then and there. He chose life. Since then he has done everything and anything to prove his loyalty and has started to feel guilty over the death of his one-time best friend. Sasuke has been a recluse when not on missions. He proved his loyalty after his fight with Danzo when he saved the Hokage's life. He is now an Ambu captain. Kakashi rejoined Ambu for a time but quit following a dispute with fellow agents. He was placed on leave from duty and has been seen wandering around the village looking lost and depressed, finding out he killed his sensei's son. He has been forced into therapy. Tsunade did not want another Jiraiya Sanin trail of self-destruction. Tsunade's order to send the Kyuubi killers on the loyalty test in the way of the assassination of Naruto Uzumaki damaged her job and life. Trying to do right by Naruto's name, she had a tombstone made in his honor and a funeral. Even though Naruto's body was never found, she would send Konohagakure's best trackers, but no successful finds. She wanted to quit being Hokage, but in Naruto's memory she stayed. She has since quit drinking on the job, even though she lives with the hell of a clear mind when doing it. Jiraiya has taken to the drink like an old lover. Is almost never in his right mind and has been having recurring dreams of his student Minato and Kushina attempting to kill him. Has had multiple suicide attempts after the ass-kicking from Tenchi Ichiraku of all people. He has since been forced to move into Tsunade's houses so his teammate and help him battle his depression. He has also destroyed the blueprints for the seal he used on Naruto to stop the Kyuubi. The Init Jinchuriki seal has been sought after since, to his great shame and displeasure. Orochimaru would have most likely laughed for days about what happened to Naruto if it wasn't for losing Sasuke in the process and hearing his former apprentice and future host now only had one eye and teamed back up with Konohagakure to kill him. He has since gone totally off the map but suspected to reappear when he can take his revenge. The Konohamaru Corp knew hated and goals. Konohamaru was sad, angry and depressed. Naruto was his friend, his boss, his rival and brother all round into one. Naruto was the first to see him for more than Hiruzen Sarutobi's grandson and treated him like any other comrade. Konohamaru has on more than one occasion tried to kill Sasuke but continues to lose. Tsunade keeps him from being arrested. He now puts all his time into training and doesn't look at the traitor 11 as any more than that. His uncle Asuma has tried everything to apologize for the sack for his students, but it fell on deaf ears. His dream has changed form, wanting to be Hokage for the village to being one, so he can't get rid of Tsunade from the position. Moagi follows Konohamaru's lead and feels just as bad about Naruto but has tried to get him off his fixation on revenge. Udon backs his friends but harbors little faith in their future accomplishments. The Ichiraku's out the door. Tenchi Ichiraku was many things in his life: a loving father and ramen chefs. A generally happy and proud man, but before that an lesser known fact was he served Konohagakure, a shinobi. Before a knee injury forced him to retirement. Even lesser known information was he was on the same team as Minato Namikaze, which was how he liked it. He didn't fight anymore and was more than proud to work with his daughter every day for the rest of his life. He knew both of Naruto's parents but only realized it after seeing the boy eat ramen like his dad. He even secretly tried adopting him but was unable to. By the third, it broke the old man's heart to deny Tenchi, but he didn't say why. When Jiraiya entered his stand, his combat experience kick in and in a blind rage beat his former sensei almost to death and verbally did the same. The last thing he did was throw a knife in front of Jiraiya and walked away. Ayame was distorted at the loss of her little brother. She banned half the village from their stand and her father spent some of the savings to leave the village. She managed to start a new ramen stand in Wave where they have reserved praise all around the other nations. Shizune loyal but bitter. Shizune continues to remain by her Kage aunt and mother figure's side, but Naruto's death made her feel a little worse for the wear. She was there when Tsunade issued the assassination of Naruto. It hurt her dearly to think the very person who saved Tsunade's and hers life once was going to die on Tsunade's order. When the truth came out, Tsunade and hers relationship took a nosedive. She is still working for her mentor but is still cold, a distant when to mood sets in. Iruka, the father that lost his son. When Iruka heard the news, he had the worst time hearing it. He was so angry, so sad at the loss of he boy he thought of as a little brother, then later a son. He stormed through the village like a madman. The humble school teacher destroyed several Ambu bodyguards to get to the Hokage's office. He then kicked down Tsunade's door and threw his headband at her and quit in spectacular fashion. The same day he was spotted leaving the village before an explosion was heard at the Uchiha compound. Konoha hasn't heard from him since, but that day would always be known as Iruka's rage. The end of Akatsuki. The only good news that came out of the Naruto incident, if you're not one of the villages that celebrated the real end of the Yellow Flash and Red-Haired Demon's bloodline, was after a year the Akatsuki organization fell apart due to being unable to get the Kyuubi. Many members of the organization didn't see a point in catching the remaining Jinchuriki and left the organization. Pain, Nagato, and Konan only joined Tobi, Obito, as a means to bring peace to the world, but with Naruto's death and word getting out of a seal preventing the Kyuubi from reforming later, they saw no reason to deal with the arrogance of the Uchiha. They teamed up on Tobi, who escaped in a time warp. Both continue serving as a Mikage and chief second in Omegakure. Itachi left following the news and went off the radar. He occasionally appeared in Konoha to see his brother's progress but finds himself saddened each time at the sight of his one-eyed little brother. Itachi cursed Danzo. Itachi was dying, he was going blind, and his brother lacked the ambition to kill him right now. It made matters worse that Itachi himself was called the last loyal Uchiha when the truth came out about the massacre in a revenge ploy by Orochimaru's agents. Deidara quit following Itachi. The Mad Bomber tried to blow up the Uchiha but was killed following the attack by self-destruction. Iwagakure paid a heavy sum to the bounty hunter Kakuzu, who after witnessing the death made a deal. He will take the money for Deidara but in return provide Itachi with his underworld contacts. Both parties agreed. Kakuzu, due to the organization's now lack of money, left immediately. He was offered a job by the same shadow company that makes the bingo books, and the offer of cash and the erase of his bounty was too good to be true. He has since been working still as a bounty hunter but also does accounting with Kakuzu. You pay your debts on time, no expectations. Hidan disappeared from the organization but was later found in the ruins of his former home Yugakure that he destroyed and rebuilt as temple in Jushin's glory. Somehow he has gotten enough followers and financial backing to be a legitimate threat. The madman of Jushin is now the high priest of distraction. Kisame rejoined Kirihekure with the rebellion. He saved the new Mizukage Mai and revived amnesty for his crimes against the former Mizukage. Zetsu has yet to be found. Konoha, a root regrowing. Tsunade was busy in her office when she got an unexpected visit. It was Sai of all people. After Danzo's death, many root agents were captured. With the help of Sai, some were even welcomed into Anbu. Tsunade spoke, "Sai, how can I help you?" Sai, still not really able to talk with emotion, just said, "Hokage-sama, I'm here to ask you to bring back the root Anbu with only the remaining former members." Tsunade was surprised. "What? Why on earth would I do that? Hokage-sama, many of the root members have served the division since before Third Sama's decree to disband it. Others like myself were born in root. This is all we know. Anbu does not work the way we are accustomed to, and we still have Danzo's words echoing in the back of our minds to defend the great tree or die trying. That is root all. It's all we have ever were and will be." Tsunade spoke, "Sai, if Danzo still has control over many of you, how can I trust you to be any different than him?" Sai gave her a serious look. Danzo was mad with power, Hokage-sama, but his message was true: defeat the enemies and defend the great tree, and because we would report to you and you alone till the last of us is gone. No new members, just the remaining root shinobi. Anbu already does that. Why does root not like it? Anbu will never trust root. In their eyes we are but lucky traitors. His head lowered at that, but he continued. And in root's eyes Anbu is too soft and slow to act. At least in root we know where we stand with one another. Tsunade huffed. "I'll give the matter some thought and give you my sincere answer by the end of the week." Sai bowed. "That's all we ask, Hokage-sama." Sunagakure unfortunately has to forgive. When Gaara returned to his village, he remained calm and cool as his people cheered their Kage's safe return. When he got to his office, however, Gaara went to a liquor cabinet that was behind a secret door in a bookshelf. The first Kage had installed Gaara's predecessor was a smart man, a businessman, and unwavering when it came his people, but even he liked the occasional drink. Gaara wasn't much for the stuff, but he had another reasons for the cabinet. There was a specific bottle he was looking for. When he found it, he took it out and brought it to his desk. He sat there looking at it for a few minutes until his door opened and his brother Kankuro walked in and with a serious tone said, "Kage-sama, we need to talk." Gaara nodded without taking his eyes off the bottle. It was rare his older brother used his official title. He only ever said it on business to other villages or in very serious matters. "What is it, Kankuro?" "It's about what happened in Konoha." Gaara's eyes narrowed. "I see." As Kankuro sat down, he finally noticed the bottle his brother was staring at. "What is it?" "This it is Wind County spiced wine. It's made with the scorched grapes by Wind Temple monks. It's worth a small fortune." "Are you going to drink it?" "No." "Then why is it out?" "This bottle was supposed to be a gift for Naruto." "Naruto? For when he became Hokage, I was going to bring it to him and have a celebrity drink. As you know, I very rarely drink, so this bottle was for that very special occasion. Now it will just be a reminder of a dream that will never become reality." Kankuro looked down sadly. His brother's voice remained the same, but he knew the underlying message. "Gaara, I'm sorry. Naruto was a good man and friend, and I wish I wasn't the one to say this, but we have to remain allies with Konoha." Gaara shot up from his chair and yelled, "Those bastards betrayed and murdered Naruto. Why must I let that go unpunished?" Gaara screamed at Kankuro, who remained calm. "Because you're the Kage of Sunagakure now, Gaara. This is a political job as much as it is a military one. When we attacked Konoha 3 years ago, we lost far too many ninja. Konoha was willing to sign another alliance with us, and we need their military backing as well as their resources to survive, and we can't let a personal vendetta get in the way of that. You know this. Gaara, Naruto is gone, but in the end he was one ninja. In the grand scheme of things, he's not worth losing our village over. It was a mistake, yes, but they were manipulated by Danzo, who's dead now, just as we were once manipulated by Orochimaru. You have to understand that." Gaara was still angry. "Don't think for a moment that I don't realize this, brother. I've gone over the numbers. If we don't remain allies, it could escalate it to a war. They're afraid of more enemies, but what can I do? Just to let something like this slide will make us look weak." Gaara said, unsure, but Kankuro looked at his little brother and leader that he'd follow into hell without being asked. "Konoha is going to want to resign another alliance with us out of desperation and to assurance that the old one won't be broken. That gives us the window of opportunity to make some demands, yet supply the same things we already brought to the table. In return, it will take a while for them to realize this, so we have time to get our facts straight. Till then we can have a non-hostility agreement with them." To say Gaara was surprised at Kankuro's diplomacy was an understatement. "How do you know all this?" Kankuro gave Gaara a sad smile. "When father was trying to make you into a weapon, he trained Tamari and I in diplomacy and negotiations. We've had teachers just for that sense as long as I can remember. I believe we were supposed to hold your leech when he died, and one of us was supposed to the next cage. But all things considered, Gaara, I'm happy it's you. You deserve this more than anyone, and we will always have your back." Gaara smiled at his brother but then needed to ask, how is Temari holding up? Kankuro frowned, she's not happy with Konoha Shikamaru, especially she thought he was smarter than this, but she's more worried about you. Gaara nodded, I'll see her after I finish some paperwork, it will distract me for the time being from current events. Kankuro looked at him, no you to need each other right now, go, I'll cover for you. Is that an order to your cage? If it needs to be, it's an order from your big brother. Very well, think you can handle it, it's not known as the cage's madness for nothing. I'll be fine. Gaara walked to the door, suit yourself. As he walked out, Kankuro waited for the door to close and give it another minute before he smirked and summoned clones of himself that got to work while he went to take a nap. Over the cures of the last 10 years, Konohagakure as seen war 5 years ago, Iwagakure tried to attack Tsunade on a diplomatic assignment to said village. Her and Jiraiya along with their bodyguards Shikamaru and Kiba managed to escape by killing their way out. It was war. After that, Konoha with the aid of Sunagakure won the war and kept up the name of the strongest village of the 5 great villages, but it survived only by a thread. Since then the village has been accepting contracts that have not been very appealing to the Hokage and on occasion thanked herself for allowing Sai to bring back the root organization, as they personally didn't care about or needed money and allowed it to go into the village. And given some of the requirements of the jobs, the emotionally void ninjas were the only ones capable of completing them. The only other source of income was the backing of the Fire Daimyo, who was rather keen on keeping Konoha the strongest village, even if he was at the same time sad for the death of the Yellow Flash's son. He took it personally as he grew to respect the poor boy's father and D2C ranked missions which don't really need anything like trained Ambu or Jonin. Sunagakure's cage Gaara, now 26, got some satisfaction in seeing Konoha get knocked down a peg. Learning much about the art of diplomacy from his siblings, he managed to get the support of Karigakure's new Mizukage, who was impressed by her fellow red-headed cage enough to sign an alliance. It was enough for Sunagakure to take Iwagakure's place as the 3rd great village, followed by Karigakure with Iwagakure for last place, but Kumogakure was still in 2nd and Konoha in 1st, but still Gaara's village has never been better. Konoha present day. The date October 10th has had a long, terrible history in the village from the Kyuubi attack that resulted in the death of the 4th Hokage and his wife Kushina, to the birthday of Naruto Uzumaki and the beginning of almost 2 decades of torment for the boy. Indeed, October 10th is a staple of Konoha's history. As a cursed day, the annual festival and memorial was on its way. The festival was for the Kyuubi attack and the memorial was for Naruto Uzumaki. After his heritage was revealed to the world, there were many who wanted to make peace with what they have done to the child that saved the village, only to be mistreated by the very people he saved. Others unbelievably still didn't believe it, that said it was Danzo's way of getting back at the villager, that maybe he himself was being manipulated by the Kyuubi into doing the things he did. Naruto's grave was routinely desecrated by these people and mended by others. It caused quite a bit of infighting between the village. On this day of October 10th, the Hokage would get a protection contract for the devil himself. The Hokage's office. Tsunade just ordered some Ambu to arrest some anti-Naruto and pro-Naruto protesters. When Shizune came in, she looked at the Hokage with a little shock and confusion in her eyes, but talked to her as calmly as she could. Hokage-sama, there is someone here to see you. Tsunade looked up from her work and noticed the look in Shizune's eyes. What's wrong? Who is it? I don't know, but a daimyo apparently sent him. He's looking to hire Konoha for protection. Tsunade looked at her longtime assistant and said, send him in. Shizune nodded and waved the person and his guards in and bowed to him and closed the door. At first glance, the Hokage took an instant dislike of him. The person in question was a rather young-looking man. In his mid-20s, he had short jet black hair and same colored goatee and mustache, giving him an older look. He had green eyes that seemed to have a lot malicious about them and a grin on his face that told Tsunade he thought he was better than everyone and wasn't afraid. To back it up, he wore a green and black Victorian-styled trench coat over a black dress shirt and green vest, and tie black pants and boots that reached tightly up to his shins. On his head was a green stove-top hat with a black loop around it, and around his waist was a green sash with black outlines, the symbols on it. The first she didn't recognize. It was a clawed right hand, but the second symbol was for the land of steel trees. It was tied neatly on his right hand side, hanging freely down to his knee, and in his right hand he was holding a black cane with a silver skulled pummel she suspected had a hidden blade. He walked around to the Hokage's office and stopped at the pictures of the past Hokage and was staring intently at the 4th's photo. His bodyguards accompanying him wore regular black Suits with matching dress shirts and boots but with green ties and belts, black top hats with green loops, and on their belts were daggers, and in their jackets Tsunade spotted kunai holsters. She had very serious doubts that any of the 4 bodyguards knew ninjutsu or jijutsu, but they were most likely taijutsu experts, and the guy they were protecting was definitely a master of the trade. Tsunade wanted to be careful. She didn't like him, but Konoha needed funds. Tsunade looked at the man and said, "Welcome to Konohagakure, mister." He didn't bother to look at the Hokage and instead continued to look at the Hokage pictures on the wall. "You can call me Green," he said. "It's an obvious fake name, but I'll humor you. What's the job?" "An SS rank protection mission for myself. Here's the list of the shinobi I require and the price I'm willing to pay per head." One of his men gave Tsunade the paper. She looked at the list and her eyes widened. Green wanted the now Konoha 10 with Kakashi and Jiraiya and Sasuke, and the money for each of them. He couldn't be serious in a SS rank protection mission is reserved for royalty during times of war, not for regular people unless they're extremely rich, and given he's offering 10,000 feet 000 ryo per shinobi on the list, Tsunade couldn't back down. "Although your offer for Konoha's protection is a great and generous one, but I have a couple of things you and I need to talk about first." Green looked at the Hokage. "I get it, you need to see the money in advance." He snapped his fingers and another 4 men with matching clothes as his bodyguards came through the door with briefcases and opened them. Inside was 280 million ryo in cash. With that money, Konoha would be debt-free for a good long time. Tsunade looked at him calmly, even though inside she was amazed. "Seeing the money is one thing, yes, but it's about some of the people on this list. Why them?" Green smiled. "I have an assassin after me, and I'd feel a whole lot safer with one of the legendary Sannin, a student of Orochimaru, the only living student of your 4th Hokage, and the Kyuubi killers." Tsunade didn't like that last part. "The name Kyuubi killers should never be used in my presence." The smile didn't leave Green's face. "Would you have preferred the traitor 11? Green said with a larger smile at the Hokage's irritation. "Neither. Look, it doesn't matter to me what you call them, doesn't change the fact I want them. Can you supply the people I want or not? That is one of the things I would like to talk to you about." "I'm all ears." "Well, in regards to, she retired from her shinobi duties 4 years ago and is now head doctor at Konoha General Hospital. Jiraiya is needed on a regular basis as the Hokage advisor and Hinata Hyuga as a clan head. None of them can be sent out, but I can get you some of our top Anbu too." "No," Green said, cutting her off. "I know what I want, Tsunade Senju. If money is the issue, I can double it for these 3, but I want the people on that list, no more no less, or none at all," he ended with a serious tone. Tsunade knows the village needs funds, but she really wanted to beat this man to death. "You're not used to not getting what you want, are you?" "I was used to it for a long time, Hokage, right up until I started taking what I wanted." Tsunade sighed. "If you would be so kind, I'll see what I can do to get them to join. 3 days is all I ask." Green walked to the door and smiled at Tsunade. "Then that's all the time you have, Hokage. Just give me results and the end of it." One of Green's men opened the door for him when he stopped. "By the way, where can I find the Uzumaki's grave?" Tsunade openly glared at him. "Why do you want to know that?" "Just wondering what all the hubbub is about. People here seems to miss or hate him, even his killers." Green said, looking more innocent than before, but Tsunade didn't buy it for a moment but said, "In Konoha Cemetery. Shinobi Sector Common Area." Green smiled a humorous smile. "Even in death he still can't be near his parents," chuckling at Tsunade that the thought. He walked out. Tsunade looked at the door wide-eyed and angry, then saddened. Naruto's heritage was common knowledge now, but his grave was in the area for the common shinobi. That particular area was for shinobi who were orphans or clanless, instead of being buried in the Hokage sector where the Hokages and their immediate family go, where his father and mother are. But due to the council not seeing eye to eye, Naruto was put in the common area as what was supposed to be a happy medium for those who wanted him buried in a Konoha grave and those who didn't want him buried in Konoha at all. Konoha Cemetery. Flowers were tossed on a grave. It was marked with, "Here lies Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze of Konoha, a shinobi comrade and friend, a true hero everywhere he went." The man known as Green stared at the grave in amusement, looking at the flowers already placed and the graffiti calling Naruto a demon bastard, and, "I'm glad you're dead, filth." As he was watching, one of his men was apologizing to him. Apparently one of his places was attacked and a lot of his men are now dead. "It appears his coming, sir. What should we do?" "Which place this time?" Green said calmly and really uncaring given the news. "One of your narcotics labs in the Blaze village, sir." "Well, that's about 4 days if you run non-stop, so no worries, we'll be gone by then, maybe." "Maybe, sir." "Yes, maybe. I am rather enjoying it here, and besides, I doubt even he would come attack me in the middle of Konoha." Sir, with all due respect, ease. A look from Green shut him up, then he bowed. Forgive me, sir. Don't mention it, I get it, you're a little scared of our friend, what with him trying to kill us and all, but don't worry, it's all under control like always. Green gave the man a reassuring smile, but he found it more frightening than anything. At Konoha General Hospital, Sakura Hiruno's office. Sakura was sitting down at her desk drinking sake, an unfortunate bad habit she got from her mentor, half-handedly looking over medical paperwork, but really thinking about the old days in Team 7. She hated the festival. Every time it came, she'd work a double shift to take her mind off of it, and with the constant fights that happened between the anti and pro Naruto leagues, the hospital was never short on staff to have something to do. In her musings of the past, she failed to notice the knock at her door till it got louder. She looked at the door, hid her drink and said, "Come in." The door opened to reveal Tsunade. Sakura put her drink back on her desk and filled another glass. "Tsunade-sama," Tsunade said with a warm smile. "How have you been?" Sakura leaned back in her chair and took a sip of her drink. Tsunade looked at her. "That good, eh? I guess you've been overworking as usual." Tsunade ended with a sigh. "What's this about, Tsunade-sama? We haven't gotten together in a while, and you know I don't like being bothered during the festival time." Tsunade knew all too well Sakura's feelings about the festival. She still hasn't forgiven herself or Tsunade about the Naruto incident. Tsunade gave Sakura an apologetic look. "Sakura, this is going to be hard to ask, but I need you to return to active duty as a shinobi." Tsunade flinched at the 1,000-yard stare Sakura gave her. "What was that, Hokage-sama?" Tsunade gave her a sympathetic look. "We have a client going by Green. He is paying for a SS rank protection contract with Konoha, but he wants Jiraiya, Sasuke and Kakashi and the Konoha 10 as a whole, you included. If he doesn't get all of you, he'll straight up cancel the whole thing. Sakura, Konoha needs the funding and what he's offering we can't ignore. I wouldn't come to you if it wasn't this important." Sakura was angry. She had retired from the shinobi life after the war was over and has spent the last 4 years healing the people of Konoha and trying her best to get over her personal demons. She worked her way to being head doctor and surgeon. To ask this now, she looked at Tsunade. "Why me? Why can't he get some else?" Sakura yelled in anger. "I'm sorry, Sakura, but Konoha must come first in this. You must understand that sacrifices have to be made in order for the village's survival." Sakura glared at Tsunade. "Sounds like something Danzo would say." "That's not fair, Sakura. Neither is this, Tsunade. After everything that happened between us, you would take away everything I've worked hard for. How do you even know he's on the up and up?" Tsunade grabbed a glass Sakura poured earlier and chugged it. When she was done, she looked at Sakura. "He showed me the money he's offering, 10 million each, that's 280 million in total, and he even said he'd pay double for you, Jiraiya and Hinata. Do you understand what we could do with that money, Sakura?" Sakura gave questionable look. "Still SS rank protection? At that price, who or what is he running from?" "I don't know. I have 3 days to get you 3 to join, then we can get all the information and make a decision." "A decision that appears to have already been made, which is why I'm being forced back to active duty." "Oh, I'm sorry being asked." Sakura sighed. "Look, I know Konoha is in a bad place right now. I understand that much, Hokage-sama, but it's taken me years of non-stop work to get here. It wasn't just your training, it was my own. Well, now you want me to throw it out the window. How can you make up for that?" Tsunade was a little annoyed now. "Look, what happened with Naruto and the war is something that if given the chance I would change in a heartbeat, but I can't. All I can do is try to be the leader of this village, and right now it needs the money. I'm trying to keep any more wars from happening. Don't you dare think for a moment that you're the only one suffering." Sakura Haruno. Sakura glared at Tsunade. She long since lost her fear of the Hokage's legendary anger. "I had to kill my friend, my comrade, under your order, an order you didn't fully look into. I had to stop a whole armada of Iwa ninja to protect the MASH base I was at, and still had to deal with the death of my patients and staff because of the scouts that came from behind when reinforcements didn't arrive, because some royal assholes didn't see the point of spending the resources for the sick and dying, and you did nothing to stop that from happening." Sakura's glare intensified. "So don't tell me I can't complain when you come into my office to ask me to be a shinobi again to make some rich asshole happy." Tsunade understood where Sakura was coming from. Since Naruto's death, Tsunade could barely hold her own in the Hokage chair. The war with Iwagakure didn't help either. "Sakura, I have known suffering long before you were even born. I lost my brother, lover and drive to be the best." She looked at her former apprentice, sadness unhidden. "Naruto was the only person that was able to convince me to come back to Konoha and take up the mantle I hated so much." Tears fell from her eyes with every word. When I saw Naruto, I saw Naoki, I saw the son I never had or deserved to have. When I issued that order, I felt like not only was I killing Naruto, my only true successor and family next to Jiraiya, but the last piece of my soul. I keep the cage position and remain sober while doing it as my own punishment for the crime I have committed to such a good person that should have replaced me long ago. As angry as Sakura was with Tsunade, she was still sympathetic. I don't like this, but I'll join as the medic, but after this I'm done for good and you will never come to me like this again. Tsunade nodded. She left without saying a word while Sakura poured another drink, not really knowing which emotion to feel right now. Jiraiya, Tsunade's comrade and former teammate of Team Hiruzen. The official story is that he's the Hokage's advisor and spymaster of Konohagakure. In a way it's true. Jiraiya is still the spymaster, but times have been tough on him since Naruto's death. He drinks more than Tsunade ever did. He's quicker to anger and he doesn't even do his research anymore, to which Tsunade actually missed. She didn't like it, but at least it still showed that some small part of him was still alive. She's been having him take therapy, but it hasn't helped at all. Right now he's getting plastered at one of Konoha's shinobi-only bars, with all others in the room giving the legendary Sannin a wide berth, all except the one across the table from Jiraiya. It was Anko Mitarashi, the former student and only survivor of Team Orochimaru and third in command of T, and I wasn't one to run from anything, especially a drink. She sat there quietly, eyes locked on Jiraiya. It annoyed the Sannin to no end. He looked at her. "What do you want, Anko?" Jiraiya asked. Anko remained silent and had a sip of her drink. "Everyone else is smart enough to leave me alone, why not you?" Jiraiya said angrily. "It's not about being smart, it's about being scared of you, old man." "What? I know fear. I've experienced it because of that bastard teammate of yours, and I use it every day at work, and I am feared by reputation alone. I'm no Sannin, but I can be more scary than you could ever be." She stood up and whispers to Jiraiya, "I'm just making sure we don't have another Orochimaru." With that she left, walking past Tsunade, who was coming in. She walked over to a stunned Jiraiya and sat down at his booth and said, "How have you been, Jiraiya?" Tsunade mentally cursed herself for that one. He looked at her. "What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy drinking?" The years have not been good to Jiraiya. He had dark circles under his bloodshot eyes from lack of sleep due to a rescuing dream of Naruto and his father and mother's anger with him. He smelled of booze. His muscle tone has gotten thinner. His spiked hair got sticking and dirty due to lack of bathing, and depression was all too clear in his face. It broke his oldest friend's heart. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, waiting for a response till, "We have a new client going by green." Jiraiya looked at her puzzled. "Whoa, why should I care?" "Because he's paying for a SS rack protection mission at Demayo, precise 10 million per head." The money did interest Jiraiya. "That's a lot, but still, what does it have to do with me? I've seen the money, but I don't trust him as far as I can throw him." Jiraiya smirking a little. "You throw people pretty far, Tsunade." She glared at him. "He want Naruto's assassins as bodyguards, you including." That got Jiraiya angry. "What, why us?" "I don't know. I have Ambu following him around. I don't know what he's planning or who he's running from. I need you to keep tabs on him. Dig something up if you can before we take the mission. I don't want to, but Konoha needs money." Jiraiya lowered his head. "I've done so much for Konoha." "Tsunade, maybe too much. I lost my student because I wasn't there because of Konoha. I lost the woman I thought of as a daughter-in-law because of Konoha. I couldn't even be there for my godson because I had a spy network to look after for Konoha. I brought back my oldest friend to take up a position she despises because Konoha needed a leader, and with all that after, I just was finally thinking I could be the godfather I should have been. For 13 years I had to kill my godson because of Konoha's bigotry and the suspicion of a psychopath." He poured another drink. "Everything I've lost for this village. I understand now why you didn't want to come back and why you punished yourself now." A tear ran down his eye. "I'm sorry, Tsunade, I'm so sorry." With a look from their Hokage, all shinobi left the bar, and the bartender walked over to the booth, dropped off a bottle and 2 glasses and locked the door of the bar and left to give them some privacy. In the Konoha Memorial Festival, Asuma and Kurenai were walking around checking out the sights. As they were, Asuma noticed something. It was the young man known as Green with his guards. Both he and Kurenai saw the Ambu on the roofs watching as he walked nonchalantly with his cane. He passed Asuma. They both turned and looked at each other. They looked down and took note of the sashes around the others' waists. Green looked at Asuma's, who did the same. He smiled and winked before leaving. Kurenai looked at Asuma. "What was that all about?" she said, a little worried. He turned to her. "That man, he's a guardian," Asuma said with no room for doubt to a surprised Kurenai. "What, how do you know?" "His sash labels him as a guardian of the land of steel trees, means he's like me and the 12 shinobi guardians of the Fire Lord. But what's he doing here?" Asuma said, lighting a smoke. his kind don't leave their country unless escorting their daimyo, and they don't need bodyguards, which what I assume the guys with him are. We should take this to Tsunade-sama ASAP. Kurenai nodded and they vanished. One of Green's bodyguards walked closer. Sir, I think that guy made you. What should we do? Green continued to walk but said, nothing. It doesn't matter if he knows what I am. The money is all they'll care about in the end. But sir, Green turned to him, don't argue with me, death. Sounding in his voice, his guard looked at him, sweat going down his face. Sorry sir, Green stared the man down. Come on, it's a festival and I can use a drink. Those Ambu are starting to annoy me, Green said, knowing full well he was being followed since he left the Hokage office. By the way, you're buying, maybe that will shut you up for a while. His guard shivered. Yes sir. One of the other guards walked closer. Sir, we have more reports coming from your spies. They saw him again en route to Konoha. He looked pissed. Green smiled at his men. Sounds like we're in for some good times soon, but still send word to our branch in Sparks Village, see if they can hold him off for a while. You think they can handle it, sir? No, but they were lacking in their payments last week, so might as well let our friend deal with them. Yes sir. Who knows, maybe they'll kill each other. Green chuckled. Though I know it will be pretty one-sided. They'll at least make good meat shields till he gets here. Now let's get those drinks. His men shouted. Yes sir. The Hokage office. Asuma and Kurenai arrived at the Hokage's office, but the only one there was Shizune tidying up the paperwork for tomorrow. She saw the two shinobi. Asuma-san, Kurenai-san, what brings you here tonight? Shizune, where is Lady Tsunade? Asuma said. Shizune thought about it for a moment. She is probably getting the people she needs for a mission we got from our new client. Why? Is it a guy wearing a green overcoat and top hat? Yes, what's this about? Asuma-san, Shizune said, starting to get worried. Kurenai spoke. Asuma thinks this guy is a guardian like himself. Asuma was annoyed. I don't think I know he is. After I joined as a shinobi guardian, we did homework on other types of guardians around the nations. This guy is one from the land of steel trees. Shizune was surprised. Are you sure? Asuma, steel tree guardians only leave their land when they intend to kill someone. Asuma nodded, confirming. Kurenai was a little confused. Wait, I thought guardians never leave their daimyo's side and don't go on missions. Again Asuma nodding, saying, that's right, so now you know why I'm confused. Shizune nodded but said, nevertheless he's meeting with the council in 3 days and Tsunade is busy right now. You will have to see her tomorrow. Asuma was not pleased. What, why? Because she is trying to make this deal happen, but my advice is you're going to be representing your clan at the meeting, so make sure everything you say is right. The second day of getting Green's list finished came, and it took all of Tsunade's inner strength to leave Jiraiya in his room where she carried him. She wanted to be there for him, but duty called, so she had to leave. A passed out Jiraiya still mumbling in his sleep, apologizing to the ghosts of his past. Next up, the Hyuga clan head. Hyuga compound training area. Hinata Hyuga was training with her sister after a long morning of politicking with the Hyuga council over her short reign as clan head. Hinata banned the use of the cage bird seal and was instrumental in turning the main and branch families into one big clan. She wasn't very kind in words with her speech of, get along or get out. It was more for the main branch than anything, but all understood. She also gives a small fortune every year to the Naruto Initiative, a charity to help orphans of war and the abandoned people of the elemental countries to great success, started by a now 21-year-old Inari with the backing of Koyuki Kazana. As Hinata was training, Neji walked up to her. Hinata-sama, Tsunade-sama is here to see you. Hinata stopped and looked at her sister. That's enough for today, Hanabi. Work on straightening out your arm strikes and speed. Naji here will help you. Hanabi nodded as her and Neji walked to the training dummies. In the Hyuga tea house, Tsunade was sitting cross-legged on the floor sipping her tea, waiting with 2 down and 1 to go. She hoped beyond hope that Hinata would join with the least complications, but even though she's the Hokage, politics with sending clan heads out on missions is a totally different thing. As she waited, thoughts have entered her head. She didn't like him one bit, and whoever was after him was probably strong and deadly enough for the SS-ranked assignment of former Akatsuki member. Someone in the bingo book. An entire nation. Green didn't seem like the kind of person to piss people off. She'll get to the bottom of it after the meeting. While she was on her way to the Hyugas, she also bumped into Asuma, who told her his finds on Green, making it more strange right now. Getting Green's list was a good way to get him to slip and tell her who he was. The door to the tea house opened, reviling Hinata. She wasn't one for kimonos or fancy dresses. Instead, she wore standard shinobi undergarb with a white coat, not unlike Tsunade's, but the sleeves were tighter around the arms and wrists, and a black strip going down the back with the Hyuga crest in white with the black background. Hinata sat down opposite Tsunade and nodded in respect to her kage. Tsunade-sama, clan head Hinata. Tea was poured in Hinata's cup by a Hyuga member. She picked it up and sipped it. What brings you here today, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade tried to be careful with the words. Konoha has a new client he's looking to hire as for a SS-ranked protection mission. If I'm not wrong, that is usually reserved for daimyos in times of war. Are we at war? Hinata eyed the Hokage. Not that I know of, but he is rich enough to pay the cost. Could be for who or what's after him is that deadlier. It could be for his status. I honestly don't know, Tsunade said. So you need Neji. Neji and you? That got Hinata's full attention. Pardon me, Hokage-sama. Now Tsunade was really careful when saying, the client goes by Green for now. He wants me to assemble a team of bodyguards he chosen. They are everyone involved in the Naruto incident. Hinata's eyes widened for a split second, then she looked at the Hyugas in the room. Everyone out, they bowed and left. Tell me everything, Tsunade-sama, Hinata said seriously. Don't leave anything you know out, Tsunade talked lightly. For right now we know wants everyone from the Naruto incident and that an assassin is after him, but Green already has bodyguards watching him. My guess is they're not trained shinobi, so he wants the extra backup. Hinata didn't seem happy with the lack of information. Don't clients normally have to give more than that for Konoha's help? Tsunade answered honestly. They do. Right now the money is the big factor of why I'm trying to get you on board now, but after that Green has to appear in front of the Konoha Council for approval, where he must give us all the information. Hinata was cautious. The shinobi counselors only. Tsunade shook her head. Shinobi and civilian both, because it affects Konoha as a whole considering the rank and prince. Hinata didn't like that one bit. How much is he paying? Tsunade was honest. 10 million a head and 20 million to get you Jiraiya and Sakura brings the cost to 310 million. Hinata was also honest. Those people won't look at the risk, only the reward. Tsunade agreed and spoke. I know, Hinata, but Konoha needs that money and unfortunately we may have to deal with him. It frustrated Hinata. Did he say way he wants us? Tsunade lowered her head. He said he'd feel safer with the Kyuubi killers with him. That bastard, Hinata said angry. I know, but what can I do to get you to join? Tsunade said, hoping. Thoughts raced around Hinata's head as a clan head. Especially for the Hyugas, one must be prepared for anything. She know all too well a lot of the elders hated having the cage bird seal banned from use on the branch family and would use her absence as a chance to bring it back, and the former branch family would fight for their new freedom. It could be a war of families. She had to consider all options. Normally Neji would watch over things when she was away, but he's going as well, so that leaves one option. In order to make sure my clan continues to run smoothly, I will place you as interim head of the Hyuga clan, Tsunade-sama, and I will join given that 5% of the money is donated to the Naruto initiative. That is non-negotiable. Tsunade spat out her tea. What? Hinata looked at the Hokage. Under Konoha guidelines, if the clan head is away and no one is picked to run things, the Hokage takes control of clan affairs as interim head. I don't like it either, but my control on things would be challenged when I'm away. Tsunade saw the sense, but she had to say, but really 5%, do you know how much that is? She shuddered. 15,500,000, Hinata said nonchalantly and continued, would you prefer 10%, Hokage-sama? Tsunade was sweating. Didn't think so, the Hyuga head said, then her eyes went dark under her lavender hair. Besides, consider this your chance to regain my full trust. I'm gambling on you, Tsunade, with the safety of my clan. Tsunade understood and nodded. When's the meeting? The day after tomorrow. Understood. My apologies, but I must attend to other business, Hokage-sama. I will see you at the meeting. If there is anything you need as interim clan head, Hanabi will be your second. With that, Hinata bowed and left her family's tea house while some Hyugas came to respectfully show Tsunade out. Now all she had to do was prepare for the council meeting with Konoha Council Chamber. Day of meeting. Tsunade spent the better part of the night making sure her questions and answers and facts were straightened out so she could counter anything Green sent her way. Something told her he could be a manipulating bastard when he wanted to be, as the council was getting into order. The clan heads with Hinata representing the Hyugas and Asuma for the Sarutobis were ready. The remaining Konoha 10, Sasuke and Kakashi on the side, standing at full attention when the chamber doors opened revealing Green and company. He walked and sat down. No bowing, no respect, no nothing. The council was not pleased. From the moment he entered, the council were not fans. A civilian councilor stood up. It is customary to bow before the council when entering the chamber. Others nodded in full agreement. Green looked at him with piercing green eyes. It sent shivers down their spines before smiling. My humble apologies, O mighty one. he said sarcastically, but last I checked I'm willing to pay a very large sum to Konoha if not angered, so in that regard shouldn't you be bowing to me so I will. The counselor was annoyed but sat down to Green's very obvious amusement. The Hokage watched the situation take place before banging her hand on the table. Make the council come to order. She looked at the client and spoke clearly. The council has come here today to hear the job presented by it is up to us to decide whether or not Konoha should accept it. Understood. At the council's nodding she continued. You came to us with a SS-racked protection mission for yourself and are willing to pay up to 310 million ryo for this. Is that current? Hearing that amount got people whispering in the chambers even more when Green nodding his yes. For us to do such a mission we need all the answers. Will you comply to this? Again Green nodded yes. First, what is your real name? Kamen. Guro Kamen, former guardian and now interim daimyo of the land of steel trees. The now known Kamen said, smiling at the look of the council. You're an interim daimyo, Tsunade said, shocked. Going on about 6 years now, Kamen replied. What happened to the actual daimyo? A councilman asked now more respectfully. He and his family were found dead, killed by the hands of an assassin with no other heirs. The position fell to the lead guardian myself, Kamen said nonchalantly. Where were you during this? As a guardian, especially the head, you should have been with your daimyo at all times, Asuma said, not buying the story which Kamen caught on to. Unlike your daimyo, mine liked his family time. He would normally spend this time alone and he wouldn't stand any objections on our part. That's when the assassin stuck. Asuma nodded but still didn't like the answers. Tsunade continued her questioning. Do you know anything about who's after you? He nodded. Do any of you know or remember the Taijustu, an assassin master known as the Shade? Eyes widened from the shinobi council as well as the older civilians. The Shade, that's impossible. He died by Lord Fourth and Lady Kushina's hand back in the Third Shinobi War. One was there, Tsunade said in shock. If that's true, then how on earth did he train the Guardians of Steel Tree, I wonder? Kamen said, holding his chin in false thoughtfulness. Kamen looked at the counselors seriously for a moment. You see, the fight that is in Konoha's history books is false. When the Shade and the Fourth and Kushina fought, it was a draw. Just like Sarutobi was the god of shinobi, the Shade was the god of taijutsu, and just as strong. He could even survive the 8th gate of unlocking. That was the reason why the yellow flash and red-haired demon couldn't take him out. He was that powerful, but he allowed people to think he was dead for unknown reasons so he could live a pretty relaxing life in Steel Tree where he trained the guardians, myself included, up until his death 6 years ago. Hinata was the one to ask, if he is dead now, how's he after you? Kamen looked at her as if she was stupid. Because this Shade is the one the original passed the name down to before he died. Duh. Hinata didn't like his tone. Care to word that a little more respectfully? He smiled at Hinata. No, but anyway, the title of Shade went to the one who mastered all of the master's skills till he was either equal or above the original. Shikaku Nara took interest and asked, so the person who's chasing you is equal or stronger than Lord Third in his prime in taijutsu? Murmurs went around the chamber when they heard, one of two, yes, Kamen said, prompting the Nara head to ask, who's the other? Kamen smiled. Me. Inochi looked at Kamen in disbelief. If you're really that strong, why not deal with this yourself? Tsunade bit her lip. She was cursing the Yamanaka in her head for insulting the rich guy's manhood, but Kamen didn't seem to care. It's quite simple actually. I've fought him more times than I care to count, but we are even each time. I want to kill him personally, but he's starting to gain allies as he's going along. Asuma asked. Then way hire Konoha for protection instead of a assassination mission. Kamen looked at him. Look, he was stupid as well, because none of your assassins couldn't possibly get the Shade. He has to come to you, and when he does I want to be ready. The shinobi counselors understood his reasoning. The Shade is a legend even to this day. Anbu and any assassin still try to compete for such a title, and even though he wasn't a member of Konoha, he was one of Guy's taijutsu heroes. Shikaku was wondering something. If I might ask, Lord Fourth and Lady Uzumaki were two of the most powerful shinobi in Konoha history, and I doubt that this Shade was planning to fake his death the whole time, and he fought the both of them more than once. If he is as powerful as Lord 3 Ed, as way, didn't he just kill them right then and there? That earned the Nara head a glare from the others. Kamen raised his eyebrow. Well, that's the million ryo question. My guess is it was his great deal of respect for Kushina Uzumaki's skill. He always said he wanted to train her. He didn't care for Minato, said he was in the way of one of Konoha's greatest warriors' potential. Shikaku raised his own eyebrow. Lady Uzumaki's potential for what? Kamen answered plainly. Don't know, maybe to be to an even better warrior then. She already was. Every time he fought them he noticed Minato was a two-trick pony. Flying Thunder God Rasengan FTG Rasengan. Over and over he know each time prediction was one of his self-trained skills. He'd say being predictable means you die. He took a breath, but when it came to Kushina, her skill in swordsmanship and taijutsu appealed to him. For a student that could learn from a master, Kushina had what Minato never did: his respect as a warrior. A civilian counselor stood up angrily. The fourth Hokage was the greatest hero we ever had. How dare you or some good-for-nothing assassin insult him? Kamen gave a smirk. I'm guessing you're one of the counselors that used to send gangs after his son Naruto, was it? For the amount of fanaticism you're currently showing me. That made the counselor wince. Don't forget, your attitude is what killed your greatest hero's son and what could cost you your village. So sit down and shut the fuck up and know your place, because I bet if either Minato or Kushina were alive today they would be more pissed at you than me. Kamen said, smirking. Jiraiya, though angry with Kamen's lack of respect towards his dead student and godson, asked, why was the Shade even at Steel Tree when he made a name for himself as a freelance assassin? Kamen smirked, pissing the Sannin off. That would be up to the original Shade to answer. It's not like he kept notes. My guess is it was where he chose to retire, and he also trained others. The one after to me is his best student, Kamen said with a frown. Kamen looked at the Hokage board. Have I answered all you questions, Hokage? Will you take the job or not? Tsunade bit her lip but said, the last thing is, where are you going and how long will it be? Kamen thought about it. Back to Steel Tree, and for as long as it take to get the Shade. Tsunade nodded. Okay, your shinobi escort will be waiting for you at the front gates 6 sharp. Kamen nodded. Excellent. He turned to his men and they left the briefcases on the table as he them left, not before saying to his new bodyguard. Tsubasa said, everyone dismissed. Later at the Akamaiki restaurant, the Konoha 10 were sitting at their usual booth. Choji cooked everyone's favorite dishes and began to eat. I hate our new client already, Shikamaru said. Everyone nodded. There is something about him I don't trust either. He seems like he would rather kill than talk. Neji said, I don't know, but I'm surprised. He is supposed to be a guardian like Asuma-sensei. Should we be worried? Ino asked. I'm more worried about this Shade guy chasing him, especially if he is as strong as the third. Kiba said, the god of taijutsu, incredible. I want to meet him and test myself against him. Lee said in all seriousness. Are you crazy, Lee? He'd kill you. Tenten said, angry. At least it would be an interesting fight, Lee countered. Ever since the Naruto incident, Lee has punished himself with constant missions, training, and even joined Sasuke's squad. Lee has a profound hatred for the Uchiha but follows orders to the letter. He has also been more realistic about shinobi life and is a stone-cold killer when he has to be, and more calm and detached from his friends. Nevertheless, we expected the contract. We have to deal with it no matter how troublesome it is, Shikamaru said, taking a sip of his drink. Sakura, however, had her own thoughts. Does it not make you wonder why he wants everyone responsible for Naruto's death? He was blatant about it too. Kita answered with, who knows, maybe he likes the Kyuubi killer angle. Lee gave Kita an annoyed look and said, or the traitor 11 inches that made them lower their head. They ate their meals slowly, thinking about tomorrow. At the Red Leaf Shinobi Bar, Sasuke, Kakashi and Jiraiya sat at their booth talking about the goings-on around the village and about their new client. So Guro Kamen is a guardian like Asuma? That interesting, Sasuke said, sipping his drink. It's not as important as this Shade person that after him Minato-sensei used to tell horror stories about him. If you were on his list nothing could stop him from getting you. Kakashi added, a little worried. Shade was a prick, plain and simple, Jiraiya said on his third drink to his companions first. But that didn't change the fact he was a strong one for someone who doesn't use jutsus, Kakashi replied. Jiraiya nodded at that and said begrudgingly, I did fight him myself a handful of times. He was able to counter everything I threw at him. He then added, but what do you expect from Hanzo, the Salamander's old mentor? That made the other two men's eyes widen. But Hanzo is from a Megakure and the Shade is from Steel Trees. Why would he train Hanzo? Kakashi said, astounded. I doubt the Shade was originally from Steel Trees, but I guess he saw something in Hanzo that I saw in those 3 kids I trained from there. Maybe it's something the rain there that fucks with people. I don't know. Sasuke had to ask. Hanzo was a shinobi, but you said Shade wasn't. How did he train Hanzo? Hanzo was a samurai before he became a shinobi. I figured Shade trained Hanzo before he made the transition from one to the other, but might have helped him with his stealth skills afterward. Shade may not have been a samurai, but he knew his weapons. The two nodded. It made sense, kind of. Still, the way everyone talks about him, you'd think he was the boogeyman, Sasuke said. He was. We only found out know that he was alive after all this time. Like I said before, he may have been in Steel Tree, but I doubt he was born there. Even Kamen said it was his retirement spot. Jiraiya signed and the continued, and to make matters worse this new guy is supposed to be stronger. Shade wouldn't just pick anyone to carry his name. Jiraiya was visibly worried at that. Sasuke wasn't as brash and egotistical as he used to be but still said, "We have 2 Sharingan users and a Sannin, how could he beat that?" He smirked but Jiraiya looked at the boy in his eyes and said, "A Sannin he's beaten back when I was in my prime and Shade has killed dozens of Uchiha more than once and with you 2 together is only equals 1 full set," saying it as brutally honest as possible. Sasuke didn't like hearing that but let it go, no use in fighting Jiraiya on that, but he stood up. "I'm going home, I'll update the men before the client gets there in the morning." He left without another word. The new and spooky information is going to bother him the rest of the night. That was a bit harsh, Jiraiya. Bit me, Cyclops. The day was nice, the sun just barely over the great Hokage monument. The time 5:45. The shinobi that would accompany Guro Kamen appeared to find their client waiting for them. To their surprise, Kamen looked at the escort with a smile. To the front was Jiraiya, a lot cleaner because of Tsunade's orders. He still looked like hell but clean, wearing his usual attire. Kakashi no book in his hand, not looking any better when he got the order from Tsunade for this mission. It surprised him to say the least. His self-hated for his part in the Naruto incident made him unfit for D-ranked missions, let alone high-priority escort, but he did want to get out of Konoha for a while. He spent the better part of his time in isolation from everyone, the ghost of his past always hunting him. Sasuke Uchiha, he now wear all black Ambu attire with an Ibiki-style jacket and eye patch covering the horizontal scar on his removed right eye. Sasuke has proven his loyalty to Konoha, even going so far as to keep his tracker seal. He swear on his Uchiha name to rectify his mistakes of the past and had since earned the respect of his comrades of his team, the Raven Corps, a hard-hitting team of Kiba and Akamaru, Rock Lee and Tenten. When they enter a village, no one tries to piss them off but still keeps his same traits. The only person he seems to want to talk to was his ex-teammate and sensei. He has also held up his search for Itachi until Konoha was back at tip-top shape. Sakura hasn't given Sasuke the time of day for 10 long years. For this mission she had her professional and cold domineer. She wear classic Jonin attire with a red cross on the right arm and a first aid kit with scalpels on her back waist. This was her get it done and go home type of attitude she had since the end of the Fourth War. Hinata wore a Jonin uniform with the Hyuga symbol on the back, hair in a ponytail standing to attention, back straight, chin up, a stance befitting of a clan head. Gone was her timid self, now replaced with a person who had respect without needing to ask. Rock Lee had done away with the green tights and orange leg warmers he had as a sign to mark his place in Team Guy, and had on black Ambu gear, a turtle-style Ambu mask on, a symbolic respect for his former sensei who would have eagerly given Lee his contract with the very summoning beast if Lee had the chakra needed to summon them. He hadn't spoken a word to many his old comrades in a long time. On his breastplate was the Raven Corps symbol. He didn't like Sasuke but followed his orders, and since his departure from Team Gui he studied as many martial arts as he could. Rock Lee was now a true taijutsu master. Shikamaru wear his Ambu captain gear on his right arm. Was his team symbol for his shadow stick unit, a team built of Shino Ino Choji Neji aka Konoha's patience. This team was a strategic-based assassination corps, able to silently track, kill and stage the like an accident or betrayal, leaving Kanagaker unnoticed. His mask was a stag, the Nara's guardian animal, roped on his waist, and a pair of trench knives from Asuma he carries with pride. He stays true to his family's calm and collected personality, especially for strategies, but is far from lazy these days. It has been said if the Naras weren't lazy they'd rule the world, and Shikamaru was the reason why they think that he even outranks Sasuke on most missions, to which the Uchiha will personally attest to Shikamaru being the better choice. Shino was in Ambu gar with his beetle mask and a heavy jacket. Tenten had a faceless mask with no color except 2 swords in an regular Ambu uniform and on the forehead in black. She also had a collapsible spar on her back and several scrolls holsters to her sides and lower back. Kiba had a dog mask and clawed gauntlets with his Ambu tracker outfit. Choji was wearing a Shadow Strike uniform and a large collapsible hammer holstered to his side he got from the war. His mask was a bull. He wasn't as big as he once was but wasn't trim either. From what he lost in weight he made up in speed. Ino had an Ambu uniform with an Anko-style jacket, though her was a dark purple. Her mask was a cobra like her T&I Poison's mentor. Neji had on an owl mask so no one saw his Byakugan active to scan Kamen, where he found a hidden blade in his cane, 2 daggers behind his back, hilts down, and brass knuckles in his sleeves with a spring lunge for quick use, multiple flat throwing knives, and what really caught Neji's eye, a ring on Kamen's right middle finger that seemed to have stored chakra in it, and a seal on the silver skull of the cane that Neji didn't know about. He would have to tell Jiraiya about it, as the elite of Kanagaker were standing to attention. Shikamaru, Sasuke and Hinata were coming up with a plan of action with the client. The team will be a 3-leader group of Shikamaru as the main, Sasuke as the second, Hinata as the third. Jiraiya and Kakashi were to be the last line of defense for the client to be by his side at all times. Both hated the idea but both understood as well it hurt Tsunade to send these two out on a mission, but hoped time away from Konoha and away from Naruto's grave could heal them just a little. As Kamen watched the three interact, he noticed something from the corner of his eye, something creeping around the shadows. He grinned and looked to his escort saying, "If we are heading out, I have an order for you." The 3 leaders looked at him. Shikamaru was the one to say, "And what would that be, Kamen-san?" Kamen looked at the rest out. The escort, "Tell your men to remove those stupid fucking masks. I want to see their faces." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "Why would you want that?" he said in an annoyed tone. "I want to see what the traitor 10 look like," Kamen said with a smile and angered all who heard. "I wouldn't say that name again, Guro," Hinata said angrily. "Then try something to keep me from saying it, Hyuga," was Kamen's response. Not wanting this to get any further, Kiba removed his mask. When the others saw this, they did the same. Kamen saw this. A wide smile appeared on his face, knowing he got his way. He started to pass back and forth down the line of shinobi. "So this is the so-called legendary Kyuubi killers. Must say you all don't look like much," he said, a little disappointed. "Hard to believe you lot killed the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, but then again his back was turned. That was just a low blow to all of them," Kiba shouted. "I don't care if he's a client or how much he's paying this asshole going down." Kiba was about ready to attack when he froze. He fell to his knees and couldn't breathe. Everyone was worried. There was a strang needle in his shoulder. Sakura went fast to remove it until a knife was thrown at Kamen head. A swipe of Sasuke's katana blocked it. His one good eye on Kamen, who was smiling unaffectedly at the attempt on his life. The shocked crew of shinobi scattered. Kakashi and Jiraiya jumped in front of Kamen, kunai in hand and ready to use Tenten. Lee, Shikamaru and Hinata were standing to the left of the ally Choji, Sasuke and Shino to the right in their battle stances. Sakura was checking Kiba, Ino covering them. The dark ally showed nothing. Tenten yelled, "Come out and face us, coward." Nothing came as a response until Jiraiya's senses kicked in. He turned around. It time to block a kick strong enough to send him to the ground. Any slower he'd be dead. The assassin pulled out a blade and swung it to the still motionless Kamen, but Kakashi stopped him just in time. Locking blades, Sasuke jumped in to stab the assassin with his sword, only for the assassin to block with another dagger. Without warning, he ducked and leg swiped both to the ground. It surprised all who saw it. Nobody should be able to get the best of the Sharingan users and Sannin so easily. The assassin knows the shade wasn't done when Kakashi and Sasuke hit the ground. He brought his daggers up in the air to bring down to stab the two, but wasn't allowed to as he had to back flip over Tenten, who was about to impale him with her spear. When his feet touched the ground, Shade charged his shoulder, tackling her hard to the ground. The next, where the two Hyuga both the fighting stance of their family, Shade turned to them, giving everyone a good look as he stood up straight, blade in hand. The Shade was standing straight, right side facing away from the two Hyuga, his knife in his right hand, blade underhanded, his left hand resting on the hilt of its holstered twin thumb and index touching the handle. Ready to use, the Shade wore lightweight black leather armor, black leather gloves with forest green arm protectors that were leather, and metal black leather boots with green leg protectors that wear the same style as his arm ones. On his head was a leather hood that seemed to mold around his head and a green cloth covering the lower part of his face. What shocked the Hyugas was their Byakugan couldn't see through the mask. There was a seal invisible to the naked eye, preventing them from seeing his face. On his right index finger was a ring much like Kamen's, with the same weird chakra held in it that only the Hyuga could see. His waist and in his hand were two green and silver Bowie knives. They looked like they were for a military stealth operation, with a green metal handle with silver looking hand guard. The blade itself was perfect, 8 inches long, 2 inches wide, with a 4 inches handle. One side was a sharp cutting side while the other was serrated, most likely for getting through barbed wires quickly and quietly. Tenten would be drooling if they weren't being used to try and kill her and her friends, but what got their attention more was the green sash that looked much like Kamen's own, and his ice-cold blue eyes. They looked like they could freeze the fires of hell itself. It was a frightening sight to behold, the Shade himself standing there watching like the green-clad Grim Reaper, waiting for them to come and face their death. Hinata and Neji tensed under the glare of the Shade. But Hinata won't allow that to stop her. "You stand here in Kanagaku attacking our friends and client. How dare you show such disrespect?" The Shade didn't respond as Hinata continued, "You stand against the strongest the Hyuga have to offer. Surrender or die." Shade stared at her for a moment before turning with a high spin kick, a blocked Lee dynamic entree, the quiet version he tried to do while Hinata had him distracted. The kick hit Lee's foot, throwing him off balance in the air, hitting the ground hard where he was about to receive an axe kick. He rolled out of the way to catch his breath. Shade turned back to the Hyuga, cracking his neck as a sign he'll go down fighting. With a glance to Neji, the head and second in command of the Hyuga clan, changed chakra-enhanced plums flying towards the unfazed assassin. The combo the cousins were sending his way were not connecting, to their surprise. The Shade didn't even seem like he was trying. The dodging seems expertly and specially planned for the Hyuga Gentile palm. It wasn't till Neji's next strike that the Shade stabbed Neji's open palm, going right through his hand with his knife, stopping his attacks and grabbing Hinata's wrist, twisting it and putting his left foot on the back of her leg, forcing her to the ground and yanking the blade from Neji's hand and brought to her neck. That the fighting stopped from the shock and worry of their comrades. Shade continued to twist her wrist till there was a sickening popping sound. Hinata let a grunt of pain but didn't scream or move, with the knife still very much preset against her neck, proving his point that he was not to be fucked with. A little blood was seen leaking from the spot he was cutting her from his cold blue eyes, ever watching their movements. Sakura was watching the display with fury in her eyes. She considered Hinata to be one of the best Kiniki Konoha had, and she had a great deal of respect for Hinata's medical skill. When Hinata discovered that the Byakugan and the Hyuga style made them excellent doctors, the Byakugan, if used right, was able to see things like tumors and other internal sickness, and the Hyuga's style was great for surgery. Their natural ability when it came to their wrist work. Give Hinata a scalpel, she could make it dance for you in a life-saving way. And now this bastard, this good-for-nothing hitman, may have destroyed that. Ino, Sakura whispered. It got Ino's attention, but she didn't turn, keeping all focus on Shade. We only get one chance at this. Sakura picked up a pebble. Ino know what it meant. Sasuke noticed as well. Kiba's eyes were a furious blood red. This bastard was hurting one of his pack, Hinata no less. He was going to tear this fucker apart before killing him. The thing he was feeling took a far back seat to this, claws digging into the ground, a ballistic look on his face, not knowing Sakura's plan. Kiba shouted, "Let go of her, you bastard." That got Shade's attention when Sakura's chakra-enhanced fingers flicked the pebble, making it fly with speeds of a bullet with the same amount of deadly force. Shade moved his head slightly, dodging to projectile, but when he looked at Ino, the Shade flinched and Ino fell but was caught by Sakura. "Ino, did you get him?" The thumbs up by the assassin confirmed it. Sasuke ran and grabbed the arms as they were already put behind the back of Shade in wait to be cuffed. When Ino awoke screaming, holding her hand in a phantom pain, Sasuke looked at her, failing it. See Shade's head butting him with the back of his head to Sasuke's face, then grabbed the knife from his left holster and was about to stab Sasuke. He turned to the right and dodged the attack, but Shade turned and slashed, cutting his chest. Somewhere at Konoha, while the fighting was happening, Ambu were charging to the battle but trailing behind, and very angry Hokage after having to deal with Kamen, then dealing with getting a retired shinobi, a clan head, and her former teammate on board with the mission and unable to get any sleep since she really wanted to kill someone. Whoever is attacking her village will have hell to pay. There was so much chakra in her legs, the force of her jumping was destroying rooftops. At the gates of Konoha, the Konoha 11 Kakashi and Jiraiya have had enough of this. Kamen, on the other hand, was sitting at a table of a nearby bar. His men broke into and have been pouring him drinks while he watched the show, unblinkingly enjoying himself. They didn't know what to do. Ino, phantom pain was still stinging her. Hinata's wrist was broken. Neji's hand had a hole in the middle of it, and Sasuke had bloody nose and a cut across his chest, but he could still fight. Shikamaru was trying to come up with a plan until Shade vanished, only to reappear in front of Shikamaru. Punched him so hard in the ribs he broke 4 of them. That was all Choji needed. In a blind rage he charged like a bull, swinging his hammer at Shade's head, but the assassin ducked it. Pulling out his knife he sliced Choji's side, then his hand that held his hammer. Then Shade rammed the knife in Choji's shoulder blade. The Akamaiki screamed in pain as Shade grabbed the hammer for the finishing blow, but Kiba grabbed the arm holding it. Neji's good hand coming in for a hit to the heart of the assassin, but Shade allowed his arm the drop with the hammer hitting Kiba's knee, hearing a checking sound. The screaming Kiba was then used as a shield from Neji's blow, which Neji just managed to move enough not to hit Kiba's heart, hurting him but not killing him. The next thing Neji knew was Shade ramming Kiba's head it to his own. Both men fell to the ground. Lee went for a spin kick, which Shade grabbed and with his elbow dislocated Lee's leg at the knee, but Lee still tried to swing a fist at Shade, who let the leg go but gave Lee a backhand fist to the face. Kakashi and Jiraiya had enough. Both men charged a Rasengan and Chidori, running full speed at Shade. Both were throwing Their destructive judas at him. What happened next would echo throughout history. Shade flung his arms between the two jutsu, grabbing the men's arms while still holding their jutsu active arms. He pulled Kakashi forward so the two were on opposite sides of him. He pulled them with such force as their shoulders popped and was sending the Chidori towards Jiraiya and the Rasengan towards Kakashi. He was going to use them to kill the other with their jutsus of legends. Tsunade arrived in time to see it happening. It was as if time slowed down. Eyes widened at the sight. Her thoughts were screaming, seeing as she couldn't. No, she managed to get out moving as fast as she could. Kamen was even shocked at what was going to happen. Shade was going to win when a force of nature slammed into his unguarded back, a pink blur launching him from his spot, flying into a black blur, kicking him to the ground. Sakura with all her might pushed the two older shinobi away, making the fly 10 feet in the opposite direction. The black blur appeared as Sasuke went with such speed to Shade, sword in hand, that actually got a hit, slicing the assassin's arm before he moved out of the way. Sasuke and Sakura standing side by side like the old day. The assassin known as Shade inspected the cut, eyes nearly glowing blue in anger. He looked at the two, not happy at all but still not making a sound of any type of pain. He pulled his knives out and took a stance. For the first time since the fighting started, Sakura and Sasuke were ready. Sakura in her fighting stance, Sasuke sword in hand. No one moved for what seemed like a minute until they heard the Shade speak in a muffled whisper, "Open first gate," and like a hurricane everyone was hit with a blast of power. The Shade's stance didn't change as the power flowed through him. No screams of power, no tension in the body. He was used to it like it was an everyday thing. Sasuke covered Sakura as she charged at the Shade, who dodged her punch, easily delivering one of his own back. But Sasuke pushed her out of the way, slashing at Shade, who blocked with his knife, then jumped in the air. The two teammates joined him, Sasuke trying an upward slash. That Shade moved mid-air from then using his arms in an X, blocked Sakura's axe kick. The two held that position all the way down as Shade's feet hit it, created a small crater. Sakura putting more force into it. Shade just managed to escape, only to be greeted by Sasuke stabbing motivation towards him, moving to the right and spinning down the to Sasuke. Shade pulling his knife in an underhanded swing, aiming for Sasuke's face, only for him to roll out of the way. The fight between the 2-on-1 was a sight to see. Ambu all around the Chunin and Jonin cheering Sakura and Sasuke on. It seemed to anger the Shade, having enough. He dodged their attack and jumped back. He put his knives back in the holster and walked up to them. Sakura ran straight on, winding up a punch with her right. Sasuke from behind, about to do the same as she threw her fist. Shade with his left open hand grabbed her fist and all the power with it. He didn't move, then brought her forward for a knee to the gut, then hooked his right hand under her arm, keeping her bent over and moving at a speed that her head hit Sasuke's midsection, making him bend. Then grabbing a handful of pink hair, brought the back of her head into Sasuke's face before kicking him into a wall. Sakura, dazed, tried to land a hit but to no avail. The last thing she felt was something sharp in her side before she fell. The look on everyone's face at seeing the brutality the Shade had shown stunned all but Lee. He was mad. He watched Shade with anger, unable to do much with his leg in such a mess, it being dislocated at the knee. He grabbed the lost leg and with a scream to soften the pain slammed it into the ground, popping it back in place. He stood up and looked at the man that turned in time to see the display, his angry yet neutral look still in place. Lee yell at the top of his lungs. Gates of opening, rest, life, pain, closing. 5 inner gate in 1 go. Lee was going crazy from so much power and finished off by yelling, "Open!" As the power flooded in the air. Shade's eyes widened slightly. Kamen moved beside Tsunade, looking at Lee, a small grin on him as he said, "Interesting." Shade's response to this was, "Open third gate." An expiation of energy throw many of the shinobi back. The power he had was frightening as he stood there, arms crossed. By the look of things between Rock Lee, the taijutsu master of Konoha, and the new Shade, the legendary assassin, it would be clash of titans. Both stood there for a moment, green and blue energy all around them. Lee's face was red and his eyes a pupilless white, the Shade in icy blue, though his skin remained the same. Lee noticed he was 2 gates over his enemy. It was something that vexed him. He looked at Shade and said, "I have done much research on your predecessor, the first Shade, the legendary taijutsu master. He was known as the old school assassin, preferring physical combat and stealth, a true master of both. For you to have his title means you are strong enough to earn it." No response came, so Lee continued, "I was trained by Konohagakure's beautiful green beast, the taijutsu master Might Gui, the welder of the flames of youth. So with that said, what I want to know about you is, why did you only go up 2 gates to my 5? The Shade spoke for the first real time since his arrival, his muffled yet deep voice still showing no real emotion to it, a pure and cold, the voice of a professional assassin. "Because you're not worth the extra effort, comrade killer." Lee's tone to this was sad. "I see. I guess I'll have to prove you wrong." Lee's eyes glowed with purpose. Lee charged at Shade, delivering a flying kick. Shade moved out of the way and was seen on a nearby roof. Arms crossed, Lee joined him again, jumping at the impossible height for someone with no chakra control, and tried a punch which Shade caught and with his free hand in the span of a blink struck Lee in the ribs, then the face. As Lee went back from the hit, he was pulled close for a knee to the kidneys, then elbow the side of the head, knocking him to the ground. Instead of just getting up, Lee went for a upward kick for the primary lotus, but what he got was Shade grabbing his leg, lifting him over Shade's head and slamming him through the roof. Lee stumbled out the front door of the restaurant he just went through. Shade leapt off the building and landed a few feet away with a powerful force. Lee flew at Shade with a right punch. The assassin moved his head so the punch missed, but as the punch was passing, Lee bent his arm and elbowed Shade on the side of his jaw. As Shade's head turned from the impact, Lee then spun and hit Shade in the gut with his foot, doubling Shade over and kneeing Shade's face. As Lee was going for another punch, Shade moved and gave Lee a hard right kick, knocking Lee back, then a left hook to Lee's side, a right to the ribs and one to the face. The dazed shinobi tried to block when he felt a hard finger hit his arm, then leg, then neck, left arm and right leg. The pain was unreal. Then he realized to his shock Shade was using the Hyuga gentle fist. Others caught on in shock as well. After Shade finished the move, he gave Lee a sharp kick back to the ground. Lee struggled back up the gates he had on, dissolved away, returning to his usual self. The Shade version of the Hyuga style hurt like hell. His body wanted to drop, but Lee wouldn't have it. "I cannot lose to you," he said, tired and hurt with a pained tone in his voice. "You have hurt my friends and I swore to never let that happen again." Shade's response was blunt. "Well, you failed." As Shade made his way to Lee, he said coldly, "You have gotten in my way, Lee, now pay the price." Pulling his knife out, he walked to Lee when he heard the sound of something coming at him at high speeds, jumping back before the crash. Shade then knew from the bowl haircut and green spandex it was a very angry Might Guay. His goofy over-the-top personality was replaced with a hardened shinobi's will to kill. He looked at his former student. "Lee, you've done enough, but now it's my turn." Lee looked at him. "Guay-sensei, this is my fight. I have to stop him myself." Guay looked at Lee. "This is not up for discussion, Lee. You have come a long way with and without me to train you." Lee was taken by surprise. Giving his student a look of respect, "You are the splendid shinobi you always wanted to be, but this man was trained by one of my heroes. He is probably one of the most dangerous taijutsu users in the world, and I will not see you fall to him." With that last part, Guay started opening the inner gates. At this started to really annoy Shade, while his target Kamen couldn't be having more enjoyment from it. "I have no quarrel with you, Guay. Allow me to deal with that bastard Kamen and you will not see me again, but if you wish to proceed with this I will kill you without hesitation." Shade's tone was deadly serious. The power that Guay had didn't bother him in the slightest. "I know you were trained by the great original Shade, so I doubt I can best you easily, but I will not stand for you attacking my students, and unfortunately Kamen is important to Konoha's survival." Shade stared him down with his menacing blue eyes. "Then Konoha will die with him." Guay charged Shade and delivered a kick which Shade blocked with one arm, not even moving. "Open fifth gate, Shade," said a blast of power. "Throw Guay back." Asuma, trench knives in hand, and Kurenai joined Guay. "Great, the teachers and friends to traitors have joined in on this. Konoha is running out of people who are worth a damn." Tsunade jumped in front of them, followed by Jiraiya and Kakashi after being healed but a beaten Hinata and Sakura. "If it isn't the bitch herself," Shade said coldly, "I'm really starting to hate you more and more." Jiraiya said, Shade giving him an annoyed look, and replied, "Given the reputations you three have involving friends, students and lovers, all live longer that way." Kamen laughter was loud as he said, "He's got you there." "Shut up," Kakashi said angrily at both Shade and Kamen. "I'm tired of this Tsunade-sama. Between the five of us we can take him." Shade looked at him sharply. "Because that worked so well the last time, Hataki. I am better than Konoha's elite. The fact that you lived this long is because you're not my target. All I want is Kamen, nothing more. Besides, I doubt whatever he's offered you to is real." Tsunade looked at him perplexed. "He's paid us already, so we must honor the agreement," Shade said, cutting her off, and looked at the grinning Kamen. "How much?" 310 million, Kamen returned. "How much of it is real?" Everyone's eyes widened at that remark and all looked at Kamen, who smiled widely. "Not a Ryo." "What?" a Tsunade said angry, "but I saw it with my own eyes. I have our most trusted accounts looking at it as we speak." Shinobi started to crowd Kamen and his men, angry with the still grinning man. "You wouldn't dare, not with you still in the city." Shade voice gave off, "And I know something you don't. Vibe for everyone there who wasn't Kamen." "Are you so sure about that?" Kamen said, daring Shade. His men were shaking. Shade looked at Tsunade. If I were you, I'd get Jiraiya and your Ambu to the location that money is at now. Kamen raised an eyebrow. When did you start caring about Konoha? Since I'm currently standing in it and I'm not leaving without your head, Guro, was Shade reply. What are you two talking about? Tsunade yelled, shaking with rage. We once destroyed a village of thieves by paying them off with money, but in truth they were actually explosive tags that we made to look like genuine cash. I wouldn't be surprised if you accounts couldn't tell the difference, but I doubt they're all tags, are they, Kamen? Kamen smirked. True, there's only about 10,000. I only wanted to fuck with Konoha. Destroying it comes later and it's a lot more fun. Tsunade yelled. Jiraiya Ambu get to lock up now, the rest stop these two. As she turned to Shade, she realized he was gone from his spot, jumped towards Kamen with his gates still very much active. Kamen moved easily out of the way with a smile. This should be a good time putting you back in your place, little brother. Shade was visibly angry at being called that and with a whip of his knife struck at Kamen, who stopped it with a blade hidden in his cane. The two locked blades. Ambu attacked them. Shade swung around with a spin kick, knocking them down. Stay out of this, he screamed. I agree, Kamen said, killing the Ambu in his end. Going back to his fight with Shade, the two men started swinging, blocking and slashing and parrying each other. Shade the master assassin and Kamen the mysterious former client. Their fighting was crazy. Shade was losing ground to him but was yelling when he jumped back. Why? Was what he said. Sensei go to Akane Hina. Their blades clashed. Fang, Shade parried. Drake, Kamen blocked. Doc, Shade with a high kick. Kamen moves back. Kyoko, Shade's attack becomes stronger. Chi, finishing with a hard punch to Kamen's face, sending him flying back. Why? Exclamation mark. Why did you kill them? Shade said, clearly rage filled a pained tone in his voice. Kyoko looked up to you like an uncle. Chi loved you like a brother. Sensei took you in like you were his son. Doc, Drake and Fang were our comrades and Goto trusted you with his life and that of Akane and Hina, so why did you do it? Money, power, the throne, why? Shade's tone was desperate, asking for the truth that plagued him. Kamen raised from the spot, blood licking from his mouth. Shinobi all around watching the drama play out, many more not wanting to go between the two, knowing full well it would mean death. Kamen smiled and stared to laugh. It was loud and monstrous and crazy. Ha ha ha, simple brother, I don't want to be forgotten. I didn't want to be just another name edged into the Guardian's tome so only the overprivileged can read if they feel like it, to be known only by friends and forgotten in the next generation. No, I am Guro Kamen. I will be remembered from the beggars to the whores to the generals to the daimyos to the emperors to the very gods. Shade looked at Kamen angrily. Why did they have to die, Guro? Guro smiled. Because the old man wouldn't have allowed me to go freely, because I needed Steel Tree's military to start, so obviously Goto had to go and his family, so no one could stop me with their right of birth. I doubt he, Doc, Drake or Fang would let that happen. Those three were all way too loyal and I was mostly right. It's unfortunate Lin wasn't there, but what can you do? Shade was even angrier, but Kamen continued. And as for Kyoko and Chi, while that brings us to my other reason. Shade was silent for this as Kamen stared into his cold blue eyes, into his very soul. I did this to get you good and pissed so we could have the fight I have wanted from you the whole time. When we unlocked the 9th gate together, that was when I knew you were the one thing I needed to cement my legacy as the deadliest man in the world. They died because of you. Naruto Uzumaki. A course of widening eyes of mouths agape as the assassin known as Shade in anger removed his hood and mask, revealing his face. It confirmed who he was. His spiked blonde hair, his raging blue eyes, whiskered face more defined now that he is an adult, a cross-shaped scar going down his right eye to his cheek. No one could believe it. Naruto, Tsunade whispered as she was going to approach him unconsciously. It can't be, Sakura said, tears in her eyes. Naruto-kun, Hinata said, about to cry. How? Was all the shocked Sasuke could say. Naruto is alive, Kakashi said, on the verge of a heart attack. It was a mixed bag of emotions. Tsunade was getting closer when she heard, stay back Senju or I'll kill you where you stand. Naruto's voice left no room for debate, his trusty knife pointing at her. The only reason you're not dead is because Kamen is here. You got in the way of that too many times already, and for that the next step you take will be your last. Everyone present was frightened, even the Sannin. Naruto was merciless in their fight and was ready to kill given the chance. Naruto, please, Sakura shouted, let us. She was cut off with, you heard him, he wants to be a big boy and get the job done. Rikamaru sensei always was a one target, one kill type of guy, training Naruto here to do the same thing. Nothing else is important to him right now, not even you people. The only reason I hired you was to piss him off and you made it happen. Good job. Kamen grinned, but seeing as Naruto told you about the fake cash, I guess I don't need to hide it anymore. With that, Kamen used his strange chakra ring on the seal on the forehead of his silver-skulled cane blade. When the seal started to glow, Neji realized, that's the detonator. Everyone move, shinobi scattered. At the Konoha Resource and Accounting Firm, the money was going through sincerity where it is checked and counted. Shizune, as Tsunade's most trusted assistant, was overlooking things, leaning by the door, boredom showing in her eyes. Each bill was going through 3 different hands. A Hyuga Ambu who checks the bills for traps with his Byakugan eyes. A quality tester makes sure the bills are real given the size of the sum of money. Any of them could be fake, and an actual accountant for keeping the numbers to bad. The money is unbelievably good. Fakes, no traps. This one's real. 1,801,000. No traps. This one's real. 1,802,000. No traps. This one's real. 1,803 inches. Ambu. At the ready at all times, but by God they hated this part of the job. The novelty of so much money lost the appeal during this stage. Hours of listening to no traps. This one's real. 1 million. Whatever. It was also a type of training for them to deal with tedious tasks like gate guard duty and long-term surveillance. As they were counting, the Hyuga grabbed another bill, and when he looked, his eyes widened, especially when it started to glow. He shouted, "Shizune," getting her attention. "Run." Those were his last words. Shizune bolted to the door before 10,000 paper bombs went off. At the explosions, shock waves smashed her through the door, fling her down the hallway. Fire followed close behind her. She hit the wall. As the flames come closer and closer, she let out a scream, closing her eyes, preparing for the pain, but a forceful grip on her arm was all Shizune felt before being thrown through a window. She opened her eyes fast enough to see the Ambu that saved Burn alive. From the outside of the KRA, Jiraiya was running as fast as he could, but the blast rocked the village, covering his eyes from the flash and debris. Parts of the building landed on houses, shops, and people. Jiraiya, only by the grace of the Almighty, saw Shizune falling after being thrown, and as fast as he possibly could, he summoned his fastest toad to leap and get her. He looked at the destruction all around him, screaming, crying, fire engulfing the last of village's savings. More importantly, to the death of so many innocent people. Jiraiya may not like a vast majority of the people of Konoha these days, but he wasn't so jaded not to feel bad for them. But right now he turned to the accompaniment of Ambu, Jonin, and Chunin and ordered, "Go out there, look for survivors. You get the medics, you take the east, you the west, you the south, you the north. Go, go, go." Ninja flying all around him as he was giving orders. "I'm going back for the Hokage and to deal with the bastard responsible." He inserted double the amount of chakra into his legs that he was storing to deal with the bombs and gunned it. "Tsunade, you better be okay." Back at Konoha gates, so many saw the explosion. The shinobi with families in the blast zone were worried. Sick. Tsunade saw this and couldn't believe her eyes. When they turned to see the thought-dead Naruto, however, she found he didn't even bother to look at the destruction. His frozen blue eyes were entirely focused on Kamen. And he was watching Naruto. "You know, I thought that would have got at least a small reaction from you, Naruto. I mean, this was your village once," Kamen said, a little disappointed. Naruto said coldly, "Does it look like I care about any of them, Guro? They're traitors, every last one of them." Tsunade at the statement felt her heart sink, as did many in attendance. Hearing such a thing from to some a friend, to Tsunade's son, and to most the son of the fourth, it cut deeply. Tsunade didn't know what to do about, but she looked to her soldiers and ordered, "All shinobi with families, go find you loved ones." As those shinobi left, she continued, "Even though it hurt, the rest of you get Kamen and capture Naruto alive and unharmed." "Good luck with that, Senju," Kamen said, and continued, "Boys, time to have some fun." Kamen's bodyguards ran to his aid and Kamen removed his long jacket. Naruto got into his battle stance. Konoha shinobi prepared for a fight. Tsunade didn't know if she should help or capture Naruto, because she once tried to have Naruto killed and he didn't seem to have forgiven her for that too. Whoever Kamen really is has pissed off not only Naruto but all of Konoha and 3. Naruto was apparently trained with the legendary assassin the Shade himself, so she doubted anyone could take him, but she needed to know what happened to the one-time child she thought of as a son. Naruto and Kamen watched each when they heard, "Now," an order from Tsunade was their trigger. They disappeared. Before anyone got to them, Kamen's men fought the shinobi and did a pretty good job of it, but the 2 students of the Shade nka Rikamaru were found on a rooftop. Sparks were flying from their blades as they clashed, slashing and stabbing at each other, blocking, parrying, kicking, punching at speeds most couldn't comprehend. But to their surprise, Kamen managed to get a cut on Naruto's cheek, and Naruto got Kamen's side then, as if it was a person fighting his own shadow. The 2 High kicks connected, then using their other's leg as leverage they kicked with the other leg, then the other. Naruto took one to the rib, Kamen to the shoulder, kicking off the other, they back flip away. It's been a while since we fought, Naruto, but I thought you were stronger than this, Kamen said, grinning till a knife hit his hat off his head from a shinobi who charged at Kamen, only to get a kunai to the head by one of Kamen's men, killing him. While Kamen was distracted, he failed to see Naruto's elbow hitting him square in the face, making him fall. Naruto, on top of his one-time friend, started punching Kamen hard in the face, making the back of his head crack. The roof they were on, all Naruto could say was, "Die you bastard, die die die," as Naruto was about to deliver another blow when he was stopped by Jiraiya, not knowing the identity of the shade since he was gone, who grabbed his hand when Naruto turned to shove his ex-godfather away. He ended up feeling a sharp pain in his gut. His wide-eyed former godfather looked down to see the knife sticking out of Naruto's stomach as Naruto looked down to see Kamen, blood on his face but no major damage. His 5 gates disappeared. He leaned over and fell. Jiraiya caught him but Kamen kicked them away. "You know, Naruto, I'm disappointed in you," Kamen said. "Look at everyone I killed over the years that you loved and still you failed. I know you're better than that." Naruto lead up from Jiraiya. "Man, I will kill you. You bastard," Kamen smiled. "That's the spirit, Naruto." Naruto tried to pull the knife out but Jiraiya grabbed his hand, keeping him from doing so. Tsunade may have been the medic of his old team, but Jiraiya knew if that knife was pulled out, Naruto would lose too much blood, and with his anti-Jinchuriki seal still on Naruto from when he tried to kill him, it meant no healing ability from Kyuubi and Naruto would die. "Naruto, you have to stop pulling that blade out, it will kill you," Jiraiya screamed, tears in his eyes, trying to get through to the boy he thought of as a son and greatest sin he ever committed. "So now you care, Jiraiya, after everything you've done to me?" Naruto painfully said. "I don't care if I die as long as Guro joins me on the trip to hell." At hearing that, Naruto's former friends felt their hearts stop. When Guro Kamen heard this, he had a grin of amusement. "Well, Naruto, you failed again. I'd say listen to Jiraiya on this one though. I want you at your best for our real fight." Naruto looked at him with a hated. None of his former friends thought he was capable of having. He started to struggle. Jiraiya's have was still steady on the blade, keeping it from moving. That is until Naruto head-butted him with the back of his head to Jiraiya's face, freeing him. "Guro!" Naruto shouted, the pain in his gut forcing him to his knees, but he got back up. He was running on anger alone. "I'll kill the entirety of Konoha to get to you, every last one of them." Kamen looked at him for a moment. In his mind's eye he saw a bleeding angel and Naruto saw a monster from hell itself. Kamen smirked. "Everyone in Konoha, eh? I wonder what your father would say about that." Naruto looked at the monster only he could see as he continued running, screaming. "I don't care what he'd say, he's dead. Fuck him." The Konoha shinobi were shocked, the fourth's own son saying such a thing about him, even more so when, with the anger behind it, Naruto vanished till they saw him punch Kamen across the building to Kamen's surprise, but Kamen did a flip and landed on his feet, only to get a knee to the gut and a knife to the shoulder blade. He was used to pain though, and he punched the knife in Naruto's stomach, drive it deeper, then kicked it, making Naruto grunt in pain as he flew to the ground. Kamen managed to get up and held his shoulder, smiling at what happened. "I'll give you credit for that one, Naruto." He walked up to Naruto, delivered a boot to his face. Naruto was in a massive amount of pain but held it in, but it's still not good enough. Kamen then stomped on Naruto's chest. "Leave him alone." Kamen heard Sakura shout as she tried to punch him. He moved back and avoided Lee's kick, then Sasuke's sword, Neji's plum, Tenten's spar, Choji's hammer, Kiba's claws, Hinata's kick, Ino's kunai, Shikamaru's shadows. "Is that your best?" Kamen said, unimpressed, but he stared to feel his energy being drained. "What's this?" Kamen said, annoyed and confused. He reached behind his back and pulled out a handful of little blue beetles. He crushed them and said, "Totally forgot about you, Shino, but I suppose you get that a lot." The bug user known as Shino adjusted his shades. "Yes, I do, annoying as it might be, but I've had you and Naruto tagged since his fight with the Hyugas and you when you destroyed Hira's tower, but I must say I had to stop with trying to drain Naruto. My insects keep dying and I don't know why." It was a statement, not a question. Kamen was a little angry with Shino. "And here I thought you weren't a threat, Shino, when you despaired. I just thought you were a coward." He looked at Naruto and gave a small nonchalant wave. "See you later, brother. I'll tell the rest of the guys you said hi. Don't you dare leave, you bastard." Naruto yelled, but Kamen's response was, "Open first gate." The blast of energy caused Shino's bugs to explode and he vanished from sight. Naruto jumped up yelling. Guro came back here, he was going after him when Tsunade grabbed him. Wait Naruto. You can't leave, you're hurt and I'm not letting you go even if you weren't. A punch from an angry Naruto was the response she got as she turned from the impact. He kicked her but her grip didn't give. She accidentally pulled him and as she let go he fell off the roof landing hard on his back. The force made him spit up blood. Naruto, she screamed in fear for his health. Kamen's bodyguards heard her and noticed Naruto. One of them run at him attempting to finish him but was stopped by Tsunade with a single punch. She encaved the bodyguard's face and the remaining 4 ran at her but were butchered by Sakura, Tenten, Kiba and Sasuke. Tsunade turned to see Naruto. Worried she ran to him. Tears ran down his eyes as he stared blankly into nothing as if possessed. He with a weak voice, Kyoko, I'm sorry. I failed you, please forgive me. He started to reach for something. Tsunade was wondering what was happening when she saw Kurenai in her genjutsu stance. Kurenai, what are you showing him? Kurenai, still in stance, said, it's a desire genjutsu, it's showing him the thing he wants most. Kurenai, being the caster, could see what Naruto saw. It was a woman and little girl. The woman was about the same age as Naruto with enchanting sweet violet eyes with long chestnut hair that was tied in a ponytail. She was wearing a brown farmer's kimono, nothing really fancy, and banana wrapped around her head. She had a body that made Kurenai a little jealous, but what caught her eye most was the child. The little girl in question must have been all of 4 years old. She had long crimson red hair with lovely ocean blue eyes that almost seemed to sparkle in an infection's smile. Kurenai couldn't help but be happy at the sight of her, but as she looked at Naruto she could feel the sadness leaking off of him as she looked at them. I'm sorry I'm sorry Kyoko, I wasn't there for you. I never thought Guro would go this far. Naruto started to stand, blood leaking from his wounds. Naruto, you have to stop now. Kurenai, stop the jutsu now, Tsunade ordered, but she saw Kurenai had tears in her eyes. She put the pieces together. She didn't register the Hokage's orders at all. Tsunade turned to Naruto as he said, I'll get him for you, all of them, they're all dead. Naruto shouted angrily, then squeezed the knife wound and screamed in angry pain, but it broke the jutsu. Rage filled his eyes. How dare you, Kurenai? His eyes turned to her. She flinched at the gaze. How dare you make me see that? Naruto phased from existence, then reappeared behind her with his spare knife to her throat, his other arm wrapped around her waist, keeping her from moving. Naruto saw the regret in her eyes before he moved, but that was no excuse to him. Naruto, stop, please let her go. Asuma yelled, fear in his voice as Naruto was about to slit her throat when he stopped. The hand around her waist moved to the center of his belly, anger still very visible in his eyes, but he did something surprising. He let her go and pushed her aside, not with so much force to harm her, just enough to move her. Go, Kurenai. If I see you in this again, I'm taking one of your eyes. Got that? Kurenai nodded and backed away slowly. Asuma right there to get her. Asuma wanted to know why Naruto would let her go, but fear gripped him in case Naruto changed his mind. Even now he was quite dangerous. Take her away, Asuma, now, Naruto ordered dangerously. Naruto, I'm sore. Kurenai started but was cut off. What I just gave you was for the child, but the offer doesn't extend to the father. Keep it to yourself and leave now. Asuma was surprised at what he just heard. He gently grabbed Kurenai and looked at Tsunade for what she'd say. Go, Asuma. With a nod he and Kurenai vanished. Naruto, how did you know? Tsunade said, puzzled. That's my business, Senju, was the reply. I've wasted too much time on you traitors. Guro is gone and I'm too injured to get him because of that worthless Jiraiya. I'm leaving and I won't hesitate, kill everyone here to do so. The shinobi in attendance flinched. Many drew their weapons. Fight or flight about to take hold. All shinobi, don't kill Naruto or you're next. They stopped immediately at that. Trying to save that pleasure for yourself, Senju, Naruto said, holding his wound as he stared to breath heavily. I'm not going down without a fight, and this time my back isn't turned. Naruto, you idiot, I'm trying to help you, Tsunade said, tears in her eyes. The only thing that made me an idiot was trusting you. You're nothing but poison, Senju. Naruto, despite all efforts, was getting tired. He had a job to do, and come hell or high water he was going to see it through to the end. Tsunade couldn't believe what she just heard. She was going to cry but held off. She had something to do first, and that was to save Naruto whether he liked it or not. Naruto, if I have to take you down in order to save you, I will. Tsunade got into her battle stance. You can try. Sen. Naruto fell to his side. He lost too much blood, passing out. He didn't have much time left. Tsunade gunned it to Naruto, as did Sakura. Tsunade checked his pulse. It was fading. Face we have to get him to the hospital now. Before one of them could order a medical unit, Jiraiya appeared on a toad. He grabbed Naruto, Tsunade and Sakura and ordered the toad to step on it. The race to the hospital time was short, but Jiraiya wasn't going to lose Naruto again. The Konoha Hospital Shinobi Wing. Jiraiya burst through the front door of the hospital with Tsunade and Sakura hot on his trail. When Sakura went in, she immediately got into doctor mode. We need a surgery room and B-type blood bags for a transfusion ready now. What's he in for, doctor? A nurse said. Stabbed in the kidney area and bleeding profusely, possible bone fractures to the chest and head. Is that room ready? Sakura yelled. Yes, doctor. Good, I'm going in. Have me prepared, Sakura ordered. I'll do the surgery, Sakura. Tsunade ordered. Tsunade, this isn't the time to argue with me, Sakura said, almost threatening Tsunade. Fine, I'll be your second, lady. Tsunade, a doctor shouted. What is it? Tsunade asked angrily. Shizune-sama was caught in the crash explosion. She's alive but badly burned on her back. She needs you. Tsunade's eyes widened in fear. Go to her, I got Naruto. Tsunade nodded. She trusts Sakura's skills fully. What room? 306 inches, the doctor said. Tsunade nodded and despaired from sight, heading to her niece assist and daughter figure's room. I'll need a second surgeon, Sakura said. I'm there. She turned to see Hinata. Her wrist was in bandages but seemed okay, but Sakura asked, are you sure with your wrist the way it is? Hinata had purpose in her eyes. I've had worse in training, now let's save Naruto. Sakura nodded. Right, she said with a smile. In the surgery room with Sakura and Hinata. Sakura applied healing chakra to the wound while the knife was still in to heal around it to stop some of the bleeding. The blade would act as a quirk to keep any more blood from spilling. While they carefully stripped Naruto's upper body, first they removed the gloves and found scared hands from years of fighting, climbing and training, not uncommon for a ninja. Next came the unzipping of the leather armor. When it went all the way down, using thick sharp scissors they cut from the zipper to around the wound. Naruto's body was a rich tapestry of scars, some burns, others knives, and many surgical. It worried the two, and some of which they themselves put there. His body was well toned, showing why he so easily beat them. It was a mark of someone who took his training very seriously. Hinata and Sakura carefully lifted Naruto onto his left side. Sakura had one of her hands on Naruto's shoulder and the other on his side. Hinata put her hand on the knife handle. She looked at Sakura and raised 3 fingers to start the count. 3.2.1 With inhuman speed she pulled the knife out perfectly straight and given her still near broken wrist. It was amazing. Both girls put their hands immediately on the part of the wound on their sides and applied the same amount of chakra into the wound while also applying pressure to stop the blood flow. The wound started to glow and close. Hinata's Byakugan eyes double checking for anything they might have missed. She found nothing else. She blessed his luck for that. The last part was stitching up the rest of the wound. Sakura and Hinata were sweating a lot. To the layman, the surgery seemed rather quick, but the amount of chakra, skill and trust both surgeons had for each other was over that of Tsunade herself. Combined they are a medical powerhouse, but given the patient and the condition of him they were extremely vigilant for his health. At the end of the surgery and the stitching of what was left they wrapped in bandages. Naruto was then stripped down to nothing and they put a hospital gown on him with pants. The old Hinata would have been redder than a tomato at seeing this much of Naruto, but the new Hinata was a dedicated doctor concerned about her friend, now possible enemy, and besides knowing full well how much damage she inflicted on him, she thought it was unfair to see him like this. Now both girls grabbed a side of Naruto and gently placed him on a hospital bed and unfortunately had to tie his wrist and legs to the bed. The two wheeled him to a private room named the Naruto Suite, a name some doctors used for it jokingly because of his frequent visits to that very room as a child. When the villagers would beat him, it had a bed and IV and blood drip medical supplies that would only be used by Hiruzen Sarutobi's most trusted doctors, as he didn't trust most others. The Naruto Suite continued to have that dark humus tittle till Sakura herself heard the name and broke the doctor's jaw and fired him. He wasn't a good doctor anyway, she said. The name was still used, but only when Sakura was at a safe 30-mile radius from the place, which she rarely was. Jiraiya was there waiting for the two doctors, freshly bandaged from the attack. How is he? Jiraiya asked, worried. He lost a lot of blood, but we managed to stabilize him. Jiraiya-sama, now he needs rest, Hinata informed. I'll stay with him, make sure he's safe. I don't trust a lot of the patients or the doctors for that matter, except you two, Jiraiya said, hoping they'd understand. No, Sakura said bluntly. Naruto needs rest. You saw him out there. Hell, we're supposed to be Konoha's legends past and future, and we barely laid a scratch on him. If Kamen was telling the truth, and in this situation I think he was, Naruto would have killed us if he wasn't after him instead. What Sakura said made the other two flinch. She spoke calmer. I don't know what he'll be like when he wakes up, but I doubt he'll be happy about it, especially when he sees us. I'll take care of him, Jiraiya, you have my word on that, but until then I'll take care of Naruto only. I'd also ask, but she's a clan head and is needed to keep them in line. As sad as it made her, Hinata nodded in agreement. Take care of Naruto I mean Naruto. Hinata nodded in respect and walked away. I will. She turned to Jiraiya. Now go back to your room or I'll strap you there myself, Sakura threatened. Before I do, Jiraiya said, then painted a seal on Naruto's room with lightning fast speed. It's a detector seal. If someone goes in there that isn't Yumi Tsunade or Hinata, I'll come here with murder on my mind. Jiraiya made that part clear. He also placed a seal on Naruto's bindings, reinforcing them. With a nod and one last look at Naruto, Jiraiya hobbled back to his room. After getting Naruto into his room and hooking him up to the heart monitor and IV drip, she went back to her office and fixed a drink and began to write a report on her new patient. Though Sakura seemed calm on the outside, but on the inside she was in shambles. How much could she? Haruno, the second coming of the slug Sanin Tsunade Senju, could have possibly done to her once innocent blonde teammate? The look in his eyes was cold but at the same time angry, hateful, even and above all pained. She remembered everything like it was yesterday, the day that would forever be known as the Naruto incident. Flashback 10 years ago, the loyalty test and the Naruto incident. At the Hokage's office, Tsunade was just about half cut. She had been drinking since early morning. It was now 2 p.m. She tried to come up with the right words, the right way to say it. She wondered if she should use her reasoning or sadness or a cold cut order to the troops. She didn't know she had sent out Ambu to call 10 members of the Konoha 11 along with Kakashi and Jiraiya, who was already told and had spent days going over and over Danzo's findings to no avail. Heartbroken, he started work on an anti-Jinchuriki seal to nullify Naruto's connection with the Kyuubi. When Tsunade heard the knock at the door, she instantly sobered up from hours of drinking. Enter, she said commandingly as the people she wanted to see came walking in. You wanted to see us, Lady Tsunade, Sakura said respectfully with a peppy smile on her face. She had been having a good day and it hurt Tsunade to no end to see it. Yes, I do, Sakura. Already those in the room could feel the situation needed the utmost attention. Jiraiya's expression of sadness didn't help ease them either. What can we do for you, Tsunade-sama? Neji said with respect. Tsunade was silent for an uncomfortable amount of time till she spoke with sadness. It's about Naruto. At hearing Naruto's name and the sadness of Tsunade's voice and seeing Jiraiya's face, everyone was on edge. What is it, Tsunade-sama? What happened to Naruto? Was it Akatsuki? Did they get him? Kiba said, worried. Is he hurt or lost? Do we have to go find him? Shikamaru asked. Is he going after Sasuke-kun again? Did Orochimaru find out? Sakura asked. Please, Tsunade-sama, what happened to Naruto-kun? This came from Hinata. No, Tsunade said softly, continuing. Naruto is safe and in the village. Shikamaru didn't like where this was going but remained cool, asking, then why did you call us about that troublesome blonde for then, Lady Tsunade? Tsunade tried to find the words then she spoke that would haunt her for the rest of her life. As Hokage of Konoha, I am ordering you all to go on a mission with Naruto to the border of Konoha and Wave, and from there you will take part in his assassination. Confusion rocked the group, but Kakashi and Shikamaru caught on. Kakashi dropped his book he had to his side. Choji, with many others, was a little slower to catch on and said, I don't get it, Tsunade-sama, why do you need us to be there for Naruto to assassinate someone? Besides, isn't he still a genin? Is it for backup? Why isn't he here to then? Choji, Shikamaru said sadly. Everyone turned to him. She doesn't want us there so Naruto can kill someone. She wants us there to kill Naruto himself. Everyone's eyes widened and gasps were heard even from Shino, but it was hard to tell. What, but why, Tsunade-sama? Tenten asked. Why do we have to kill Naruto? Why does he have to die at all? She couldn't fathom the idea of killing a Konoha shinobi, especially one she knew. Is this a joke, Tsunade-sama? Why do we have to kill Naruto-kun? Hinata had tears in her eyes while asking. She thought it was some sort of nightmare she was going through. His our friend, why us? Neji demanded. Lady Tsunade, please tell us this is just one of Naruto's stupid jokes and somehow he put you up to this. Sakura begged. No, Sakura, it's not a joke. Tsunade snapped, frustration clear. Having to explain, Jiraiya had to take over as Tsunade got her composure. Danzo came to Tsunade and with worries about Naruto. He gave us some of his privately funded research he had done on Naruto. He sighed sadly, then continued, the research was done on Naruto's seal. Hida wondered and asked, seal? What seal? His Jinchuriki seal, Shikamaru said, as he already know, but Danzo's a warmongering bastard. Why would you take his word for it? Shikamaru ignored the looks he was getting from the others. Naruto-kun's a what? Hinata said after a little explanation about what a Jinchuriki was, which shocked them and totally rewrote everything they know about Konoha's history. Jiraiya finally answered Shikamaru. I've spent 3 months straight doing honest-to-God research on it and paid off just about every source I have and found nothing to disprove its merit. If I found the slightest thing, we wouldn't be talking at all. The truth in his words hurt his listeners. But why send us of all people were Naruto's friends and teachers? Lee asked. Tsunade used all her inner strength to face them, answering, that's why you're going. Naruto's not as stupid as most people think, and he doesn't trust many other shinobi. He'll know something's up, but with you all there with him watching his back, he wouldn't see it coming. Shino finished with a quiet voice, hiding his inner sadness. This is bullshit. Naruto may be a Jinchua whatever, but he's our friend. You can't make us do this, please. Kiba's voice cracked with anger and sadness. He was at a loss. Actually, Kiba Iken, Naruto's status as Jinchuriki makes him a major threat to Konoha, and as his closest friends we can't be sure if the Kyuubi isn't manipulating all of you into thinking Naruto isn't a threat, or the Kyuubi himself. This is as much a loyalty test as it is an order for Naruto's death. Failure to do so in this regard would mean you're disobeying direct orders by your Kage, and in Konoha law it is a capital offense. The room went as quiet as the grave. They all had to think long and hard. Why? Kakashi whispered. Why did Minato-sensei pick Naruto to begin with? Tsunade was sad at hearing that. That's an SS-ranked secret, Kakashi. I'm sorry. Tsunade wanted to tell them, but really the less they know the better. Shikamaru knew, and by God he wanted to tell everyone, but didn't. He was of the same mindset as Tsunade to kill the fourth son. It'd haunt them as much as it would him. He couldn't let that happen. When must we take part in this unyouthful venture? Lee said with no enthusiasm. It will take one very long week. I'm telling you this now to prepare. And pray, Tsunade said. A week? What happens if we see Naruto? Ino said, a little scared of seeing him with what she now knows. You will have to play it cool like nothing is wrong. We need the week to prepare, Jiraiya answered. For what? Kakashi asked, not bothering with formalities at this point. Tsunade gave a sad sigh. As some of you may know, Naruto is popular in some countries and with the leaders from Spring Suna Wave, and even with Shion the priestess, who once asked him to give her a child. I remember that one, Kakashi said, looking fondly at the memory when Naruto realized what she meant by helping her with an hair. Tsunade nodded. If he dies, and everyone knows how Konoha could lose a lot of allies and revenue, especially with Sunagara, wouldn't stand for it no matter the reason. Naruto needs to die and his body destroyed to also make sure Orochimaru can't get his secrets, or worse, being him back as a dead slave to his will and replaced. Shikamaru thought about it. How do you plan to do that? Jiraiya answered. The last raid we did on one of Orochimaru's bases, I found some of his notes on something called a flesh sculpting technique. When he takes over a body, he uses this to change another dead person's face to make it look like him so that he can graft it to his host's face, making him look like his real self. Even though it's clearly not his real body, it will have his appearance. That sickened everyone in the room to no end. Tsunade continued where Jiraiya left off. After the Oto Suna invasion, Danzo kept many of the bodies to run tests on. One he found had the same build and height, and one that looked almost just like Naruto from the face. You plan to make a Naruto to be found at a later date? Shino said bitterly. Yes, Tsunade returned. It will be found by Jiraiya, and people will think he just failed his mission and died as a result. It happens a lot, unfortunately, and not many will question it. We are also doing this to give people peace of mind, and it will also be a trap if Orochimaru does try to get the body. This is disgusting, Kiba said. First you want us to kill one of our friends to prove our loyalty, then set him up as a failure. Jinchuriki or not, Naruto deserves better. The Konoha 10 nodded in agreement. Until we don't know if it is really Naruto at all, Kiba. This came from Sakura, getting everyone's attention. I don't want to do this either. Naruto is my teammate, but we can't be sure anymore, and I trust Lady Tsunade's judgment. Neji didn't like that. Are you sure it's not because he didn't bring back that traitorous Uchiha? You're so fond of Sakura. She turned to him angrily. It's not that at all. He may be the Kyuubi and save it, Haruno. Hinata said, anger in her soft voice. You have never appreciated having Naruto-kun on your team, someone who was willing to cross hell itself to see you smile, even going so far as to nearly die to bring back that traitor because he knows you care more for him than Naruto-kun's safety. Sakura felt like she was stabbed in the chest through the heart. Is this what they all thought of her? Just some child with a crush who's willing to use his Naruto to her own ends. If what Jiraiya says is true, Naruto-kun's life has been a hell on earth with the beating of those bigots out there, to the point where he may have sided with the demon inside to get back at them, and with all the punches, the yelling, and the spite you have for him, don't you think you helped contribute to that? Shikamaru said bluntly. And what of all of you? Was Sakura's retort. Hinata, you've never taken the hard road once. You could have told him how you felt 1,000 times, but you stuck to hiding from him instead. She turned to the others. Kiba, Choji and Shikamaru, you the third of May have hung out with Naruto the most, but you Kiba were also right there with the rest of us insulting him. Shikamaru, you were just too lazy to give a fuck about the so-called troublesome blonde, and given your smarts you must have known who he was and more, and you Choji always so concerned with Shikamaru you didn't give Naruto the time of day. Sakura, Ino said angry, quiet Ino, you were right there with me the most. She didn't bring up Lee or Tenten as they only meet in the Chunin exam, and though Neji did have harsh words with Naruto he changed after their fight, and Shino didn't say much of anything to anyone, so he was a write-off in that regard. Most of you are in the same boat I'm in when it came to Naruto's treatment in some way, shape or form, and I will not stand by and be the only one taking the blame, Sakura said, making the rest think about their part in all this. She does have a point, though she could have worded it better, Kakashi said, a little disappointed with her, and Jiraiya was still giving her a glare which stopped when she turned to them. Who are you two to talk and look at me like that? Venom was in her voice. Kakashi, you flat out ignored him. Tree climbing in the middle of AA ranked mission against the fucking demon of the mist was his only lesson from you, and you Jiraiya, how many times did Naruto try to treat me to ramen only to find out his savings were gone because you spent it on booze and women? For you disgusting research, you're a Sanin and Konoha's spymaster. Wouldn't you have almost infinite access to Konoha's banks, or did you spend it all on whores and have the access taken from you so you had to steal from your own apprentice? Hell, the only reason he learned the Rasengan from what I got from him was his own skill and drive to do so. Both men were ashamed of themselves for that. Tsunade was wide-eyed at the outburst, but unfortunately it's too late to fix the problem now. It doesn't matter anymore anyway, she said, sadness clearly in the statement. Right now Naruto, if he hasn't already become a part of the Kyuubi in some shape or form more than just the Jinchuriki, he needs to go, and you must be the ones to do so. Shikamaru looked at her. What of you, Hokage? Not wanting to use her name, Naruto made you the Hokage to begin with, got you over your own personal troubles and sees you as family, something you yourself said is rare for him. How do we know he hasn't already gotten to you? Shikamaru, Ino said softly, trying to stop him. He continued, I've seen Naruto defend Konoha, and his friends have seen him fight against impossible odds when all hope was lost. Now you're ordering his death, yes, but would you back it up yourself? Tsunade looked at him sadly. For Konoha's future I would. Naruto did make me take up the mantle I didn't want. Now that I have it, I must do what must be done for the bigger picture, and that's to save this village. Even at the cost of someone I love. That's way back in the day I left, I was done sacrificing people I cared about. Many want to be Hokage Shikamaru, but only a few can actually do the job. I unfortunately am one of the ones that can. Silently they stood, they couldn't believe what they must do, but they saw her point, and as shinobi of Konoha the village must come first. They looked at Tsunade. Just remember, this is a SS ranked mission, no one else can know, not even your families. They nodded and slowly left the room. Only Jiraiya and Tsunade remained. How long till the seal is ready? It will be ready for when the time comes. I'll get started on the copy then, just make sure it's painless please. All. Try. I guess that's all I can ask, Tsunade said as Jiraiya made his way to the door. When Tsunade had one last question, we're going to hell, aren't we, Jiraiya? Yes, we are, Haim. He exited and Tsunade finally broke down. Naruto, in his regular orange outfit he got from Jiraiya, was walking around the village ignoring the glares pointing at him. He was on his way to Ichiraku's, lost in thought when by accident he bumped it to someone turning the corner. Hey, watch it. Naruto. It was Sakura along with Ino. Oh hey Ino, Sakura-chan, how's it going? He said in his usual happy self. The two girls looked at him, not knowing what to say to their future target. Naruto looked at them puzzled but ignored it. I'm going to get some ramen, would you like to join? I haven't seen the others today. The two young ladies were even more worried till Sakura said with a small false smile, sure, we can do that. Great, Naruto said excitedly, he grabbing them by the hands, racing down to the place he feels most at home. Ichiko ramen stand. Tenchi was cooking for some customers. Until Naruto walked it with the girls with a glare. A man said angrily, just once I'd like to come here without that thing showing up. The others nodded in agreement. Tenchi looked at the man. Let me solve that problem for all of you, get out and don't come back. The man and his friends were shocked at that. You'd throw us out over that monster? Naruto's head lowered sadly. Of course I would, unlike you people, he's not an asshole. Now out, Tenchi said with finality. The customers left angry, but Tenchi was far from caring, and with a complete 180 in personality he looked at Naruto and company with a smile. Naruto my boy, how are you today? Naruto put his brave face on. I'm alright Uncle Tenchi, just here to get some ramen with some friends. Stupendous, you and two lovely ladies. He stopped for a moment and was worried. Oh dear, you're not taking after that fool Jiraiya, are you? The two girls blushed and Naruto waved that thought out of his uncle figure's head. Please, I wouldn't be like that. I'm glad to hear that, Ayame said coming out of the storage room. Hi Ayame ni-chan. Naruto waved happily. Hey Naruto ni-san, you don't know how worried I was when I thought Jiraiya-sama would have made you help with his research, she thought, frightened for her little brother's innocence. Naruto smirked. He tried, but I preferred the abridged version better. When everyone looked at him confused, Naruto smiled and for the next hour told them about the times Jiraiya got caught peeping. They laughed at the stories like they were there with him. And then when they finally let him go, he was stripped to his boxers with pervert written on his chest, Naruto finishing his last story. Yep, that sounds like Jiraiya alright, Tenchi said, wiping a tear from his eye. Go ahead with your friends Naruto, it's on the house. Are you sure uncle I can pay? Naruto took out wallet full of money, making everyone's eyes widen as they saw the fat stack of cash in his frog wallet. Naruto then said, I'll tell you what, I'll pay for Sakura-chan and Ino in a tip, okay? Tenchi was dumbfounded. Okay, was Tenchi's charismatic response. Great, here you go, by ni-chan uncle. Naruto exited the stand. Tenchi waved them off and counted the money and smiled proudly at the boy. Naruto's tip paid for his meals with interest and even the 3 costumers that left. Naruto always such a good kid and best customer, he said with a chuckle. Sakura and Ino had a great time with Naruto. Inside they felt nothing but guilt as they walked with him. They noticed more now of the glares sent his way, so distracted by them they almost didn't notice. Naruto stopped and turned to them. Ino asked, what is it Naruto? Naruto just tried to came up with the words, I just wanted to thank you two for today. I had a great time, but I got to go. I almost forgot. I told Shino I'd help him find some more bugs for his collection. I'll see you two later. As he was about to turn and leave, he heard. What Naruto? Sakura shouted. Naruto stopped. What is it Sakura-chan? Well, Ino can help Shino with his bugs. We should hang out more, Sakura said. Naruto did like the idea but had to turn her down. I'd like that Sakura-chan, really I would, but I gave my word and I never go back on it. Sakura understood and said, okay Naruto, I know you well enough, it is your ninja way after all, she said, holding her sadness in. But there's nothing in your ninja way about taking a rain check, Ino said, confusing him. What do you mean Ino? Asked Naruto. Look, it's not that often you get to see Sakura anymore. With the training you do, this might be your last chance to do so, and it's for a full day too, she said, trying to persuade him. I understand that, but Shino has my word and Naruto didn't finish his sentence because out of nowhere the man himself Shino appeared. Something came up, can't go today, good day. Shino then vanished again. The dumbfounded group snapped out of it and Naruto smiled. I guess I'm free, Sakura smiled and Ino said. Great, you two have fun, I'll see you later. Ino was going home where she wouldn't be seen for a couple of days, so where do you want to go Naruto? Sakura asked. I know just the place, Naruto said with a smile. Atop the Hokage monument, Fourth's Head dusk. Naruto and Sakura were sitting on the Fourth's Head, something she found a little sacrilegious but wasn't too worried about it. The two were watching the sunset, talking about where 3 years apart had gotten them. Naruto sat fascinated by her stories about training with Tsunade, and she in turn did the same. Really, you broke your hand 16 times? Naruto said, feeling the phantom pain in his own hands at the thought. Yep, and now I can break boulders with a single punch and still do delicate surgery, Sakura said, fist in the air and a big smile on her face. I'm impressed, all I really have is the Rasengan and Shadow clones. He looked down a little ashamed with the lack of other skills. Don't sell yourself short Naruto, how many times did you save our lives with those clones, and the Rasengan is the fourth own legendary technique you learned from Asanin and the Toad contract. Don't forget that you have a lot to your name Naruto Uzumaki, she said with her own type believe it grin. Naruto had blush on his face at the kind words. Thanks Sakura-chan. He looked over at the stars. They talked through the sunset. It's getting late, I should walk you home. Sakura flinched at that. She may not love Naruto, but she didn't want their time to end now, but said softly, okay Naruto, let's go. The two continued walking through the village, Naruto telling stories and Sakura laughing all the way. When they reached her door, Naruto said, good night Sakura-chan. I had a great time, he said with a warm smile, and all of it hurt her on the inside to see it. She reached over and hugged him so tight he couldn't breathe. Thank you Naruto for everything you've done for me. I want you to know how much I appreciate you. Tears went down her eyes but he couldn't see them. He hugged her back and spoke softly. I'll always be there for you Sakura-chan, you don't have to worry about that, believe it. She broke contact and waved as he walked away, a genuine smile on his face. When she entered her house she closed the door, ran to her bed and cried herself to sleep. Preset day in Sakura's office. Sakura didn't know how much she drank thinking about that day, how kinda gentle Naruto once was. Now he's strapped to a bed just down the hall, unconscious from their battle after 10 long years of thinking he was dead by her hand. Something he returned in kind to his would-be assassins. The boy who was so kind and sincere. He stopped Zabuza the demon of mist by talking to him and made the monster of Suna see the light so he could become a kind and caring Kazekage. With a sad expression on her face she pulled out a new file. The old one was burned following his death, for secrecy's sake, but not before she read it to see what he was really going through in his own village. The knowledge broke her heart. She pulled out a pen and began to write the forms for the good man turned deadly assassin. Name: Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Eye color: ocean blue. Hair color: sun kiss blonde. Other known names if applicable. The shade. Birthdate: October 10th. Birthplace: Konohagakure. Nation: Land of Fire. Sex: M. Age: 26. Height: 5 feet 9. Weight: 200 to 210 pounds. Blood type: B. Occupation: shinobi, formerly of Konoha, assassin currently. Rank if applicable: genin of Konoha, most likely jonin level now. Known affinity if applicable: formerly wind affinity. Shinobi reg hash if applicable .012607. Clan name if an Uzumaki, last survivor of both parents. 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and Ambu Captain Kushina Uzumaki. At this time, medical reasons. Stabbed in an assassination attempt on former client of Konoha in kidney area by former client, suffered massive blood loss but missed kidney by 4 mms. Name: S of assailant, S if applicable. Guro Kamen, interim daimyo of Steel Tree. Current medical status: stabilized but is currently unconscious. Name: S of doctor, S who treated patient. Haruno and Hyuga. Name: S of doctor, S currently caring for patient. Dr. Sakura Haruno only. Visitor: S status: none shinobi or civilian allowed to visit patient until full treatment administered, no exceptions, under the full authority of head doctor of Konoha Hospital Haruno. Sakura heard a knock at the door and knew full well who it was. She got another glass. Come in Tsunade. The door opened and as predicted it was the Hokage herself entered. How is he? Besides the wound that will take a while to heal, being unconscious and tied to a bed down the hall in a private room full of seals, and for being dead for a decade, I'd say he's pretty good. How's Shizune Ni-chan? She had massive burns on her back and glass from an ambu throwing her through a window to save her from the blast. It will leave scars but will be better after the rest of her treatment is done. Tsunade sighed. She used a hell of a lot of time and chakra and was tired. Good. Sakura said, purring the drinks. Tsunade took it, a shot it down and purred another. She looked at Sakura, seeing her tired eyes on her half-drunk face, and put the drink down on the desk. You should go home and get some sleep. I can watch the hospital while you're out, Tsunade offered. The hospital or Naruto? Him and Shizune. I would stay with her anyway and still get some work done, Tsunade said calmly. Then stay with her then, but before you try anything, read this. Sakura stamped the paper with doctor's stamp to make the discussion final and handed it to Tsunade, who took it and read it. You're the only one who can see him. Why? Tsunade said. Outraged Sakura was cold as she said, we. All of us once tried to kill him out of the bigotry and paranoid visions of that bastard Danzo. As he was fighting, he broke Hinata's wrist slowly to prove a point and stabbed me in the side. If it wasn't for my healing ability, I'd be dead. He doesn't care about us. I doubt he'd take kindly to seeing me, let alone every one of his attempted murderers, in the same room at once with the person who ordered it. Tsunade was feeling low. Sakura was right, and there really was nothing she could do about it. S for Sakura, T for Tsunade. T. But what about your safety? Naruto isn't the same person we knew. If he really is now the assassin known as the Shade and was really trained by the man himself, then he is deadlier than anyone we have in this village. Even Sasuke couldn't stand up to him for long, and he also beat Lee in taijutsu. When he was just some unknown assassin with the name, it didn't stop you from bringing me out of retirement to handle him. Why should now be any different? T. I know, you screwed up. Tone when I hear it, Sakura, and you're right, I did. Konoha was desperate. I've had to call in favors spanning back to Sarutobi Sensei's days as Hokage the first time around to replace the resources we've lost in the attack. You're only the first of a long line of people I have to make this up to, and many of them aren't coming back. So how do you plan to do that then? Rally the troops, maybe ask Naruto now that he's a deadly assassin to forgive and forget and help us clean up this mess for old time's sake. I'm going to find out everything we can about Kamen and get all our allies together, plan accordingly, and then find out wherever he's hiding and burn it to the ground around him. He just started a war with us and we need to end it fast. Everything we have is not enough and Kamen proved it. You don't just blow something up in one of the 5 great shinobi villages, let alone the strongest of them, without having some force to back it up. I mean, his bodyguards alone managed to hold their own against Jonin, and that was just 5 of them, and I doubt they were the best he has. I thought the same thing, which is why I want you to do me a favor. The last time I did that I almost died by the hands of the ghost in the other room. That is why I want to see Naruto. He and Kamen clearly know each other. Naruto is also the new shade assassin who was legendary for his meticulous planning as much as combat to almost Nara levels, and I would assume he made Naruto to do the same. What on earth makes you think he'll talk to you, Tsunade? Face facts, he hates us and proved that much during our fight. Sakura was clearly annoyed at Tsunade, who remained calm. I know he does, and we'd have to be morons otherwise not to see that, but he clearly hates Kamen more. He was willing to come to Konoha after 10 years of being off our radar and have it out with all of us to get to him. It wasn't stealthy in the slightest. That's not something the Shade student would do likely. No matter who they are, he hated Kamen enough that we, the traitors of his trust, didn't matter to him, Tsunade said, trying to get Sakura to understand this, and continued, he may not like us, but I'm willing to bet he'd see that we're his best chance to get Kamen. Sakura was mad at that. The logic. Do you really think he's madder at Kamen than the friends that tried to kill him? He even stabbed me. If it wasn't for my healing factor, I'd be dead. What could possibly be worse than that level of betrayal? When Kurenai casted her genjutsu on him, she saw what he most desired, but it seemed to make him angry instead of happy. She knows what Naruto wants, but she's keeping quiet. She's afraid that if she says what she saw, Naruto will make good on his threat to kill Asuma, and as everyone knows, Naruto Uzumaki keeps his word, so we have to get it from the man himself to talk. Tsunade said. Sakura was tired of the back and forth. Naruto is my patient, my responsibility. No one else is to see him. I don't care if he has the secrets to curing all sickness in the world or knows how to regrow limbs until I say otherwise. No one can see him. This may be your village, Tsunade, but it's my hospital, and when you walk through those doors, I'm the cage here. Is that understood? Sakura said with all seriousness. Tsunade nodded. Sakura had a bad temper to begin with, and it only got worse when she became Tsunade's apprentice. Okay, Sakura, I understand, but I insist on reports about his health and mental stress. That is a Hokage order. Sakura nodded. Fine, I'm sleeping here tonight. Naruto is the only patient that needs my full attention right now. He's on 24-hour watch. Tsunade was walking to the door and opened it. With everything we've done us in Konoha, I will not ask him to join back. Konoha lost that right years ago. Tsunade closed the door behind her. Sakura's head hit her desk and she passed out, sleeping the rest of the night. The following morning in the Naruto suite, Naruto's eyes opened to see the all too familiar walls. How he hated the brown walls, the white privacy curtains, the feeling of the bed. He was on the sounds of the heart monitor. The straps were new, though he saw the seal on them. He know they were Jiraiya's. As he lay in the bed, he thought of old times with his grandfather figure, the late Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Iruka was by his side, passed out from watching over him through the night. He figured that wasn't the case this time. When he heard the door, he laid his head on the pillow and shut his eyes in wait. The person that walked in was Sakura. Of course it was she. Checked the machines, the IV drip, and went to the credenza. Her back turned out. Him in a hospital for shinobi. I know when someone is sleeping or awake. Naruto. He opened his eyes. Figures you would, Haruno. So what am I doing here and not in a prison medical ward in T&I? Naruto said calmly. Those doctors aren't on my level. When it comes to healing, it's just fix you enough to live. We call it meatball surgery. It originated from MASH units in times of war, not becoming for inner village wounded. Sakura informed, still focused on her clipboard. I guess Senju wants me good and healthy for when I'm executed, or more likely sent to Ibiki and Anko to find out what I've been doing for 10 years, but I'll tell you now, I won't talk. Naruto said in the same calm tone. No need to think that I'm the only one allowed to see you, and no, Kurenai didn't tell anyone what she saw. Everyone knows Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze keeps his word, Sakura said. Naruto was staring to the ceiling calmly, his voice a monotone. Just like how you have my word that I'll kill you if you ever call me Namikaze again. Uzumaki only Haruno, or better yet Shade, you don't get to say my name. Sakura didn't seem bothered on the outside by the threat. Unfortunately for you Naruto, I can call you whatever I want, but in the respect for you I'll leave the fourth's name out of it, okay? He nodded. Fine. Sakura went over to Naruto. I'm going to lower the top part of your gown to check your breathing and wound, is that alright? He continued to look upward. Do I have a choose? No, was her response. Silence was his. She lowered the top part of the gown and this time really got a good look at the scars that riddle his body and muscled frame. She put the stethoscope to his chest. He didn't flinch at the contact, breathing normal. She looked at the wound. It was healing slowly. It most likely hurt. Now for the other scars, recognize some of your handiwork, Haruno. He said calmly. Sakura actually felt that one it hurt, and considering how emotionally dead he sounded, it didn't help. Sakura looked at the scars around his chest. She recognized Kiba's claws, punchers from Neji, and Hinata's gentle fist/wounds. Some must have been Tenten in his midsection, the seal that marked him for a life of misfortune, the seal of a Jinchuriki with Jiraiya's anti-variation also there, along with the make of a Rasengan burned scars to Kakashi's Chidori, and of course the stab wound of Sasuke's sword. Turn over. Please, she sighed softly. I can't, I'm tied to the bed, was the reply. Do you think you can sit up? He complained. His back was no better, filled with burns and cut scars and what looked to be bug bites. It was clear Naruto went through hell more than once. Not all of the scars were from the team that was ordered to kill him. His arms to a fair amount as well. She wrote it all down in her clipboard and lay him back down and did his gown up. Do you need anything while I'm here? She said softly. And sincerely, my things back and the straps gone. The door opened behind you, he said calmly. I can't, your stuff's being looked at by Ambu and you're too dangerous to be allowed to walk around freely. She said sadly, having to tell him no. Then you gone will suffice. He turned his head away from her, letting her know he was done talking. She nodded and put a call button next to him. Call me if you need anything, I'll be back after to change you bandage. No response was given. As she walked out, she saw Jiraiya sitting on a bench with Kakashi. Jiraiya, what are you doing out of bed? Sakura said, mad at the Sannin. Do you think I can really relax in a bed eating the shit food her while my dead appearance of 10 years is in the next room? Jiraiya retorted. I'm sorry Sakura, I really am, but Naruto is alive and we can just let that go. We did wrong by him and wanted to see him and apologize, or more likely to beg forgiveness, Kakashi said, sadness in his visible eye. Sakura remained strong. You two are in the same boat. Tsunade and I are in, the two former senseis to Naruto. Looked at her. Naruto once had a crush on me, maybe. Even loved me, he was willing to do anything for me. Despite how I acted, he also looked up to you two, his mentors, who even though you barely were there and acted like goofs when you were there, the two men were ashamed of themselves. And she continued, and Tsunade, he saw a grandma he did everything for, he brought her back from a trail of self-destruction, but with all that, she couldn't stop the bigotry from getting to Naruto. She looked to them. With all this and more, Naruto still always had our backs and we betrayed him in the worst way possible. I'm telling you this because for over a decade I've relived my choice over and over again. You two need to understand what I'm doing is to keep everyone else from experiencing what I currently am. With that said, Jiraiya without a word left to his room and Kakashi left back home. Nothing they could say right now would be good enough at this time. With a sad sigh, Sakura returned to her duties. The Ambu weapons safe with Tenten, Rock Lee, Ino and Sasuke. In this facility all weapons and armor that is taken from enemy shinobi and samurai is brought here for analysis. Tenten, being the weapons master of Konoha, was looking in Naruto's twin knives with unveiled interest. She adored these blades. She scanned them more than once to find the maker's symbol to find out who the craftsman was. She began writing a report. Weapon S current, former owner, if no. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Weapon S description. Dual Bowie knives. Size. Blade is 8 inches long, 2 inches wide, 1/8 thick, and handle is 4 inches long, 2 inches diameter. Material of weapon S. Titanium from blade to handle. Color S. Green handle with silver blade. Condition of weapon S. Amazing. Holster S. Black leather. Reason for configuration. Used in assassination attempt against Konoha shinobi and former client Guro Kamen. It's the Rambo 1 Bowie knife. Tenten was still looking at the knives while the others were talking. Lee finally said what they all were thinking. I can't believe Naruto has been alive all this time, and the shade no least. Silence was in the room. Tenten even stopped her report. Ino spoke. Not only that, the power he has now, none of us could take him, and when I tried to possess him I couldn't see his memories and the pain we felt in our arms like a stinging. What was that? She said, holding the phantom pain. Tenten looked at Ino. It was this, she said, waving everyone over. When they got there, Tenten was examining one of Naruto's gloves. It was leather and went 6 inches from the wrist. What are we looking at, Tenten? Sasuke asked. She turned the glove inside out on. It had a small device in with a string hooked to a ring sewed into the thumb. It caused confusion among them. When Tenten pulled the string, the device shot a small needle out that would most likely go into Naruto's arm. Lee was surprised. Why would he have that? Lee said, and Sasuke answered, my guess it was there exactly for a Yamanaka in case they did use the mind transfer jutsu on him. Ino looked at him as if he was crazy. How did you guess that? She asked. Naruto knows this in the Konoha clans. While a Yamanaka is possessing someone, they see, hear and feel everything the possessed person does. When you got him, you must have triggered this trap. He had to get you out of his head. Ino nodded. So because I felt it in his body, the pain followed me back to mine. He came prepared for the likely chance of a fight. She realized, a little saddened. Neji was the next to ask, what about his mask? The Byakugan couldn't see through it. Why? Tenten answered. From what I can gather, there is a special type of seal on it. Jiraiya-sama could tell you more about that. Tenten ran a black light over the cloth mask showing the seal. It also appears to have bits of beryllium in it for just in case the seal didn't work. Ino had to ask, what's beryllium? Tenten was a weapons use in blacksmith. She know her metals. It's the only metal in the world that is invisible to X-rays. Some shinobi have tried using in the past to fool the Byakugan because that's what it essentially is, X-ray vision. Naruto applied it to his mask. My guess is in case it could help hide his identity. If Neji or Hinata tried using it on him, they'd just see an empty void. Sasuke touched his chin. Was thinking Naruto has gotten more clever over the years. Lee looked at Sasuke. Captain, I would like to find out what Kamen was talking about when he said the ninth gate. I've studied taijutsu my whole life, same with Gue sensei, and I never heard of a ninth gate, and I'm assuming that's what he meant. Lee never called Sasuke by his name. It was clear every time. Lee respected the rank, not the person, but Sasuke understood and ignored it. Same here, but we would have to ask Naruto himself about that, but you'd have to get by Sakura first. Sasuke replied. Lee nodded sadly at that. Not about Sakura but about Naruto. Lee changed his entire outlook on life after he thought Naruto was dead, and he went through 10 long years of self-inflicted punishment because of it. Lee raised his head with sure silent purpose. The others in the room could feel it. I need to see Naruto. I need to look him in the eye and beg for his forgiveness and do whatever he asks of me. Only then can I rock Lee, truly have my flames of youth returned. All in the room looked at him with wide eyes, shocked at his personal mission. Tenten and Neji looked at Lee and secretly hoped their friend and teammate all the best. Lee may have been annoying back then, but they missed that Lee dearly. Do you think he can? After all, we did try to kill him. Sasuke said very straightforward. Lee looked at him angrily. Don't compare yourself to us Uchiha. We had to follow orders and we fight with Tsunade on that, but you, Lee said mad as he continued, you dove in at the last minute to kill him to get those fucking eyes everyone is so obsessed with. We were soldiers following orders. You Sasuke Uchiha were just in it for yourself like you always have been. Lee finished and walked out of the room, leaving Sasuke with a lot to think about. Sasuke looked at Tenten. Is there anything else you can tell us about his armor? He asked, trying his damnedest not to sound bothered, and was doing a good job. Tenten was writing the report while answering. Armor's current owner, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Description: leather light armor. Headgear: black leather hood with green cloth mask. Chest and legs: full thick black leather. Leather going 6 inches from wrist. Armor for leather with black 1/2 balls sewed into them. Armor for legs: green leather with black 1/2 balls sewed into them. Leather belt with dual holsters. Damage on armor: from the zipper to the right side of the middle area there in a long cut by scissors to remove armor during surgery. Seems to have a ring. It has a strange seal on it and has a faint bluish glow to it. On record, I am not an expert, but I believe it might be chakra. I suggest Jiraiya study this ring. Anything else? Naruto also has a green sash that is 2 feet long and silk. It looks like the sash Guro Kamen wore, although there isn't a symbol in it. The armor is Skyrim Dark Brotherhood armor, but green where the red is. Tenten was finally finished her report. Neji, Sasuke and Ino were all wondering the same thing. What has Naruto been up to? Especially Sasuke. 10 years ago he witnessed Naruto being attacked by his most trusted comrades. He was in shock when he saw it happening before his eyes, yet when the realization came that Naruto was going to die, he took the chance to finally get the power he needed, only for it to bite him in the ass. Flashback: the Naruto incident. Sasuke was walking along the border to wave. Orochimaru got word from his spy network that a large force including Jiraiya, Kakashi and Naruto were on the way there. He wanted Sasuke to check it out, maybe even get his chance to kill Naruto to get his Sharingan to full power. As he made his way to a large cliff looking over a running river, he sensed the incoming group. He jumped in the bushes and watched. The group was none other than the Konoha 11 led by Naruto, of all people, a proud smile on his face. He was wearing that stupid orange track suit of his, not as bad as the one he had as a kid but still for a stealth operation really. The others though didn't look happy, they seemed to Sasuke sad and a little scared of what he wondered. They landed at the cliff. Naruto moved forward and became rather serious for a moment. On the other side of the cliff was Gato's old mansion. Naruto had orders from Tsunade that some of Gato's old employees wanted to attack Wave full force, and since Naruto knew that area he was going to be leading the unit, Naruto was so proud he made sure he was prepared for anything, and Tsunade had his word on that. Naruto was thinking long and hard until a plan came to him as he turned to tell his squad what to do. To his shock and that of Sasuke's happened when Jiraiya charged at him, slamming him in the gut. He felt a burning sensation as he flew into a nearby rock. He screamed in agony as he felt like his stomach caught on fire. As Naruto tried to move, a sword was rammed into his shoulder, pinning him to the rock. He looked up to see Tenten's cold eyes as she moved for Sakura to punch Naruto through the rock. He coughed up blood on impact. As he tried to get back up, he found that his body was moving on his own. He saw Shikamaru looking at him, the same look like Tenten gave him. "Why?" he said in fear and shock. "Why are you doing this?" Shikamaru moved to stand up straight, making Naruto do the said. "It's over, Kyuubi," Kiba said as he slashed Naruto in the chest with his claws. Since Naruto couldn't move, all he could do was scream. Neji and Hinata came. In all Naruto heard from them was 8 trigrams 64 plums. He felt hit after hit as the Hyuga's final was a shot to the chest. Many wondered how he didn't die right there as they moved to let Lee hit him square in the chest, then head Shikamaru's shadow loosed from the force and Naruto fell to his knees. "You think I'm the Kyuubi?" The sadness in Naruto said he didn't even feel Ino's kunai to the side, Choji's fist to the face, or Shino's bugs biting him, but when Kakashi slammed his Chidori into his back he did feel the burning he was all too familiar with. Naruto stood up out of well, no one really knows, tears in his eyes. "I fought. For. All you. You were like family to me. And this. What I. Get. I wish never met. Any of. You." Sasuke saw the pain in Naruto's eyes. He grabbed his sword. Now was his chance. He flew from the bushes and rammed his sword into Naruto. "I don't know what's going on here, Dobi, but no one kills you but me," Sasuke said with a grin. Sharingan going wild. Naruto looked at him wide-eyed. He was going to die by the hands of his friends and Sasuke was going to deliver the killing blow. Naruto's eye glow red for a moment, taking Sasuke by surprise. The next thing he felt was an upward slash to one of his eyes. He let out a scream as Naruto fell off the cliff into the water below. Sasuke screamed his eye. The thing he needed to beat Itachi was gone. The next thing he saw was Jiraiya's fist, then darkness. T&I jail cell. Sasuke awoke. His head was killing him. He opened his eyes to find he couldn't see out of his right one. He wanted to check it but his arm couldn't move. He was in a straight jacket and was chained to the wall, sitting up on a hard bed. Over the years as an Uchiha and as Orochimaru's apprentice, Sasuke become a hardened shinobi, but he still liked having a soft bed when he could. He started to think, "Let me guess, at any point now Tsunade will come through that door and offer me a way back into Konoha. I'll agree and then leave when they're not looking. The council will want to reward me for killing Naruto anyway." He grinned in anticipation. 3 days later, Sasuke was waiting in the dark cell. He was hungry. He hadn't eaten in days and it was starting to annoy him. The door opened to reveal a person dressed in black, wearing a white ambu mask with no paint or any distinguishing look to in. The person pulled up a chair and had a tray of food, nothing really good on it. The person took the spoon and dipped it into some brown-looking chunks of food and brought it to Sasuke's mouth with one smell. Sasuke turned away from it. "You call this disgusting grub food? I would sooner starve." The person took the spoon away and left with the meal. Another person walked by. This one, bigger, calmly walked in. Sasuke looked at him where his eyes should be, behind his mask. "And who are you?" Sasuke got a punch to the face, then gut, then another and another. This beating took place for 5 straight minutes. Then the person calmly walked out, closing the door behind him, leaving a beat Sasuke in the dark. Day 5. 5 straight days Sasuke hadn't eaten, but since the bigger person appeared 2 days ago, Sasuke was getting worried. The door opened and the smaller person came in with the food tray. It looked the same as the last one. When the spoon came to Sasuke's mouth, this time he ate it till it was done. It disgusted him, but it was food. The person left and the larger person entered. This time Sasuke's beat was 7 minutes. Day 10. Like clockwork, every day Sasuke would eat and be beat until the 10th. The waiter, as Sasuke started to call the person with the food, walked in. Sasuke was just happy it wasn't fists as he called the person who would beat him this time. Waiter had a sushi plat Of Sasuke's favorite types as waiter fed him, he actually had same joy in his head. It was better even that fists didn't follow, but he waited for hours in case it lasted till Sasuke fell asleep. He was dreaming of Naruto's final moments. His blade was in Naruto's guts. He looked into Naruto's eyes to find there were none. Empty voids stared back at him, then red fire burst from them and without warning rushed Sasuke. He couldn't finish the dream as a blow to the face was what he felt in the waking world. It was fists, and for 10 minutes was Sasuke's personal devil. Day 15. Sasuke was trembling. He hadn't seen waiter in 3 days and fists arrived more randomly than before. Sasuke was starting to think he died. Was this his hell? Nightmares of Naruto were coming more and more. He was starting to feel guilty for what he had done. His grip on reality was fading. All of a sudden fists came through the door louder than normal. He grabbed Sasuke by the neck and threw him against a wall. The big guy removed his chains and dragged Sasuke to a room. It was the whitest thing he ever saw. People in black were walking around the room aimlessly. Fists tossed him in and closed the door behind him, leaving Sasuke in there. Sasuke didn't know what to make of it. Sasuke took a chance and walked from one end of the room to the other. As he walked he stared to hear shouting, "Traitor, Itachi should have killed you too. Your parents died of shame. Garbage Uchiha, you brother was the only good one." Sasuke heard this and was getting angry until he felt a rock hit him in the head, knocking him down. The shadows approached him and started to beat Sasuke. He screamed for mercy but nothing came, only more insults. It only stopped when waiter came and saved him. Waiter brought Sasuke back to his cell and rested him in bed where he passed out from the pain. Day 20. Sasuke grew dependent on waiter and terrified of fist. In that white room he ate what he got and wouldn't speak in case he angered the person. Day 26. Sasuke has been sleeping with his good eye opened in case fist appears. Day 31. Waiter came in the door, no food in had. Sasuke was worried about that. Waiter walked in and gave him a hard right to the cheek, the left, then a knee to the gut, making him throw up. "What did I do?" he asked. No response came. The beating continued for a half an hour. Sasuke was bloodied and broken. It made matters worse when Fist walked in and grabbed him by the ankle and dragged him down the hall. "What's happening?" he thought to himself. He was brought to another door, lifted up and tossed in. He went through the door and hit the ground. Looking up he saw a table with 2 chairs. He was picked up again and sat down hard. The big man left the room and the door on the opposite end of the room opened. It was Tsunade. Tsunade walked to the other chair and sat down. Sasuke didn't say a word, not knowing what to say anyway. "It's been a while Uchiha, do you like your new accommodations?" Sasuke didn't respond right away but then asked, "What is this, Tsunade?" Tsunade gave him a promising pain kind of cold look. "I will tell you now Uchiha, you will call me Hokage-sama now or you'll be spending another month in that hole, got it?" "Yes Hokage-sama," Sasuke answered quickly. "Good, now I have an offer for you, would you like to hear it?" Sasuke nodded quickly. "What is it Hokage-sama?" Tsunade seemed pleased. "Here is the offer. You came back to Konoha, you will keep your family house but all financial assets will belong to Konoha. You will help us destroy Orochimaru's village and the man himself, and we put what is called a loyalty seal on you to make sure you live up to your end of the bargain." She finished waiting for a response. Sasuke realized he was getting the short end of the stick but didn't want to go back. He realized that he couldn't ride the Uchiha name anymore, even though that wasn't his intention to begin with, but it did help him a lot over the years. "I'll do it Hokage-sama. I just want to know something." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "What would that be Uchiha?" Sasuke tried to find the words. "When I finished off Naruto." Tsunade flinched in her head at that as Sasuke continued. "I killed him, my best friend, for power, to kill Itachi and to finally seek my revenge. It backfired obviously." His eye still stinging from it. "But why did they do it? Why did you order it to begin with?" Tsunade looked at him for a moment. "How do you know I ordered it exactly?" Tsunade asked, making Sasuke look at her in the eye. "Because if you didn't I would have had a few more cellmates Hokage-sama." Sasuke got the information he wanted and has felt like he was lower the trash since what he saw in Naruto's eyes was not hatred but sadness. He had doubts about everything Tsunade told him but kept quiet. He spent the next 2 months in jail to get the loyalty seal on him and make sure he knew his place. 3 months later, Naruto's funeral. Sasuke had worked hard in that jail then and was allowed to go to Naruto's funeral. It wasn't a very big gathering, it was mainly Naruto's friends, but the Sand siblings Daimyo Koyuki, the priestess Shion, and those of Wave and some of Suna were in attendance. Many got up to say a few words. Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura were sitting together. Next her was a man in a black suit and tie. He had brown hair and eyes with average looking face. His companion wore a similar suit. He had white hair and beard with yellow eyes. The brown-eyed man looked at the three of them. so Uzumaki is dead and by some backwater bandits at that shame. How did that happen anyway? Sakura looked at him sadly. He was on a mission. He died stopping some of Gato's henchmen. The man gave them a strange look. Really? Some of Gato's men? I'm from Wave and I didn't hear about that part. His white-hair companion looked them as well. Sasuke looked at the man and said, "You're from Wave. How come I didn't see you when we were there last?" The man gave Sasuke a thoughtful look. "Probably because I moved there years before. I wasn't there during the Gato crisis." Sasuke nodded. "We are in the middle of a funeral, so can you leave us alone?" Kakashi said, "Not in the mood." The man gave him a grin. "Of course, Master Shinobi." The man got up as Tsunade was about to speak and walked away, all eyes on him and as many glares. His bearded friend stayed there as Tsunade was about to speak. "We are gathered here today to say goodbye to a dear comrade, brother in arms and friend, and to some a son. Naruto Uzumaki had fallen in the line of duty to help stop an attack on Wave. Naruto Uzumaki had made many friends in his short time on this planet who I am happy to see here today. Naruto was a firm believer in the will of fire and lived by a nindu to never go back on his word. This nindu was something only Naruto could have lived by. He saved so many and had passed so young. Tears stared to fall from her eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, I Tsunade Senju couldn't have become Hokage without you. I couldn't have found my strength if it wasn't for you, and without your cheerful light this world had gotten a lot darker. Thank you for all you have done, Naruto Uzumaki." Tsunade looked at the sadness of the people. She saw Iruka stand and walk to the podium. She nodded and gave him the floor. Iruka stood there for a moment as he looked at Naruto's body, then to the people. "When Naruto first came to the academy, I was worried. I didn't know what to expect for him, and over the years Naruto could be a right pain. Many were leaning in their chairs wondering where he was going with this. But once I got to know him, the real him, and spent time with him, I grow proud of him. Naruto was my little brother. No, Naruto was like my son. I loved him like my own. The night we stopped a Rouge Ninja, Naruto saved my life." Iruka pulled out a headband. "This was mine once. I gave it to Naruto that night to show him no matter what I would always be there for him, but I failed in that, and I hope that the boy that brought so much joy to all of us could forgive me and know that he will never be forgotten." He looked at the body and said, "Believe it." Iruka went back to his chair next to Kakashi, who couldn't even look at him. Gaara was next. Naruto had a way of making people see the brighter side of things. Because of him I was able to earn the respect of my people and rise to be the Kazekage of Suna. I was in the darkness and he showed me the light, and for that I am eternally grateful. Like my siblings, I count Naruto as a brother to the end. May you never be forgotten, Naruto Uzumaki." Gaara walked over to Iruka and gave him a bow. "I am sorry for your loss, Iruka-san." Iruka stood up and shook his hand. "Thank you, Kazekage Dono. Call me Gaara, it is your right to do so." Iruka nodded in respect. "Thank you, Gaara." Gaara nodded and returned to his brother and sister. Many spoke about Naruto Inari, about the hero of Wave and the great Naruto bridge. Shion gathered them in prayer, which many of the former Konoha 11 were hurt by, and Kyoki wished to write a book entitled Land of Snow to Spring. Hinata didn't really know what to say as she sat in her chair, the tears running down her cheeks. On the outside she just looked like any other mourner. On the inside, at hearing so many people talk about how good of a man Naruto was, it hurt badly, and the fact that they're saying these things to a body that wasn't even his just made it worse. A hand was gently placed in hers. It belonged to Shino of all people, even though he looked as neutral as normal. The bit of gripping told her otherwise, and she turned to Kiba to see a tear going down his eye. Neji took the stand. "The day I met Naruto I didn't think much of him. I thought he was just some clanless fool who wouldn't just accept his fate in life. This was something I tried to beat into him, but instead he won, and instead of rubbing my nose in it, he picked me up and gave me a chance at friendship. Since then I've managed to see the world in a different light and truly know even just a bit of the freedom it can give you. Thanks to you, Naruto." He went back to his chair where he rested, a hug from Tenten. As the casket was being lifted up by Gaara, Kiba, Kakashi, Neji, Jiraiya and Lee, with Iruka walking in front, they brought it on the long walk from the Hokage Tower to the village graveyard, through the village with the mourners in tow. Many of them saw the villagers and shinobi with smiles on their face. The demon child was finally dead. Many were cheering silently. Many more said insults at the casket. This stopped with a blast of ki by Gaara, but the damage was done. Naruto was brought to his final resting place in the clanless shinobi sector of the graveyard, where it was put to rest. When the final prayer was said, they meet at a bar. Shion was telling them story of after Naruto had saved her, and she asked if he'd help her with getting a child, and his reaction when he found out what she meant. It got a laugh out of the movie star turned Daimyo Kyoki. Ibiki was telling them about how Naruto passed his test without answering a single question and passed on courage alone. Iruka was proud of that and told stories of Naruto's pranks that brought smiles to their faces, especially Anko. The former Konoha 11 were quiet at their table as Sakura scanned around the bar. She noticed the two guys from earlier. She couldn't help herself but go see them. Kakashi noticed and was right on her heels. "Excuse me," she said, getting the yellow-eyed mon's attention. "What can I do for you, Shinobi-san?" He asked. Sakura wanted to know something. "How did you know Naruto?" she asked. "I used to run with Zabuza's pack," he said bluntly. "Before he died I just got out before a wave." Kakashi was a little shocked about that. Why is one of Zabuza's henchmen here? Wanted to see what all the fuse was about. This Naruto guy doesn't seem well liked here. "Why do you say that?" Kakashi asked, and the man answered. "I saw and heard the villager for myself. They were happy to see him go. How did he die again?" That worried them. Now if someone in Zabuza's group could say that Gato's men didn't try to attack Wave, it could be a problem. The man looked at them for a moment. "Never mind, it's not my business, just wanted to see who Naruto Uzumaki was to you." He looked at his friend. "Let's go." The other person nodded and followed him to the door. Sasuke didn't like what he heard but didn't know what to do. All he could do was mourn the loss he brought upon himself and hope one day Naruto's sprite could forgive him. Present-day Konoha Hospital. Naruto was studying the seal on the straps when the door opened. It was Sakura. She had same new bandages with her. "I'm back," she said. "Good for you," was his reply. "So when do I get out of here?" He knew the answer but asked it anyway. Sakura looked down sadly. "I'm sorry Naruto, that's not going to happen. Even if you were healed, you attacked Konoha shinobi. That's not something you can just walk away from." Naruto's eyes stared into hers. "That was more retaliation from me to you, and the only difference between walking out of here and escaping is the body count. Haruno, it is up to you to decide." Sakura couldn't believe what she just heard. Naruto picked up on that. "Don't look so surprised, I'd say that Haruno, I have no love for Konoha or anyone in it. Almost everyone I did like left when they found out how I died." She looked at him. "You didn't die, please. Naruto, you were once a good person, a kind, gentle man who cared for everyone." He chuckled softly. "You're right, I was that a stupid back then, a foolish child thinking I could become Hokage, always shouting to believe it, but that Naruto died in Wave and you all killed him." Sakura was hurt by that. Tears were in her eyes, but Naruto wasn't done. "You have one more day, Haruno. After that I'm getting out of here whether you like it or not." She was shocked. "Don't be crazy. I don't know what Kamen did to you, but you're in Konoha. I'll have Ambu and everyone on you before one day, and after that all bets are off." Sakura ran out the room, leaving Naruto there. She charged down the hall to Jiraiya's room. The Sannin saw her and his eye were wide as she told him what Naruto said. "Get Tsunade now." Sakura ran to Tsunade. Naruto was in his room calmly looking in the ceiling. Kamen in his head. He squeezed the bars on his bed making them bend. "Kamen, you will die," he thought to himself. The door bursted open, revealing Jiraiya flying in the air. He rolled and got into a battle stance. "That was dramatic, old man," Naruto said, unimpressed. "I guess Haruno is allowing visitors now. Figures she couldn't even do that right." Jiraiya looked at him. "You're talking about one of the people that saved your life, Naruto." Naruto shrugged. "She also tried to take it once, so I guess we're even. For now. I heard what you said. We have a day to release you." Naruto nodded. "Shade Sensei trained me for one target, one kill, but you're sorely testing my patience on that." Jiraiya flinched. "Naruto, I know Kamen is your target, but why? Who paid you to do this?" "I'll pay double, no triple what they're paying if you stay and stop this," Jiraiya pleaded. Naruto shook his head. "I wouldn't be very good at my job if I was bribable." "Jiraiya, you are Konoha for that matter couldn't afford me if I wasn't its personal. Anyway." Jiraiya was on his knees, tears in his eyes as he looked into Naruto's cold gaze. "Naruto, please, I'm so sorry. We all are. I want to make it up any way I can. Me, Tsunade, Sakura, everyone that cares for you, even Sasuke." That got a glare from his former godson. "You disgust me, Jiraiya. I've killed for countries and daimyos and organizations for years. Whether or not I liked it, it was my duty to protect what was dear to me." He stared at the groveling being before him. "You did your job, Jiraiya. The only thing that I hold against you from back then was that you made a liar out of me, but now it was defeating the man that took everything I cared about." Jiraiya's eyes widened. What do you mean?" His voice failed him. His hands could barely support his weight. Water clouded his vision and the realization that Jiraiya of the Sannin was so weak. Naruto shook his head at him. "I cannot believe how pathetic you are, Jiraiya. You are a disgusting mess. Either man up or leave me." Jiraiya found his strength and got up. Whatever he did to you, I'll help you, Naruto, I mean it, I swear it to you. Naruto looked at him. I could use a drink maybe from that flask you've been hiding. Jiraiya pulled out the flask, removed the lid and gave Naruto a sip. As he got closer, Naruto spat the drink on the straps and head-butted Jiraiya, and with a good pull removed the bed handle from the bed. With enough speed, Naruto managed to hit Jiraiya again with the straps. A liquid seal, you are slipping, Jiraiya. The alcohol ate away the seal, making the straps normal. He ripped them off and ran to the door. Jiraiya yelled, what did he take from you? Naruto looked at him. My wife Chi and my daughter Kyoko. She was 4 years old, Jiraiya. Naruto then left a broken Jiraiya where he lay. Naruto was in the hallway. He turned to see Sakura and Tsunade running to him. Naruto, Tsunade yelled. Her eyes were that of worry. Naruto charged through a nearby window, Ambu following. Sakura and Tsunade saw in Naruto's room a beaten-up Jiraiya. Tsunade ran to him to snap him out of it, saying, Naruto is hurt. If he doesn't get treatment it will only get worse. Jiraiya was laying there in tears. Tsunade, I lost my chance, he said, shaking. What? Sakura said, not understanding. What chance? Jiraiya looked at the young woman. I lost Minato and Kushina. I wasn't there for my godson when he needed someone the most because of this village. Jiraiya couldn't hold it any longer and fell to his knees. I tried to kill Naruto for this village and I lost the closest thing I had to being a grandfather. He said the last part quietly, but the two women heard him and were shocked. What? What are you talking about? Sakura said. Jiraiya looked at them. Kamen killed Naruto's family, his wife and 4-year-old daughter, and we helped him escape. The two doctors in front of him gasped in the shock and sadness. Naruto, still in his hospital gown with matching pants and bare feet, was running from rooftop to rooftop, heading towards the Ambu base. It may sound dumb to go directly to such a heavily guarded area injured after breaking out of the hospital you were being held. In fact, it was downright stupid and he knew it, but he needed to get his things. He figured Tenten was researching them already, but he wouldn't allow his chakra ring and especially his knives to be Konoha property for long. His injuries were starting to hurt like hell, but nothing his years of training didn't prepare him for. As he ran, a shadow jumped in front of him. He jumped for a kick but missed it. Of course, in a village full of ninja you'd be the one-eyed face. Naruto turned to the one person he had more than enough of dealing with, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, by order of the Hokage you are to surrender immediately. Naruto looked at him for a moment, a little surprised, but then gave him an impassive look. That's shade to you, Uchiha, and I'm getting my things and leaving this hellhole. If you try to stop me I'll tear out the other eye. Sasuke pulled out his sword and removed his jacket, preparing to fight. I don't want to do this, Naruto, none of us do, but I will not disobey the Hokage. Naruto wasn't in the mood. That didn't stop you before, Uchiha. You know the only mistake Itachi ever made was leaving you alive, but he always insisted that you were the best of your family. Sasuke looked wide-eyed at Naruto. You've talked to Itachi? Naruto grinned. He's like a brother to me. Sasuke looked at Naruto, trying to calm down. I know what you're trying to do, get me angry so I'll make a rash and stupid move, but it won't work. I'm not the same man I was once, Naruto. Naruto kept the grin. You were never a man, Uchiha, just a boy whose only goal was power, to the point where you'd kill your best friend. Sasuke got in his stance. Naruto did the same. Naruto was looking at Sasuke, the wound on his side hurt, but he needed to get back to hunting Kaminen. That was all that mattered. Sasuke got used to fighting. With one eye his Sharingan was active, his sword was at the ready. He lost to Naruto earlier while protecting Kamen, but Naruto was injured this time even though he didn't think it would help much. His lone eye was focused on the blonde before him. This time I'm going to kill you, Uchiha. No Haruno or foolish sentimentality is getting in my way, Naruto said. Sasuke tightened his grip on his sword. I'm taking you in alive, Naruto. I'm going to find out what happened to you and help you be the person you were once before. Get it through your head, Uchiha. The Naruto you knew is dead. You killed him like you always wanted. I am the shade now. Naruto vanished, surprising Sasuke, who then blocked a kick from Naruto, but it sent him flying to a wall. Sasuke was still standing, but his arms hurt. You're strong, Naruto, I'll give you that. As Naruto went for a punch, Sasuke ducked it and delivered one of his own. Naruto tilted his head so the punch missed. He gave Sasuke a knee, but Sasuke blocked. The two moved away from each other. If you're not going to use that sword properly, then get rid of it, Uchiha. Sasuke looked at the sword, then back at Naruto. I'm trying to take you alive, Naruto. You are annoyed that you are in the way. Naruto said to Sasuke's side, his fast. Sasuke thought Naruto grabbed Sasuke's sword arm, twisting it so Sasuke was facing him, then shoulder tackled him, releasing his grip on the sword, disarming him. Naruto now with Sasuke's sword attempt to stab Sasuke while he was on the ground, but Sasuke rolled out of the way. As Sasuke stood, he avoided a backhand slash from Naruto, but it managed to cut some strands of Sasuke's hair. Naruto moved to get him, switching the blade to his underhand. He hit Sasuke in the stomach with the butt of the handle, then swung left for a vertical slash. Sasuke moved quickly enough so it wasn't a killing blow but got a cut across his stomach. He held it in pain but remained focused. Naruto wasn't lying when he said he'd kill him. Did you think the Sharingan was going to save you, Sasuke? Naruto said, kicking him in the chest, dropping him to the ground 5 feet away. If there's one thing Lee proved is that those eyes can't read taijutsu moves. He went for a swipe to Sasuke's neck, but he got back up in time to move out of the way. Even then, thanks to me, you only have one anyway. Sasuke was calm. He got into a stance when others arrived. Kakashi and Gue being two of them to help. They didn't know what to make of it. No one has ever seen Sasuke use that stance before until Naruto piped up. So the Uchiha family fighting stance, haven't seen that in a while for obvious reasons. Sasuke ignored that last part in favor of saying, so you know my family's fighting style? Naruto nodded his head to conform. My sensei showed me. He went by many names, Uchiha the Bloodline Hunter being one of them. Bloodline Hunter. Hyuga Fuma Uzumaki Namikaze Senju Uchiha. These are only a few families and clans that have incorporated fighting styles to their main abilities or bloodlines. My sensei, the original Shade, trained himself to fight these people. To know how to fight is one thing, but to understand it is to defeat you enemy, he'd say. What does that even mean, Naruto? Sasuke said. Naruto shook his head. It means he incorporated these clan fighting styles to his own taijutsu library, meaning he was the only one strong and smart enough to go after the strongest of the so-called unstoppable clans and win. Many of the shinobi in attendance were amazed at his words. He trained you to do this? Sasuke said. You'd be surprised what an actually capable teacher can show you, Uchiha. Kakashi felt like he was punched gut with that comment. We'll see if you can then, Naruto. Sasuke got ready and charged at Naruto with a punch from Sasuke. Naruto moved to the side and was sending the sword to the back of Sasuke's head, but he ducked it, turning around for an uppercut to the chin. Naruto caught the hand and flipped him. Sasuke spun around and landed on his feet and charged again for a double leg kick. When Naruto moved and Sasuke's feet hit the roof, Sasuke jumped, backflipping, bringing a foot down on Naruto, who blocked by shing his arm while Sasuke was falling. His free leg kicked Naruto's injured side. Naruto grunted his teeth together and moved back, holding his side. Sasuke went in for a chop to the neck to knock Naruto out, but Naruto went for a stab. Sasuke moved, then hooked Naruto's wrist back, checking him, and got his sword back only for Naruto to kick the butt of the handle, making fly from Sasuke's grip into a wall. Naruto grabbed a handful of Sasuke's hair on the back of his head and elbowed him to the back of it, then pulled him backwards for another elbow to the chest. Sasuke allowed himself to fall so he could bring up a kick to Naruto's cheek, knocking him back. As Sasuke's back hit the ground, he spun for a leg sweep. Naruto jumped it and came down with fist. Sasuke move. As Naruto fist went through the top of the roof, Sasuke went for another low kick to the kneeling Naruto's face, only his head got down lower, avoiding it, then using his arm hooked Sasuke between the legs. Not a nut shot, he lifted him up and Naruto put his free hand on Sasuke's back and brought him down in a body slam. Sasuke denting the top of the roof with his body. He tried to hit Naruto's side again, but the Uzumaki moved, delivering a hard right to Sasuke's face, then another. The next one Sasuke caught and brought Naruto close enough for a headbutt, making him step back. Sasuke's nose was bloody but not broken, and Naruto had a cut on his left eye but was seemingly unfazed. But it Tsunade, Sakura and Jiraiya arrived to see the fight. Sakura noticed blood on Naruto's side. Damn it, some of his stitches opened. She thought, you're too heavily injured, Naruto, you need to stop, Sasuke said calmly. Naruto looked back at him and said, I'm not the only one bleeding, Uchiha. Sasuke countered with, my injuries aren't life-threatening, Naruto, yours are. Naruto knew Sasuke was right. He had to make this a quick fix and he knew just how to do it. Naruto vanished and was seen by Sasuke's sword. He ripped off his gown so only the pants he had on were left. His stitching was opened and it worried Tsunade, Sakura and Jiraiya. Tell you what, Uchiha, why don't we see what you can really do? Sasuke looked at him questioningly. How do you propose I do that? With a grin, Naruto said, Use your great fireball, I'll come at you with this poor excuse of a sword and we'll see who's better. Sasuke as well as everyone else thought he was nuts. Are you crazy? That could kill you, Naruto, Tsunade yelled. Do I look like I have much to live for? Senju Jiraiya must have told you what I've lost. He turned back to Sasuke. So how about it, Uchiha? Are you going to be a man for once in your life or are going to stand there and die like a bitch? Sasuke couldn't believe what he just heard, but if he put just enough into it he could just injure Naruto enough to send him back to the hospital. It was a gamble and he mentally prayed to any god that was listening it wouldn't kill him. Naruto got into a sword stance as Sasuke was putting his hands together when they heard Tsunade shout, "Wait, it might as well have been a go." Sasuke did the hand signs. As Naruto charged, Sasuke yelled, "Phoenix Flower Jutsu," and spat a giant fireball at Naruto, who charged directly at it. When it was getting closer, Naruto moved at the very last minute but kept the blade in the fire as he charged. When he got to Sasuke he went with a downward stab. Sasuke moved easily and the burning red sword was embedded into the roof. What happened next came as a shock. Naruto broke the burning blade in two and with the piece in his hand pressed it against the wound. He clenched his teeth with the pain, but he managed to cauterize the wound closed, and when it was done threw the blade at Sasuke, who dodged. God damn it, that hurts every time, Naruto said, sweat pulling down his face. But you did exactly what I wanted, Uchiha. He looked at his shocked former friend and grinned slightly at his expression. I can't believe he just did that to himself, Sakura said. The remaining Konoha 11 showed in time to see the display and were shocked. Rock Lee looked at Naruto's display of self-medicating and thought sadly, Naruto, this is what you have become because of my actions. Naruto turned to the amassing crowd of shinobi until his eye fell on Tenten. Tenten, where are my things? She flinched at the seriousness of Naruto's voice, but found her resolve. Your former weapons, armor and ring are property of Konoha till further notice. Naruto, the killer glare he sent her way froze all who saw it. Don't think for a moment that I wouldn't cut the information out of you, Tenten, you have my word on that. She saw the utter anger in his eyes, but she was a Kenaki of Konoha and wouldn't faltered. You have my answer, Naruto. He nodded in understanding. Then you're next, he said so coldly she could almost swear she saw his breath as he said it. Naruto, Lee shouted, making him roll his eyes. What is it, Lee? Lee had resolve in his eye. I am sorry for what I have done to you, Naruto. I followed orders, but at the end it was my choice to go after you. I beg you for forgiveness, please just surrender. I do not want to lose my friend again. Lee got on both knees and bowed his head, begging, and please do not harm Tenten. She is my comrade and their safety comes before my honor. Naruto turned his back to Lee. I don't care about that. Lee, as I told that fool Jiraiya, I've killed for far less and can't fault you for following orders, missed placed or not. Everyone in attendance was surprised. Even Sasuke, as Naruto continued, you are a soldiers. The lot of you, I am an assassin. I kill for money and sometimes you have to do things you wish you didn't. For the bigger picture, Naruto's eyes grew angry, but with that said, I don't forgive easily either. You cost me Kamen, the man that butchered my wife and child, gasp. Word heard Naruto was married and was a father. Hinata had tears. Neji, Kiba, Choji as well as most of Naruto's former friends were saddened by the news. Many more were crying. Kakashi felt a stab in his heart. Naruto, no, was all Kakashi said. He destroyed his student's chance at killing the man who took something worth more to Naruto than his own life. The death Sasuke's parents pushed the man over the edge, but Sasuke could only imagine what Naruto was going through. Senju, the lives of the people here mean nothing to me. Most of them have crossed me in some shape or form, and I remember all of them from shinobi to civilian. Many of the shinobi were frightened. Nothing should scare these shinobi, but a Jinchuriki with Naruto's heritage, trained by a legendary assassin, was an exemption to this, and Tsunade knew it. Naruto, if we go to the council with this, we could come to an arrangement. You could have Konoha's backing. Kamen attacked us, we could join forces and stop him together, she said. Naruto thought about but shook the idea out of his head. Konoha has nothing to offer me, and my allies don't trust any of you, and most of these inept shinobi couldn't even kill me as a child, not for lack of trying, and Kamen saw to it. The Konoha doesn't have any funds left to pay for any partnerships. How could you possibly help with Kamen and his people when you can't even help yourselves? Tsunade stood her ground. Naruto, you have my word, I will find a way. Naruto was getting a read on her. Your word means nothing to me, Senju, only actions make what you say truthful. Tsunade looked at Tenten. Go get everything that belongs to Naruto, make sure that nothing is to be withheld. Tenten nodded and disappeared on her way to base. Tsunade looked at the shinobi and ordered, all shinobi return to your duties now. She turned to Naruto, how's that for you? He nodded. It's a start, Senju. She returned the nod. Sasuke, go to the hospital, and Naruto, please follow, I want to check the wound. Sasuke nodded and looked at Naruto before leaving. I'm fine, Senju, nothing I haven't been through before. Naruto replied. I don't care, Naruto, this isn't negotiable. Naruto signed. Very well. The two left back to the Naruto suite. Konoha Hospital. Naruto's return had frightened the doctors of the hospital that had denied him access. When he'd go there injured, and if one thing was known by now, Naruto was not in a forgiving mood. Him being followed by two Sannin and their head doctor and his former sensei didn't help either. As Naruto continued down the hall, Tsunade said, I think the first thing we should do is give you a full checkup. You haven't been back in Konoha in 10 years after all. Sakura nodded in agreement. I was supposed to be dead that whole time, so should I go to my room or the basement? Naruto said dryly, making his company lower their heads sadly. Besides, wouldn't that mean I'd have to be naked? He said, looking at the two female doctors. And you already saw that much of me, Haruno. The two female doctors were red in the face. It's not like that, Naruto, it's just a checkup. We'd get a male doctor for that, obviously. Sakura said. Blue eyes stared at her. Like I said, Haruno, you saw too much of me as it is, and I prefer not to allow Konoha shinobi or doctors know any more than they already do. He said bluntly. Naruto, they're just looking out for your well-being, that's all. Kakashi said. Hatake, when it comes to my well-being you don't get to talk, was the reply he got. Kakashi's head lowered. He couldn't blame Naruto. What would it take for you to allow us to do this checkup, Naruto? Tsunade asked. She needed Naruto get looked at. She didn't know where he'd been for 10 years, and he could be sick now since he doesn't have Takayubi's healing factor anymore. Naruto kept his back turned to them. You know, I was at that little funeral you had for me, he said while walking, making them look at him shocked. Sensei had me and Guro sneak into Konoha for training Guro, and I saw my funeral. Kakashi looked surprisingly at Naruto. You were there? I was right beside you, Hatake. Kakashi stared at him. You were that yellow-eyed man. Correct, I had prosthetics on to hide my scars. I didn't much care for your speech either, Senju, Naruto said bluntly. Tsunade was saddened. I figured if you were there you wouldn't have liked it. Naruto turned to her. You made me the face of Konoha after stabbing me in the back, Senju. You throw a farce of a funeral and made me look like a failure in my first solo mission, and who was even the person in that box anyway? Tsunade answered truthfully. I don't know their names. Naruto stopped, looked at her. Names as in more than one? The body as well as the face was of two shinobi of Oto that died in the invasion 3 years ago. Danzo kept some of them for study. Naruto nodded. Clever bastard, but how did you make them look like me? Jiraiya answered this. It was of one of Orochimaru's. He started, but Naruto said, never mind if it an Orochimaru thing, I don't want to know. Naruto continued walking. Sakura couldn't help but ask, when we talked back then you seemed like a totally different person. There was no resentment to you. Naruto's reply was such, that was the point of the training, Haruno. As an assassin I must be ready to blend in anywhere I can and be calm like I was meant to. There Guro thought being at my own funeral sitting next to my killers was the best test I could have had to control my emotions, and he was right. They didn't like that answer. Jiraiya was next. How did you even meet the shade? How did you even survive what we did to you? Naruto stopped, then looked at him with cold blue eyes. Disappointed Sannin. Jiraiya flinch. No, I'm just wondering. Naruto's eye burrowed it to Jiraiya's, then simply said, Kyuubi saved me. They looked at him astounded when Jiraiya asked how the seal should have stopped him. Naruto's eyes were hard on them when he said, and it did, but it took its time doing it. Flashback. Kyuubi's cell. The great fox, known by all as the Kyuubi as his name was lost in time, was on edge for reasons he didn't fully understand as he was going through Naruto's then 16 memories, his only real source of entertainment being trapped in the boy. He found a more recent memory. It was Naruto going to see the Hokage. I wonder what Granny Tsunade wants to see me about. Kakashi sensei didn't give me any details. Naruto was thinking to himself as he was walking down the hall. He noticed the same old glares he always got as he walked. He met up with Shizune, who saw him and gave him a smile. Hello Naruto, how are you? He returned the smile. Hey Shizune, I'm fine. Granny wants to see me about something. You have any ideas what for? Shizune flinched a bit. Is it time? She thought worryingly but said, no, I have no idea, she said, keeping the smile on. Naruto shrugged, then had a spark his eye of realization. Oh, maybe it's a cool new mission, or maybe they finally found Sasuke. I'll have to find out. By Shizune, he said, running down the hall. She waved at him, but when she lost sight she let out a sad sigh. Goodbye Naruto. She walked slowly back to her office saddened at what was going to happen. Tsunade was at her desk gathering all the nerve in the world. She had fought wars, she had faced Hanzo the salamander, she was trained by the god of shinobi himself, but this was something that hurt her as much as the loss of her lover and brother. What can she say? The door slammed open loudly, startling her. Granny, you wanted to see me, shouted, scaring her. Naruto. She said. He looked at her strangely. What's wrong, Granny? Tsunade. She looked at him for a moment in a daze before speaking. It's nothing. What can I do for you? Naruto was confused. You called me, remember? She got her head together and controlled her emotions. Right, I did. Sorry, I have a mission for you. This got Naruto's attention, and as well as feeling the fox the had. What kind of mission is it about, Sasuke? Naruto said attentively. No, it's about Wave, Tsunade corrected. Wave, what going on there? He asked, puzzled. We have gotten reports from Jiraiya's spy network that some of Gado's old henchmen are planning to attack it. I want you there to stop them, and I want you to lead the assault team. Naruto's eye widened as well as the foxes. Are really me really? But I'm just a genin. Who do I have coming with me and weigh me? Tsunade forced a smile. You're going with the rest of the Konoha 11 as well as Kakashi and Jiraiya. She continued, since you know the land the best and also have trained with Jiraiya, I'm also giving you a premonition to Chunin and making you the leader. Her inner self was caring at the amazement in his eye. Naruto couldn't have been happier if he tried. I can't believe it. I'm one step closer to being Hokage. This is amazing. He jumped up and down. The hairs on the fox were on overkill now. Naruto stopped, however, and gave Tsunade a bow. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Then out of nowhere jumped to her and gave her a massive hug. I promise I'll be ready for anything and make Konoha and you proud. Believe it. He ran out the door as happy as ever. Tsunade had tears down her eyes. It's for the best, she said over and over to herself as she broke down. The days passed and the fox couldn't lose the feeling something was wrong. As Naruto met his friends and came up with the plans for attacking the base, the feeling never left. The fox kept his mind ready for anything. When Naruto and his team were on the way to Wave to, Fox finally spoke. I don't like this boy. All this doesn't set well with me. Naruto spoke to the fox. You're just mad that people are starting to have some faith me, furball, he said with smirk, knowing he pissed the fox off. It's not that, you moron. Don't you think something is off about all this? You leading a team of better trained mortals, a promotion and a mission all in the same day. The Kyuubi said to him, anger in his voice. These are my friends, I trust them with my life and I'd lay down mine for them. The fox was mad. You just might, the fox said on guard. As Naruto was about to address his squad, Jiraiya acted, slamming Naruto with his seal in his cage. Kyuubi saw a flashing light that nearly blinded the great beast. After centuries of life, he know the kind of seal it was. No, I can't die like this stuck in the body of a mortal. I won't allow it. Kyuubi said he noticed the seal was taking its time to complete. While his host was being attacked, he focused his chakra into a single ball of energy, waiting for the moment to unleash it. As Naruto was being stabbed by Sasuke and he took one of the Uchiha's eyes in return, something that made the Kyuubi smile greatly. The seal was almost finished. Now was his chance. As Naruto fell from the cliff, Kyuubi unleashed his chakra into the small opening. On the outside, the assassins that watch him fall saw him glow a bright red. To them it meant that the Kyuubi was dead, but really it was the last time Naruto's heal factor kicked in. It wasn't as good as it normally was, but it kept him alive enough. The wounds that would normally completely heal left scars. The pain he felt was unbearable, but he was alive. You have a chance, Naruto, don't waste it. I don't care what you do, just stay alive long enough to die naturally. Naruto was in his mindscape. In there, the minute it took to fall was like 10 minutes in there. They betrayed me. They think I'm you. The Kyuubi gave him a look of pity at the broke bringing in front of him. This is going to be the last time we talk. The seal that bastard Toad hit you with, well, sever OWR link. You will be as normal as them. No healing, no chakra, no nothing from me. Naruto looked at him sadly. What should I do? They tried to kill me. I have nothing left. The Kyuubi looked at him angrily. Start a new life then. I don't know, but if you die, so will I, and I will not allow that to happen. The seal is closing, the Kyuubi said. See the void close. Wait, what is your name? I want to know if it's our last time talking. As Naruto's mindscape went dark, he heard, Kurama. That was their last discussion. End of flashback. That was the last time I saw him. Naruto ended to his amazed listeners. Now I'm as normal as the rest of you, more skilled and deadly and unable to use jutsu, but normal. They finally reached Naruto's room. After this is done, where do I go? My old apartment is gone now, Naruto asked, and Tsunade replied, ashamed. So you noticed that? Naruto's old home was burned down after his funeral. Of course I did. I'm the one who burned it down, he said nonchalantly, making them go wide-eyed. I gathered what I needed then burned it down. I didn't figured those idiot villagers would be blamed and I was right. Tsunade looked at him annoyed. I sent a pile of the usual suspects to Anko and Ibiki because of that. Naruto's response was simple, fuck them. A male doctor came over to the group. Greetings Hokage-same Jiraiya-sama Hataki-san and ah. In his greetings he failed to notice his patient was Naruto Uzumaki. The doctor moved back under Naruto's frozen hellish gaze. The demon he's back from the dead. Dr. Ming, are you going to give me my checkup or throw me out like last time? That got him a glare from Sakura gave Naruto a terrified expression. All gave you your checkup SSSSIR. Naruto keep his cold look and grabbed the doctor by his jacket. Excellent, he said throwing the doctor in the room. Kakashi was about to walk in to provide support when Naruto frozen gaze turned to him. Doctor patient confidentiality Hataki no visitors. Naruto slammed to down closed in their faces. In the Naruto suite looked frighteningly at Naruto. See could you please strip down to your. Naruto's hand slammed into him pressing him against the wall. A look that promised pain if he didn't listen was on him. Now this is what you're going to do. You are going to write in that report that I am perfectly fine, nothing is wrong. If you don't I will orphan your children. Is that clear, Ming? You were never a good doctor. No need to start now, Naruto said to the sweating Ming who nodded. Good, now stay there for about 15 minutes. That's around the time for these things go for, and trust me I know say anything you're dead. Naruto sat in a chair while Ming sat on the floor trying not to piss off the demon in front of him. 15 minutes later, Ming walked out. The patient is completely healthy, nothing wrong, have a good day, went down the hall to his office where he was going to have a little cry. Naruto came out after, happy. He said Tenten came over to meet the group with Naruto's things. Naruto saw his torso armor. I'll have to fix this, he said. You can come to my forge and I can fix it for you, Tenten offered. There's only a few people I trust with my things, you're not them, Naruto said, and Tenten didn't feel good about that. There is something I'd like to ask you. Where did you get those knives? Tenten asked, to which Naruto replied, from a better blacksmith. Then he went to his room to change. Tenten didn't like that comment, but given their history it was Naruto's right not to answer. He came out of the room wearing the bottom part of his armor with a muscle shirt in time for Tenten to say. Still, whoever made those blades knew what he was doing. I wouldn't mind a set, Tenten said, hoping at least Naruto would tell her the maker she was wrong. No, you can't get a set. These knives are earned, not given or paid for, Naruto said with finality in his voice. That's not what I meant, I'm just admiring them, Tenten shouted. Then admire them from afar, because next time you see one of these blades up close it could mean your death, Naruto said coldly, then turned to the Hokage. When's this meeting taking place with those useless counselors? Naruto asked. Soon, tomorrow morning. You can stay at my place till. She was cut off. I'd sooner sleep outside where I can prepare for trouble. I know for a fact those anti-me assholes will try to get me, and when they do I'll show them what kind of monster I truly am. The seriousness in his voice scared them. Naruto, Tsunade's place is safe, no one will get you there, Kakashi reasoned. That's why I don't want to go there. I want to send a message that I'm not to be fucked with, Naruto said. They couldn't believe what they heard. Naruto was planning to kill the anti-Naruto League, and as if there was a god with a sick sense of humor who heard him. They heard, Hokage-sama, the ANL is here. They heard Uzumaki is at the hospital, a doctor said in a panic. Well, that's a time saver, Naruto said. Tsunade looked at the man in front of her pleading. Naruto, if you go out there they will attack. I know that there are shinobi who are members. Naruto gave her a look. Good, I'd hate to think I'll be killing just brainless citizens, Naruto said coldly. Please Naruto, let me deal with it, I can stop them, Naruto scoffed. Till your back is turned and they try again later. Look Senju, if the god of shinobi couldn't keep them off me, what good is an old drunk going to do? I'll handle this. Tsunade's heart hurt from those words. Is that what Naruto thought of her before she could say anything? Naruto disappeared at a blinding speed. Outside Konoha Hospital, members of the Anti Naruto League ANL were there shouting obscenities at the hospital. Some had signs, others had weapons, but all were out for blood. Naruto's, to be specific, come out of their demon face. Your judgment, said Baiken, a Konoha counselor and leader of the ANL. He was an older man, fat with a barley covering silk dress shirt and pants. His supporters rallying behind him. Came on people, give him your furry. Cheers were heard by all outside the hospital. Bai-kun was one of the counselors who didn't want Naruto here and was one of his main tormentors. As a child in Konoha he had overwhelming support, and even though he is the leader he never got his hands dirty with the pro-Naruto villagers. As he turned to address his people the cheers stopped, not for hearing Bai-kun but because when he turned someone was behind him. So you're the one leading these pieces of shit, Bai-kun. Bai-kun froze at the words. You look exactly as I thought. You'd look since the last time I met you. He turned to see Naruto, his bowie knives in hand with a slash. Baikon's face was cut, a blood purred from it to the shock of all. Well, here I am, the demon child, the burden of Konoha, the Kyuubi incarnate, here for your judgment, Bai-kun. Naruto's voice was that of the chilling touch of death. Those in attendance lost their nerve. Bai-kun was crawling away as Naruto slowly walked behind him. You believe me as the Kyuubi, but I am far worse. I am his jailer, the thing that keeps him in line, but that doesn't mean I am not a monster in my own right. Now I'm here for my pound of flesh. Will you offer yourself as sacrifice, or do I need to take it? Bai-kun was scared. This wasn't the same boy as back then. He tried to keep moving when a sharp pain hit the back of his foot, pinning him to the ground. He let out a scream of pain. The sent shivers down his supporter's spins. I hear you have shinobi with you, Bai-kun. Why do they not help you, I wonder? Naruto put a foot on Bai-kun's back. Maybe it's because they think you can handle me. Maybe it's because they saw what I did to Konoha's supposed elite. Who knows? Who care? Naruto grabbed him by his collar. Anyone blink at this, you're going to die slowly. I want you all to watch. Bai-kun was begging. Please, sorry, I just wanted to kill me. I know, Bai-kun, many have tried, most have died. You will not be any different from them. Naruto put his knife to Baikon's neck when he heard. Naruto, wait. Please stop, that's a councilman. If you kill him, Konoha won't back you. Tsunade yelled. Naruto looked at her with cold blue eyes. Remember, Senju, I don't care about Konoha or the people in it. She was worried. This Naruto was a killer, plain and simple. She had to think of something fast. Don't kill him, but take out your vengeance. Beat him, but don't kill him. Naruto's right brow raised, then he looked at the pathetic man in front of him. Very well. Naruto holstered the knife. The people around him were scared. They didn't blink. As commanded out of fear of Naruto being true to his word, they watched the beating Naruto was on top of. Bo-kun delivering fist after fist to the counselor's face and ribs as Bai-kun cried in pain, begging and begging. Naruto didn't blink, didn't speak as blood splatter hit his face. When satisfaction hit him, he let go of Bai-kun and removed his knife from the man's foot. He turned to the crowd. Next time I will not be so merciful. At the end, he brought his foot down, breaking Bai-kun's leg at the knee, and walked back into the hospital. Even the shinobi present dare not incur his wrath. He looked at his former friends. I'm going to get washed up, do not bother me. Tsunade looked at Naruto. Thanks for not killing him. Naruto gave her a cold look. You need to pay for that privilege, he said, walking down the hall. Jiraiya looked at the other two. That's what we created, he said sadly. After he got cleaned up, Naruto escaped the hospital. He needed to be alone. He found himself at his old hangout, the top of the fourth's head. Naruto was back in his armor minus the headgear. He was hand stretching his torso armor back when he went into a thin pocket inside his right breast side and pulled out a couple of photos. One was of him with his old squad of students of the shade with his sensei in the middle. The next was taken a little after the first birthday of his daughter Kyoko. She was in Rikamaru sensei's arms, looking like the girl's grandfather, a rare smile on his face. The final was of him, his wife and child when Kyoko was 4. They looked so happy. He even had that gigantic smile he was known for on, but this one wasn't fake, it was genuine. His daughter in his Enchi's arms, looking the happiest in the world. Naruto sighed as he was putting the photos away when he noticed another pulling it out. It was him and Kamen back to back, arms crossed, cool smirks on their faces like a pair of brothers. Naruto stared at the photo angrily. Kamen, why did you do it? He said. Was it really just for a chance to fight? He rested the photo on the ground next to him when the wind was about to pick it up. Naruto pulled out his knife and stabbed the picture into Kamen's face. It doesn't matter, when I see you you're going to die, he promised. A sound coming from behind him took him out of his thoughts. He didn't go on guard though. Never thought you'd be one for hiding in bushes. Anko Mitarashi, as he turned to the purple-headed women behind him, what do you want? Anko looked at him. To talk, she said bluntly. What about? He asked. Anything, she said. What's this about? Anko shrugged. I've been in this village dealing with bothersome people all my life, thinking that just because I was a part of Orochimaru's team that I'm just like him. I want a fellow outsider's perspective. Naruto looked at her. You don't want what happened to me to happen to you, he said it as a statement. She looked a little worried at that. I guess so. I spent a few years tailing Jiraiya after what happened. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't going to be another Orochimaru. Naruto rested his chin on his hand. You believe that? He said. She shrugged. No, but I wanted to be sure. I've dealt with my own bit of bigotry over the years. Do you know? He nodded at that. Fair enough. The two looked at the village for a minute. Anko looked at him carefully. Can I ask about your family? Naruto looked at her angrily. Choose your words carefully, Mitarashi. Anko wasn't affected by his threatening to her. I just want to know what it's like to be able to have someone that loves you and someone who looks up to you. What kind of feeling is that? Kurenai is my friend, so is Ibiki in a way, but what does it mean to have what you had? Naruto saw the truthfulness in her eyes, looking for the answer to the question that once plagued him for years. When I first met Chi, I was in a bad place. She released me from my burdens, showed me a life outside of misery and regrets. And Kyoko, when she was born, I found myself with wanting to do anything for her. They were my pride, my pain, my joy and happiness and sadness all rolled into one. I love them then, now and forever. Anko nodded at Naruto in understanding. Thank you for telling me that, and this stays between us. Naruto nodded. The next day, Konoha Council Chambers. The council was a mixed bag of feelings. The heir to the Uzumaki and Namikaze bloodline was alive and not very nice. In his chair, swollen-faced, limping by, Kun sat shivering at the thought of him. Many counselors knew to choose their words wisely. The clan heads were present, many debriefed by Hinata about Naruto. While they were talking, the doors slammed open, revealing the man himself in his now mended gear. The council watched as he sat down, arms crossed. The Konoha 10 minus Hinata with their old senseis minus Sarutobi were standing to the side. Tsunade greeted Naruto. He didn't reply. Inochi spoke. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto didn't bother expressing his dislike at his full name as Inochi continued. We have a few questions we'd like you to answer. Naruto looked at the Yamanaka head with a blank stare and said, I'll answer as long as it doesn't fall under classified information. The Yamanaka asked, classified? Naruto said, yes, I'm sure you know what that means. The annoyed Yamanaka started. You want Konoha's help to fight this Guro Kamen and his supposed army. Does that mean you would also like to be reinstated as a Konoha shinobi? Even Inochi thought that question was stupid. No, I don't want to be a Konoha shinobi again, and whoever wrote that question is a moron for even asking. A counselor shifted in his chair. Shikaku asked next, where were you during the last 10 years? Classified. How did you meet the Shade? Classified. Who does Kamen have working with him? That got people's listening as Naruto answered. Kamen controls a vast empire, from drugs to selling slaves, both for sex and labor, to blackmail and assassinations. There is nothing Kamen doesn't have a hand in. Right now he has a vast network of criminal and political allies all ready to do what he asks, as well as a cult that I'd say is the worst of them. A cult? He asked. The Jushinists, Naruto said. One counselor jumped up. You mean those psychopaths that destroyed hot water? Naruto nodded. Their leader is the former Akatsuki member known as Hidan the Immortal. The council was shocked. Naruto continued. Originally Hidan was one of a few surviving members of those bastards, but Kamen started bankrolling him and Hidan started gaining members to I estimate them at about 10,000 and growing. Jiraiya looked in shock. How my spy network should have picked up on that. How did they miss it? Naruto looked at him in disgusted. Because you were too busy getting drunk and feeling sorry for yourself to manage it. Hell, that's one of many reasons why you didn't know I was alive all this time. Spies go to the highest bidder, Jiraiya, and your loyal ones aren't stupid enough to go into Jushin territory anyway. Jiraiya lowered his head in shame. It was now Hinata's turn to ask, Naruto, given yours and Konoha's past, is there any way we can truly work together against this threat? Blue eyes looked into lavender. No, this is a war in which a temporary alliance should be made. After that we are finished. She nodded in sad understanding. Then can you tell us who your allies are? No, Konoha hasn't earned any information on them yet, Naruto said with finally. So how do we know we can trust you? She asked professionally. You can trust me as about as much I trust you for all I care. Hinata hid her emotions well on that. The next was Choza, the Akamichi clan head, who had a very serious expression. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, have you ever taken up arms against Konoha? This question made everyone in the room lean forward, dreading the answer. Naruto returned the expression. Yes, gasping was heard in the council room, and Choza asked, at what point did you do this? Many a time for different clients. The last time was during the war. One was fighting for Iwa. Obviously I was going by the name Foxtrot. More gasping was heard. Naruto was the assassin Foxtrot before he became the Shade. Foxtrot was the assassin and intelligence gatherer Iwa hired during the war. He killed many shinobi and got many more Konoha shinobi killed at the time, and he seemed to avoid anything that could harm Suna. He was also responsible for the deaths of many of Konoha's political allies as well as Jiraiya's spies, and hearing that it was Naruto made all the pieces fall into place. Foxtrot was the reason Sakura's MASH unit was attacked. How could you do such a thing, Naruto? Sakura screamed at him. Those shinobi were injured and because of you they're dead. she said angrily. Naruto looked at her with no remorse. That's war, Haruno, and it was a shinobi war at that underhanded tactics or a given. Don't think Konoha is any better. She had tears, but still, how could you do that? Because Iowa paid me to. I'm an assassin. I don't suffer the sickness of honor and patriotism. I have no village. I have no remorse. I do what I do because I was paid to do it. If Konoha contacted me first, then I would have worked for you, plain and simple. And besides, you won anyway, if only barely. If they didn't try to kill me, they might have won, he said with a shrug, uncaring of the rage-fouled eye and saddened looks directed at him. Soon jumped off of her chair. You want an alliance, yet you've killed so many. Tell me why we shouldn't have you killed right now. Ah. Her rant stopped as she felt cold steel against her neck. Because I'm not so easily killed. Your traitorous son and your dead shinobi can attest to that. Not a person saw him move to their shock. I'll tell you now, dog. I know what Konoha has done with my family inheritance. I know, and I have proof of it. Konoha owes me a lot of money and I intend to collect one way or another. The blade was removed, leaving a cut as Naruto was found back in his set like he never moved at all. I do not like outbursts. Keep that in mind, he warned. Shikaku cleared his head of the shock and asked, you know about your inheritance? Many counselors now fearing him. I do. I stole the ledger with information on where it went years ago and left a forged copy. So now my question is this: will you pay it off with cash, labor, or blood? Naruto said coldly. Shikamaru asked worryingly, Naruto, are you blackmailing Konoha? Indeed I am, Nara. The ledger tells me where my money is. Konoha hasn't paid it back and I charge interest of 25% a month now. Factor in 10 years worth of unpaid debts. Shikamaru's brain just went haywire. You can't be mean. Naruto nodded. There is more than one way to destroy a village, Nara, and I have used all of them. The father and son's mouths were agape. Later joined my everyone else that didn't have Nara intelligence. According to that ledger, I own a good 35% of Konoha's revenue from the money you stole with interest from me. You Hokage wanted me to see that you'd join the fight out of respect, but I could just draft you into this. Everyone was shaking, some out of fear, some out of anger, but one thing was for sure: Naruto had them by the balls. Namikaze-san, please be reasonable, a counselor begged. That's Uzumaki. I care not for the Namikaze name, only the price it carries. The counselors flinched. Why do you not like your father's name? Kakashi asked sadly and very carefully, only for Naruto to harden his eyes and say, I will not share a name with a man who would put a job over family. Anyone who'd do that cannot be trusted. Jiraiya was hurt and said sadly, Naruto, your father did what he thought was best. He trusted you because he had faith in you. Naruto kept his cold expression, and he had faith you'd protect me as a child. Face it, Jiraiya. Minato, Namikaze wasn't as smart as you all gave him credit for. It was one of the reasons he could never beat Sensei. Naruto continued, and besides, I will not allow his name to define me. I didn't need it before, I don't need it now. Sadly, Jiraiya nodded at his former godson. Naruto, you have to understand, no one knew who you were. It was a SS rank secret. Inochi said. Yes it was, but that doesn't mean Sarutobi didn't keep logs about it, or more precisely a journal. Naruto said with spite. What? The counselors screamed in a panic. During my funeral after party I broke into the Hokage tower. I found his journal in the Hokage safe. It revealed who outvoted who on my heritage. Sarutobi had a list of names. I know many of the Shinobi Council didn't want me hidden, and many more citizens that did. It's why I don't hold a grudge against Hiruzen. He could have done more, but I have forgiven him and he was like a grandfather to me, Naruto replied, thinking about the old man. Now then, can we get back to why we are here, or is Konoha more worried about a single bloodline or the up-and-coming war? Naruto said. Shibi, the Aburame head, gave Naruto the neutral tone. All in his family seemed to have. Uzumaki, when you fought the protection unit for Kamen, you used tactics that seemed to targeted specific bloodlines. How did you do it? The shinobi paid close attention to this. I'm from Konoha. I worked with your children, almost died by them as well. Are you really surprised I wouldn't do a little research on my own before coming here? Aburame. Naruto eyed the stoic clan head and said, your question was too simple for your kind. Tell me what you really want to know. Shibi nodded and asked, would you use those tactics on us again? Without hesitation, Shibi, studying Naruto, said, I have nothing further to say. The clan heads were worried now. Sumo Latcomer asked, what does Konoha get for helping you? I'll wipe away your debt to me, that should suffice, but Kamen is mine. If you fail to live up to this, then I'll kill each of you in your sleep after selling my share of Konoha to a rival village. He stared at Hinata and said, maybe Kumo, since a good amount of what I own is around the Hyuga district, Naruto warned. Can you leave us while we have a discussion on this, Naruto? Tsunade asked. Naruto nodded and walked to the door. If Kamen gets his war, Konoha is next on that very long list. Keep that in mind. I kill for profit, he does it for fun." He then walked out. Outside council chamber, Naruto was sitting arms and legs crossed when the doors opened. Tsunade walked out. "Well," Naruto said, "Konoha will fight," she confirmed. "Good. It only took blackmail to get you to fall in line," he replied. She sat down next to him. "I would like you to come to the Senju Manor. Shizune would like to see you, and so would Jiraiya, and I would really like to talk about Chi and Kyoko." Naruto turned his head to face her, eyes blazing with anger. "Don't you ever say their names again, Senju. You don't have the right." She sadly looked at him. "I don't want to fight, just understand you, Naruto. The day I issued that order I died inside. I saw no reason to care anymore, and now this, you don't know what I'd give to have been able to meet them." Naruto saw truth in her eyes but kept the gaze. "I'm not sure I'd be able to trust you with them, Senju." Naruto got up. "I'll be back in Konoha in 5 days' time. If I'm followed, I'll kill them and the deal is off." She looked at him surprised. "Where are you going?" "Away, don't follow." He vanished before she could say anything. Outside Konoha, Naruto was running at a blinding speed. This isn't how he wanted everything to end up. He still harbored a grudge against Konoha, but he had to find a way around it. Didn't mean he had to forgive, but he couldn't deal with Kamen and his army if his hatred of Konoha was in the way. He needed clarity and knew where to go and get it.